The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 14. By Tamba. Translated by Hillis Cat Corner. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 49. 500 years ago. Chapter 550. A Recollection. No one would have thought a few years ago that the empire would be invaded by surrounding countries. Everyone was predicting the golden age of the empire. At the center of it was the emperor's eldest son, Crown Prince Wilhelm. His siblings, all remarkable talents, fortified his flanks. At that time, the empire was truly impregnable. What weakened it was the beginning of a single event. The death of Crown Prince Wilhelm. From there, everything crumbled. If that hadn't happened, there would have been no future where the empire weakened. If the empire reigning in the central continent was firm, other countries could not act recklessly. Even if the empire started to unify the continent, the chaos that is happening now would not have occurred. The chaos from a strong country collapsing is larger than that of a strong country absorbing other countries. But such things rarely happen. It's a strong country because it doesn't collapse. But the empire did collapse. Crown Prince Wilhelm fell at the perfect timing, and the siblings who were supporting Wilhelm around him began to quarrel. Nothing drains national power more than infighting. Even more so if it's unexpected. A succession struggle that no one thought would happen, happened. Moreover, it's a quagmire of a struggle. Everything leads to one thing. The death of Crown Prince Wilhelm, shrouded in mystery. He was killed by a stray arrow in a battle with a vassal country. Wilhelm is human too. It's possible for him to die from a stray arrow. But everyone was surprised. The Crown Prince, killed by a stray arrow, they thought. But what if he wanted his own death? What comes to mind are those uncharacteristic words. "Take care of the empire while I'm gone," the eldest brother left saying this before departing. I thought it was a whim at the time, but it's a possible statement if he knew he wouldn't be around. Well, he would be gone. Because he would lose his life. Even now, the people of the empire are still chasing after the shadow of the Crown Prince. Because he was so great, his absence. His loss is immense. What if? I don't want to believe it. But if there's a person who created this situation, betting on humanity's one-shot reversal, that would be our eldest brother, Wilhelm. But that means those who lost their lives in this period of turmoil lost their lives due to Wilhelm's action. It's not just the family. Many citizens of the empire, and of other nations, lost their lives. The sacrifice is too large to be considered necessary. That's why I don't want to believe it. I don't want to imagine that kind older brother making such a decision. What's wrong? Are you thinking? Is the war against the demons something where everything has to be sacrificed? It used to be like that. Let me tell you a little story from the past. Saying so, the elder slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the elder's house disappeared, and the elder and I were in the sky. What is this? It's a recollection. From the past great war. With the elder's words, the scene changed. A blazing village. Countless dead bodies around. The only ones standing were demons with black wings. The beginning was from a demon summoning performed by a sorcerer. But even in the era of ancient magic, demon summoning was an uncertain magic. It was unknown what kind of demon would appear and whether it could be controlled. Naturally, it failed this time too. The problem was in trying to summon and control a resident of the other world in the first place. But this time, the entire human race paid the price. The demon summoned was the strongest demon in the demon world, the demon king Lucifer. Long jet black hair, golden eyes that shine like stars in the night sky. His appearance isn't much different from humans. He's a handsome young man. Apart from the black wings and ominous magic. Even though I'm not actually there, my body freezes at his oppressive presence. Without a doubt, I can't beat him alone. He makes the monsters I've seen so far look cute. Indeed, the nickname Demon King fits him perfectly. The summoning was carried out on an island where the current United Federation stands. The wave of summoning extended as a black pillar, reaching the sky. Those on the island who noticed the anomaly unified and moved to subdue Lucifer, but they were incinerated in an instant. Then, the people of the island fled. It was probably human instinct. They realized they were up against an unbeatable monster. It's amazing that they could escape. Lucifer didn't move immediately. He was expanding the hole through which he had been summoned. When the expansion of the hole was completed, he used the island as a base, and countless demons invaded the mainland. The scene changes. We're back in the sky again. Below us is the mainland, and the flames spread across the mainland. This is not just an image. In reality, the flames had indeed spread across the entire continent. Immediately after the demons invaded, the many nations scattered across the continent each attempted to deal with the situation individually. All of them were defeated in return. One by one, the nations fell, and in the face of the tyranny coming from the north, many people chose to flee southward. The flames keep moving from the north to the south. On the western side, the center, the eastern side of the continent. The demons advanced from these three directions. However, while the western and eastern sides were rapidly engulfed in flames, the movement of the flames in the central continent had stopped. The humans were on the run. All the demons thought they could easily crush the soft-hearted people of the continent. But one nation stood up against such demons. It was the Ardlasia Empire, which had already established its position as a major power in the central continent. The scene changes again. This time it's a wide plain. Probably after a battle. Many wounded knights were staring at a single point. A man stood not on a grand pedestal, but on a rugged rock. Holding his sword aloft in his hand, he inspired the knights. Behold, my knights, even the demons are not invincible. If we combine our strength, we can defeat them. Raise your voices. Let's let the people in all the lands who are fleeing here our victorious cry. The beacon of human retaliation is raised by our empire. Listening to the man's speech, the knights gathered on the plains raised their voices towards the sky. Even a knight who was wounded and looked as if he might die at any moment raised his voice. Until the moment his life ran out, the knight continued to shout. It was his final victorious cry, dedicated to the lord he admired. The knight emperor who took the lead himself and opposed the demons. Andreas. He's a short blonde man. He looks to be in his late 20s. He doesn't have an oppressive presence like the Demon King earlier. He's just a man. Not a non-human. But as a human, he had the pinnacle of ability and charisma. The demon invasion was pushed back by the resistance of the Empire. The Empire, which had become a beacon of hope for human resistance, began to gather people from all over who were willing to resist the demons. Among them was a boy. That boy was the hope of humanity. Chapter 551. The Counteroffensive Forces. The location switches. Below, an army was advancing. However, this army was odd. Their equipment and attire were mismatched, and their races were diverse. Both humans and demi-humans were present. We were lucky. Because the hero appeared? That too. However, we could not have won the war against the demons with just the hero. 500 years ago, the continent was blessed with the right era. The scene changes again. A massive sword of light splits the sky, eradicating the demons. The first hero was said to be the only one who could fully master the holy sword. Seeing Elna's holy sword, which is said to be its second coming, I had to agree. The boy with the hair color of cherry blossoms, holding a shining star sword, was undoubtedly stronger than Elna. However, what's astonishing wasn't just that. There were extraordinary warriors standing shoulder to shoulder with such a hero on the battlefield. There has probably never been a time in the continent's history when we were blessed with such extraordinary individuals. The continent at that time was truly blessed with talent. While many countries were unable to resist the demons, only the Empire put up a bold resistance. As a result, the Empire was recognized as a symbol of resistance by countries across the continent. Thanks to this, mankind was able to unite under the banner of the Empire. Disputes between nations, conflicts between races, all disappeared in the face of the formidable enemy known as the demons. The Empire gathered the forces of the entire continent, formed a counteroffensive army, and created a system where they could fight to the fullest. The scene changes to a forward base. There, a large quantity of armaments were being brought to the front line, and food supplies were being replenished incessantly. New warriors eager to make a name for themselves joined the front line from the rear, resisting with a weapon the demons didn't possess a great number of soldiers. However, sheer numbers alone couldn't defeat the demons. The key was a handful of extraordinary individuals. The soldiers gathered from across the continent paved the way for them, preventing unnecessary losses, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. The invasion of the demons was the worst thing that could have happened. However, the timing of their invasion was perfect. Miraculously, the continent had the power to push them back. Were you also part of that? Of course. I fought diligently alongside that boy. Of course, the dragonfolk and other demi-humans too. It wasn't an easy battle. The scene changes again. Many bodies lay scattered around. Among them were the extraordinary individuals we saw earlier. Even those strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the hero were falling. Indeed, it wouldn't have been easy. I prepared myself for death many times. That's why it's written in history that we were lucky. Winning was a miracle. Of course, it was the result of everyone's desperate efforts back then. The scene changes once more. There was a place where something was being excavated. A considerable number of people were mobilized. The Empire knew how to fight against the demons. Most of humanity would be powerless against the demons. Therefore, they left the front lines to the strong ones, while everyone else supported them as much as they could. Part of this support was the excavation of relics from the ancient magic era. I see. That's why there are so many relics from the ancient magic era in the castle's treasury. Some relics were used, others weren't. The Knight Emperor probably wanted to find a second holy sword. In the end, no artifacts could match the holy sword, but the various powerful equipment that was found was of great help in the battle against the demons. The scene shifts once again. We are in the sky above. The flames that engulfed the continent were slowly being pushed back to the north. The side that was just taking hits from the demons had begun to turn the tide on the battlefield. So this is how humanity started to turn things around. Don't be foolish. The enemy isn't sweet enough to be turned around by something like this. The elder's words coincided with a new spectacle. The entire continent was engulfed in flames. Even the central part of the continent, where the empire should be, was covered in fire. What happened? There were 2 wars against the demons. The first time, a counteroffensive army was formed, and the demons were temporarily driven out from the continent. However, the first counteroffensive army was instantly forced to retreat. The Demon King. Correct. Even the hero, who was thought to be humanity's hope, was no match for the Demon King. With the emergence of the Demon King on the front lines, the counteroffensive army was nearly annihilated. They challenged the Demon King in order to allow the mortally wounded hero to escape. The scene changes. A lone swordsman is desperately fleeing, carrying the blooded first hero on his back. Warriors challenge the demons that chase them from behind. Deep in the battlefield, a little away from there, the Demon King, with a bored expression, was sweeping away the swarming warriors like dust. How did they? How did they beat this guy? Humanity did not give up. They held out until the hero healed his wounds and returned even stronger. Moreover, the demons showed their bad habits. Bad habits? They're arrogant, those guys. Despite the fierce resistance, even seeing the anomaly known as the hero, they didn't think they, as demons, could lose. While the Demon King's direct appearance somewhat stabilized the war situation, the damage on the demon side was also enormous. Therefore, Dantalion, the chief strategist of the Demon King's army, suggested a retreat, leaving defensive forces on the island and returning to the demon world to regroup. But he was purged by the Demon King. To the Demon King, who had absolute confidence in his own power, retreat was an unthinkable proposal. Indeed, he had that much power. I can see why. If they're that strong, they'd become arrogant. I can't even begin to imagine winning. Everyone felt the same. However, the Demon King did not engage in the mop-up of the remnants. The other demons launched a counteroffensive, and the continent was engulfed in the flames of war, but without their strategist, they were just a forceful push. Thanks to that, we were able to buy some time. The bored expression of the Demon King from earlier came to mind. If the Demon King was serious, humanity would have been extinct a long time ago. However, it might have been just a way to kill time for the Demon King. Having sent the hero into retreat, the Demon King must have gotten bored. That's why he left it to others and purged the strategist who suggested a temporary retreat. It took 2 years for the hero to rise again. Humanity endured until then. They endured, making enormous sacrifices. And thus, the second counteroffensive army was formed. Chapter 552. The Subjugation of the Demon King. The second counteroffensive army also faced a difficult battle. The demons were scattered all over the continent, and they had to defeat each one of them. Many of the powerful fighters were defeated by the Demon King. Despite this, the second counteroffensive army steadily defeated the demons. Did the hero become even stronger? The Holy Sword has existed since before the era of ancient magic. It was a mysterious sword, but the hero had successfully mastered it. The scene changes. The first hero, who had transitioned from a boy to a young man, held a holy sword that was different from the one I knew. When I first saw him, I felt that he was stronger than Elna. So, at that point, I thought he had gained control over the holy sword. But I was wrong. This is definitely on another level. Although it looks the same, the waves emitted by the holy sword are now incomparably stronger. Using this holy sword, the hero slaughtered the demons. The hero was strong. His strength was comparable to that of the Demon King. However, the demons weren't helpless. They used traitors from the human side to increase their power. The scene changes again. There, the Dark Elves, who had turned into black-skinned beings, were fighting against the counteroffensive army. There were also human traitors among them. Many people fell into despair during the long battle. If they could survive, they sold their hearts to the demons. There was a surge of such traitors. Were the demons planning to keep the traitorous humans alive? I don't know. For the Demon King, the invasion of the continent was just a pastime. I don't know whether he intended to annihilate humanity or to keep them as slaves. However, he did give power to the traitors. There's no doubt that he wanted to use them as a military force. The traitors, empowered by the Demon King, stood in the way of the counteroffensive army. However, they too were defeated. During the first counteroffensive, the banner was held by the Knight Emperor. However, during the second counteroffensive, the banner was held by the hero. He led the army and hunted down the demons. The flames that had enveloped the entire continent were quickly pushed back to the north, and finally, they disappeared from the continent. Then, there was a growing sentiment to slay the Demon King. With the demons driven out of the continent, the counteroffensive army wanted to go to the island and defeat the Demon King. However, a minority wished to maintain the status quo. What do you mean? After repelling the first counteroffensive, the Demon King didn't move from the island. So, if we didn't provoke him, we could maintain peace. That was their argument. That sounds too optimistic. Indeed. However, the survivors of the first counteroffensive had seen the terror of the Demon King with their own eyes. So, I can understand their point of view. The scene changes again. There, the pink-haired hero and the swordsman who had carried the hero away were engaged in a duel. The swordsman, who could be called the hero's ally, challenged the hero to a duel. He said that if he won, he would use the holy sword. Arvane Knox. They were best friends. And Arvane had seen the hero on the brink of death. I don't know what his true feelings were, but he may not have wanted to send his best friend to a potentially deadly battle. Because the one who holds the holy sword has to confront the Demon King head-on. The evenly matched duel ended with the hero's victory. A teary-eyed Arvane vanished somewhere. Even with his heart possibly broken from witnessing the Demon King, Arvane fought until the very end, just before the decisive battle with the Demon King. Even when broken, Arvane had the strength to fight until the end. Wasn't it tough to lose the swordsman who stood shoulder to shoulder with the hero in terms of combat strength? People thought that at first. However, Defeating his best friend solidified the hero's resolve. The hero was human too. He must have been afraid of the Demon King. But he overcame that fear and faced it. The location changes to an island. The hero and the Demon King were engaged in a fierce battle in a gigantic castle. The battle was evenly matched. The Demon King, who was thought to be overwhelmingly powerful. That Demon King and the hero were fighting on equal terms. The counteroffensive army that had invaded the castle was steadily defeating the demons that surrounded the Demon King. When was Wepa defeated by the hero? At the very beginning. Wepa challenged the hero to prevent him from entering the castle and received an attack from the Holy Sword. It was believed that he died from it, but in the end, he barely survived. The fact that he was alive even after receiving the Holy Sword. That's too tenacious. However, looking at the fight with the Demon King, the hero must have been conserving his strength. If he had received the same attack as the Demon King and survived, he would indeed be a monster. The Demon King himself was avoiding it after all. The battle continues for a long time. When the sun set and the darkness began to dominate, the moment of decision arrived. The stage for the decision was in the sky. Both were panting heavily. They each unleashed their final attacks. A black torrent released by the Demon King. Against that, the hero unleashed a full swing. The world, dominated by darkness, was enveloped by a golden light. Then a glowing torrent like a falling meteor swallowed the Demon King from the sky. Its power was tremendous. Despite being at night, it became so bright that it seemed like daytime, and the shockwave shook the continent. It wasn't an attack a human should unleash. When the torrent disappeared and the night returned, the counteroffensive army was cheering in victory. At the same time, the remaining demons were retreating completely. We pursued the retreating demons. The Demon King's close aides were mostly slain by the hero, but the other demons were still a threat to humanity. But the elder sighed after saying that. And then, black rain fell all over the continent from the sky. We realized it was from Wepa, and we immediately defended ourselves, but it was too late. We should have killed him before he did something. When we reached the hole, there was no sign of Wepa or any other demon. They had retreated to the demon world while wounded. It was an unmistakable victory, but there was no one on the human side who was unscathed. There was no strength left on the continent to pursue Wepa. You can understand the meaning of those words if you look at the surviving counteroffensive army. The counteroffensive army, which had finally won the long battle, was battered. Looking at them, you would think that the counteroffensive army had lost. They literally fought with all their might. The survival of Wepa was kept a secret among a select few. They understood that it was important. But humanity couldn't handle any more bad news. Chapter 553. The Birth of the Brave House. The war with the demons, led by the Demon King, had ended. The entire continent had been engulfed in warfare, and humanity had paid a huge sacrifice to barely win. However, the souvenir left by the demons was significant. After the hero sealed the hole, the Night Emperor asked us, the Dragon People, to investigate Wepa's abilities. In exchange, the Empire helped us find a safe place to settle, said the Elder. A safe place to search for? Even as a prince, you should understand the nature of humans. If there are no external enemies, they start fighting internally. That's humanity. Again, the scene changes. During the war with the demons, many countries across the continent had become exhausted. Many nations had perished, and the power map of the continent had completely changed from before the war with the demons. The empire that opposed the demons also mobilized its national power to challenge the war with the demons. Although the whole continent was engulfed in war, some countries suffered less damage. Such countries took advantage of this opportunity to aggressively expand their territories. The empire, which had fought through the Great War, didn't have enough power to stop this. During the Great War, the empire had become the leader of the continent. Human resources and materials were concentrated in the empire. If things had gone well, a unified nation centered around the empire would have been completed. However, the opponent was not so generous to let them win while still having some spare energy. The empire had truly exerted its power to the limit. As a result, no large countries remained, and there was no deterrent. The continent had entered an era of warring states where the strong ruled. The empire was just managing to defend its territory. New countries were emerging, and many wars were breaking out everywhere. During this time, discrimination against demi-humans, which had been sealed during the war with the demons, started to resurge. To escape such persecution, many demi-humans founded their own nations. However, we couldn't do that. Because of Weper's ability. Yes. The virus that might reach us eventually. We can't go out into the outside world in peace unless we figure this out. Even without the Emperor's request, we would have researched it. And the Emperor secretly arranged for a ship and transported us to the Far East. As far as possible, to keep us away from the war. The scene changes again. This is the central part of the continent, which is now part of the Empire's territory. The central part of the continent is a strategic point that everyone wants. If you can secure this place, you can see the path to continental domination. In order to obtain it, many nations started to advance towards the center. The central part of the continent turned into a fierce battleground. The balance of power changes day by day. However, the great fire that had started in the center suddenly stopped. What happened? A historic event. Surely, among the emperors of the past, the Night Emperor has achieved one of the top 3 feats. The wars in the center started to disappear rapidly, and the ripple effects gradually made wars disappear from the continent. It might have been a temporary event. Still, the wars had disappeared from the continent. The scene changes again. There, next to the Emperor, stood the hero. After sealing the hole, the hero went on a journey. At the time of parting, he talked about what to do with the Holy Sword. A power too great brings conflict. The hero who defeated the Demon King understood that he was a threat more significant than the Demon King. He might have been looking for his missing friend. Anyway, the hero went on a journey, and that for several years. And then, he came to the Emperor. Everyone living in the Empire knows what happened from there. The Emperor wanted to keep the hero in the Empire and offered him the status of a duke, a marquis, and an earl, but the hero refused them all. For such a hero, the Emperor came up with a plan and managed to keep him in the Empire by giving him the only noble title on the continent. That title was the Brave House. When the hero completed his first journey, he came to us first. He asked us to take care of the Holy Sword. We firmly declined, saying we could not possibly defend it, but the hero looked disappointed. And he seemed very tired. He then consulted with us about the possibility of the virus's abilities stopping if he ended his life. He was prepared to die. The poison was growing. Its aim was clear. So the hero tried to eliminate the target. But we didn't know that. So we explained it was a dangerous gamble and recommended he talk to the Emperor. At the time, the Emperor was looking for the hero. And the Night Emperor succeeded in persuading the hero to reconsider. There was no guarantee that the poison would disappear. One could even say the chances of it not disappearing were higher. Perhaps he decided to entrust it to the future. And he left his own bloodline behind. As the bearer and protector of the Holy Sword. It was a major event for all the countries on the continent. Because the hero becoming a noble of the Empire meant becoming a subject of the Emperor. So that's why the wars stopped. Out of fear of the Holy Sword. The hero had defeated the Demon King. He was the strongest in the world. If such a person moves at the Emperor's discretion, no country would think of starting a war near the Empire. Because it would be unbearable to have the hero, under the guise of maintaining peace, sent into their territories. However, the hero never wielded the Holy Sword in his lifetime. During the remainder of his life spent in the Empire, he dedicated his power to sealing the Holy Sword. And with the death of the hero, a powerful seal that no one could break was completed. The location of the Holy Sword is not recorded anywhere. It's said to be in the grave of the first Brave Lord, or in the underground of the Imperial City, but looking at how the dragon people hide, it's not a common hiding place. However, a future invasion by the demons was also anticipated. So the hero left a way to summon the Holy Sword. It's not anyone who can do this. The residue of the hero's thoughts will judge. Only those approved by the hero can summon the Holy Sword. Of course, on the premise that they have the power to handle it. Looking at the sealed place, even the first brave lord couldn't break it. It seems he tried, but it was impossible. The hero was afraid. Like himself, outliers appear in humanity from time to time. If such a person gets hold of the holy sword, no one knows whether they will use it correctly. I understand that fear. In fact, just the occasional summoning of the holy sword is enough to disrupt the power balance of the continent. After the hero's death, the various countries began to fight again. But the time the hero bought was enough for the empire to recover its national power. Originally, it was a country that opposed the demons. It swallowed up the emerging countries that were advancing to the center of the continent one after another. As a result, the other countries had to give up their advance to the center of the continent. Of course, the empire itself must have been terrifying, but by that time, the descendants of the hero had begun to summon the holy sword. Thanks to that, the period of continental warfare began to subside. The scene changes again to the sky. The power map of the continent gradually moves, transforming into a shape I am well familiar with. And this brings us to the present. This is the end of the story from 500 years ago. Even the humans of that time could not defeat the demons unless they tried their best. No, since they couldn't prevent Wepa's virus in the end, it wasn't a victory. I understand that they are powerful enemies. I also understand that without the first brave lord, the battle will be tough. But the enemy also doesn't have a demon king. And in terms of personnel, we're not losing even now. If there's no demon king, with the current power of the continent, we can manage somehow. Chapter 554. The Elixir. Hearing my words, the elder let out a sigh. Then, we returned to the elder's house. You've seen the Great War from 500 years ago and still believe you can win? If I have to win, I'll keep going until I do. I understand that I can't defeat my enemy without pushing myself to the limit. But despairing won't accomplish anything. The future of humanity may be a heavy burden for me, but my mother's life is at stake. I'll destroy the Demon King, no matter what it takes. I'll drag Wepa out of the demon realm and kill him. Then, I'll finish off the rest of the demons that are currently popping up everywhere. You've seen all that, and still say you'll destroy the Demon King. Is this the true nature of an Adler, or is it due to the blood of the hero mixed with yours? I don't know. Well, I can't deny that my lineage has something to do with it. It's because I'm an Adler. My family has always sought strength from all corners. Perhaps my strength is the greatest on the continent. It is indeed very Adler of you to care more about your mother than yourself. Prioritizing others over oneself is both a strength and a weakness. It's advice from an old man, but those who neglect themselves can never be happy. I'll keep that in mind, for what it's worth. Make sure you do. Speaking of which, where did you get that mask? The elder looks at the mask with interest. Telling him I got it from an old man wouldn't explain much. I received it from an acquaintance. If I'm not mistaken, that is the silver mask of the Demon King. It was worn by the royal family during the era of ancient magic. Really? Is it something special? It's special, but not powerful. It was created to suppress the overly powerful abilities of the royals. It inhibits all recognition, but that's just a byproduct. Its main purpose is to strongly suppress the magical power of the wearer. You can fight with that on. I wasn't aware of that. I thought it was a mask to block recognition. You've been wearing it without knowing. It was used for training by the royal magicians of the era of ancient magic, who had reached a level far beyond our own. It's like a restraint for the magicians who could affect the world if they used their full power. If you keep fighting at full strength with that on, your body will eventually not be able to keep up. It's constantly interfering with your release of magical power. So it was such a ridiculous thing. I've always found it irritating to wear, but now I understand the source of that discomfort. I thought it was a convenient item for hiding my identity. I thought it was a powerful magical tool with no drawbacks that could inhibit all recognition. It turns out there was a much larger drawback than I thought. So you're saying I would be stronger without the mask? Yes, but why didn't you notice? I rarely use my full power. So you're the culmination of the Adler, akin to the hero. In that case, let me advise you. If you don't find the mask too bothersome, be sure to time it when you take it off. If you've been using it in battle, it's like you've been training as the royal family did in the era of ancient magic. The full power you can display without it may well rival that of the magicians of that time. Is that bad? Do you use ancient magic without knowing about the downfall of the era of ancient magic? I don't know. All right. Listen, the civilization of ancient magic declined. Magic that was too powerful started to have too much influence on the world, so it became impossible to use carelessly. They didn't weaken. The world couldn't withstand their magic. So they abandoned their magic. That's the limit of human achievement. Humans exist because the world exists. We can't live if this world collapses. Humans are puppets, and the world is the puppet box. But the magicians of the ancient magical civilization had the power to destroy the puppet box, even though they were puppets themselves. So they gave up their power, right? But you know a lot, Elder. The lifespan of the dragonfolk is about 700 years. My father witnessed those times with his own eyes. He also saw the extreme chaos that followed. So, after the decline of the ancient magical civilization, disputes arose again. It was more severe than mere disputes. Even during the time of the ancient magical civilization, only a handful of people could use powerful magic. These individuals were the royalty and the privileged class. However, one day, they suddenly renounced their magic and went into hiding. The chaos that ensued was horrific. That does seem irresponsible. But if they lost their power, they would face rebellion. It would be only natural to hide themselves before that happened. The world or life. They had to weigh the two, and they chose life. They wouldn't just throw away their life without cause. However, if a powerful entity disappears, conflicts intensify. Humans never learn. Even if you drag out Weapon and eliminate the threat of demons, disputes among humans will continue. Remember this well. I know that better than anyone. After all, we've been fighting amongst ourselves for hundreds of years. That's true. The elder says with a bitter smile. Then he takes out 3 bottles from a nearby shelf. This is a medicine that reduces the effects of the virus authority. The promise with the Night Emperor was to erase the authority. You've been researching it for 500 years. You've done more than enough for me. I don't know how severe your mother's condition is, but this should buy her a few years. Can you settle things in that time? It's not a matter of whether I can. I will. With that, I accepted the medicine. Chapter 555. Seek's Problem. Having received the medicine, I left the Dragonfolk village and returned to Oriheim's palace. Oh, you're back. How did it go? Oriheim approached with a look of keen interest. Sieg, looking completely worn out, was held in her arms. Did you become a toy? I did not become a toy. I want to return to my original form soon. What did the elder say? I took a moment to think in response to Sieg's question. Then, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask. What were you doing? I was told so many shocking things, I completely forgot. Are you out of your mind? Look, I've turned into such a cute little bear. Is there anything more shocking than this? Sieg pleaded desperately. Certainly, Sieg's predicament is also shocking. It's a problem that needs to be resolved first, but after hearing the elder's stories, it just seems less significant in scale. But that doesn't mean it's a problem we can ignore. I'll go back now. For now, ask the sisters. It's not just about whether I can return or not, but whether the elder will allow it. He will. They no longer have a reason to be bound by the rules. What does that mean? It means exactly what I said. Let's go. Saying so, I took Sieg and returned to the Twilight Forest. Section. Once back in the Twilight Forest, I unhesitatingly entered the woods. Hey, just going in like this. Ignoring the confused Sieg, we were able to enter from the back. Why? Though it would repel outsiders, we are no longer considered enemies. I didn't expect you to return so soon. What do you need? The elder asked, a look of annoyance on his face. In response, I pointed at Sieg. I forgot one thing. Can you return Sieg to his original form? It's not impossible, but you should ask Robetta. She's the best apothecary in our tribe. There are some problems with the medicine she makes, though. It seems so. The fact that she deliberately makes a potion that turns people into bear cubs is eccentric. Well, I suppose it's a byproduct of her research on the authority. If turning into an animal makes one immune to the authority's effects, then as a measure, it does function. Though it would likely cause massive confusion across the continent. Ah, Sieg. Welcome. As soon as we mentioned her, Robetta popped her head in. Then Sieg said, "Don't welcome me. Hurry up and return me to my original form. But you're so cute. Are you sure? Elder, is it okay? I don't mind. There's no longer any need to hide. The future. I entrust that to that masked man." With that, the elder turned his back. Even if the continent's strongest fall to the virus, it doesn't mean humanity on the continent will perish. However, the continent, weakened in its defenses, will likely fall into the hands of demons. There's no future left unless we settle this before the virus reaches the bloodline of the heroes. What do you mean? It means exactly what I said. Return to your original form as soon as possible. Right now. We need as many powerful individuals as possible. You didn't have to tell me that. When I return to my original form, I'm worth 100 men. Okay, but it will take time. What? With a smile, Robetta dampened Sieg's enthusiasm with her words. If it takes time, that means he can be returned to his original form. However, Sieg, who thought he could return immediately, was taken aback. What do you mean? Because I have to slowly draw out the medicine inside your body, it takes time. You can return for a short while, but you'll turn back into a bear immediately. What's the point of that? Make me return completely. I can't do it right away. I didn't make the medicine with the intention of reversing it in the first place. You gave me something that's scary. Sieg shivered at Robetta's words. Well, it's a medicine that turns people into animals. It would be odd if its effect wore off quickly. So, how long is it going to take? I'm not sure. You'll have to drink a medicine that slowly draws out the other medicine, but the speed at which it comes out differs from person to person. So that means he'll have to stay here for a while? Yeah, that's how it'll be. Staying in Mizuho. Sieg hung his head in resignation, perhaps recalling the way Orihime treated him earlier. Well, he'll be a toy for a while, no doubt about that. But it's not all bad news. This works out perfectly. I'm taking Chloe to the Empire, so I needed an adventurer to take care of Mizuho. I'm leaving it to you. Hey, don't decide that on your own. It's necessary. I'll talk to the guild master. Welcome back to being an adventurer. Wait a minute. I don't know anything about Mizuho. As long as you have the skills, there's no problem. There aren't any significant monsters. That's the problem. There aren't any significant monsters, so there aren't any significant adventurers either. This is going to increase my burden. Use the other adventurers wisely. If they're not mature enough, raise them. Or clean up everything by yourself. That's what I'm doing. Don't put me in the same category as you, Sieg shouted, but this is a done deal. He has to stay here anyway. I'll let him take care of all the trouble. Now, shall we get him to drink the medicine right away? Yeah, that's what we'll do. Then, I'll leave him to you. Take care. Hey, seriously. You're seriously leaving me? I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can take my disciple with me. With a wave of my hand, I left the scene. Chapter 556. Passing on the message. When I returned to Orihime's palace, I explained briefly. The dragon tribe will open the Twilight Forest. From now on, there should be no instances of people getting lost and not returning. Oh, that's good news. So, where is Sieg? Orihime looked around restlessly for Sieg. It seems she's taken a liking to him, although it might be a pain for the one being liked. I left him in the Twilight Forest. Apparently, it takes time for him to return to human form. You left him. Then I can't play with him. Let's go retrieve him. He will return eventually. I'm leaving him in charge of the Mizuho Adventurers branch. You can do as you like. Really. I'm delighted. You're thoughtful, Silver. It's not a big deal. If I can be thanked by Oriheim just for leaving Sieg behind, it's a small price to pay. From a tactical standpoint, I need him to return to human form as soon as possible. Leaving him behind is definite. The rest will be up to the dragon tribe to handle properly. Master, what about me? Chloe earnestly raised her hand and asked a question. I nodded to Chloe. It's a reassignment. You'll head to the Imperial City branch. That was the original plan. But, is it okay for Master to arbitrarily decide that? And is Mizuho okay? I'll pass on the message. And Sieg is an S-class adventurer, even if he's turned into a bear. His experience remains the same. There shouldn't be a problem. With that, I gave Chloe instructions. So, hurry to the Imperial City. Isn't Master going to accompany me? I have places to go. Traveling by carriage is tough, you know? It hurts my butt. Can you arrange for a first-class carriage? If you're willing to pay for what you should pay for, I don't mind. In that case, please take care of it. I handed a bag of gold coins to Oriheim and looked at Chloe. Upon doing so, Chloe had a sullen look on her face. With this, you should be able to have a comfortable journey. That's not what I meant. And to use so much money. It was necessary to spend, so I did. Now hurry to the Imperial City. I can't leave the city unattended without you. Where is Master going? I'm going to pass on the message upstairs. With that, I teleported away. Section. Do you have time, Clyde? What? I had teleported into the office of the Adventurer Guild headquarters, Babel. Clyde was drinking tea and was caught off guard by my sudden entrance, causing him to spill his tea. It's an emergency. Oh yes, it is. My best outfit is drenched. That's irrelevant. How can you say it's irrelevant? Whose fault do you think it is? It's your own fault for becoming dull after becoming the guild master. This is the first time I've seen Clyde clumsily spill tea like this. He's likely become dull due to his guildmaster duties. It's quite pathetic for a former S-rank adventurer. I wish you'd question your own rudeness for teleporting into someone else's room. As he said this, Clyde took off his tea-stained jacket and guided me to the sofa. Now, what's this emergency? Currently, we're in the middle of one of the largest emergencies in history, you know? Is it because the war between the kingdom and the empire might provoke the demons? Right. The Adventurer Guild's forces are basically distributed evenly across the continent, but right now, a lot are stationed on the kingdom's side. We're preparing for a worst-case scenario. Even without that, it's a total war between the empire and the kingdom. We don't know what could happen. That's wise. But the problem is much deeper. I've just heard from the Dragon Tribe about the events from 500 years ago. Wait. 500 years ago? From the Dragon Tribe? What do you mean? The demi-human race that disappeared 500 years ago? They had been hiding in Mizuho. I heard the story from their elder. It's a story from that time. Thanks to it, a lot of problems have emerged. What do you mean, thanks to it? I wish you wouldn't bring any more problems. Clyde mutters with a weary look. Then, he sighs deeply, slowly lifts his face, and, tell me about this problem. He must have made up his mind. A resolution not to be surprised by whatever comes. But, surely, that resolution will be shattered. The content is that shocking. Then listen carefully. I'll tell you what happened 500 years ago, and what kind of impact it has left until today. After my disclaimer, I began to recount to Clyde the story I had heard from the elder. Chapter 557. The Scent of Covert Maneuvering. That's how it is. I told Clyde the story I heard from the elder. I simply relayed what I heard, but the shock for Clyde was tremendous. Even without directly seeing the scene, he was clutching his head. So, in other words, if you don't solve the demon problem before you die from the poison, humanity is doomed. More accurately, the Imsberg family will be gone. That's practically the same thing. Moreover, we would also lose Silver. We could potentially lose other SS-ranked adventurers as well. It's unlikely that the situation will improve. I nod at Clyde's words. There's no doubt that the more time passes, the more disadvantaged we are. However, judging from your reaction, you're hearing this for the first time. Hasn't the guild heard anything? Haven't you heard anything from Linares? I haven't heard anything. Not even from Linares. There's a possibility that she's keeping quiet. But most likely, Linares herself doesn't know. Can that be possible? Linares' grandfather, Anaclet, entrusted everything to his son before he died of old age. But that son, Linares' father, died before he could entrust everything to Linares. He was attacked by an unidentified assassin. Linares was raised by her mother, who wasn't of Anaclet's bloodline. There must have been a limit to what she knew. Linares comes from a unique lineage. She was attacked by an assassin. I felt a sense of unease about this, but nodded and moved the conversation along. If that's the case, it can't be helped. The fact that things won't improve from here means, on the flip side, that our forces are currently at their strongest. If we're going to end it all, there's no better time than now. Indeed, we're at our full strength. But, will the demon that has waited 500 years show up? I don't know if Wepa will show up. However, the other demons are beginning to move. Demons are arrogant. If the other demons push humanity to the brink, they will likely show themselves. I can't imagine them forgetting the humiliation of fleeing by the skin of their teeth. That might be true, but if that happens, we'll have to be pushed to the brink, right? The kingdom and the empire are in conflict, and humanity is in chaos and weakened. The demons in the demon realm aside, I can't imagine the demons already infiltrated into the continent will miss this opportunity. That's true. Since the virus couldn't wait to kill the hero, it's already come to the continent. Wepa's authority is rightfully nearing the hero's bloodline. However, that has taken a long 500 years. The elder called the demons arrogant. Therefore, they likely wouldn't approve of a drawn-out battle with mere humans. Fortunately, compared to 500 years ago, humanity's forces have declined. They don't have to wait for the virus to reach the hero. That's probably why they thought they could make their move onto the continent. It's not a decisive weakening. But, the demons might see it as an opportunity. So, they might make their move during the war between the Empire and the Kingdom. 9 out of 10 times, if they're aligned with the Kingdom. The course of action remains the same. Deploy forces. If it comes down to it, we might have to send forces from all over the continent to the Kingdom. A decisive battle in the Kingdom. I'd rather not think about it. If the forces from all over the continent are gathered, the terrain itself will change. The Kingdom is one of the 3 strongest nations on the continent. If the decisive battle takes place there, the damage would be unimaginable. People will die, buildings will be destroyed, and logistics will be affected. Moreover, the existence of the Kingdom itself will be at stake. The continent will probably fall into a chaos similar to 500 years ago. If only they would choose the place for us. We can't expect much from the enemy. The guild is already doing everything it can to prepare for the chaos. We've played all the cards we can play at this point. That's enough. If the demons act when they see the weakening of the Empire and the Kingdom, we'll annihilate them. That's all we can do right now. What if Wepa doesn't show up? We'll think about that when it happens. But there's something I can't stop wondering about. The demons are basically a force to be reckoned with. There was one exception, who was said to have been purged by the Demon King. However, looking at the movement of the demons over the last 500 years, I can't help but see traces of that one. The Demon King's chief strategist, Dantalian? It's strange that the demons waited 500 years, and it's strange that nothing about the virus was passed down to later generations. Even if only a handful knew, it seems like there should be some traces, but there was nothing. What are you trying to say? I feel like the demons are operating under Dantalian's command. If you think about it, there were organizations that operated covertly. Organizations that were searching for magical literature, for example. The Grimoire Magic Society. If they wanted to pass it down to later generations, they would use oral transmission or valuable magical artifacts. Assassinations can stop oral transmission, and magical artifacts can be recovered if they are sought. Even if they are valuable magical artifacts passed down from generation to generation, humans will sell them if they are in a bind. An organization seeking the mysteries of magic. They were collecting magical artifacts and magic books. Their faces appear here and there. If Linares's father was assassinated as part of that, it would make sense. If they are an organization connected to demons, they would want to get rid of Linares's family as soon as possible. Isn't that a big leap? It's all speculation. It's a possible story. Everything is conveniently manipulated from behind. I sense the smell of my own kind in this situation. I wish you wouldn't say such convincing things. As I nodded at Clyde's words, I stood up. I've said what I needed to say. The rest should be left to Clyde. Please pass on this information from you to those around you. Especially to the Emperor. I absolutely want him to know. Don't you have the option to tell him yourself? You are his son, right? The demons know the terror of the hero and the terror of the Adler family. If I was just an extraordinary magician, they wouldn't be afraid, but since I am of the Adler's lineage, it's a different story. I can't afford to be lax, and I have no intention of increasing the number of people who know my secrets. Even if one of them is my father. You have a difficult personality, don't you? So, you're going to reveal your true identity when all the demons are gone? That's a foolish question. If all the demons are gone, an SS-ranked adventurer possessing the Adler's bloodline would be the most dangerous existence remaining. At that time, I'll quietly disappear. With that, I used a teleportation spell to leave the place. Chapter 558. I've been found out. I teleport multiple times and end up near the Adventurers Guild branch in the duchy. I cast a barrier to hide my presence from the surroundings. I can't let it be known that Silver is here. Then, I head to where Henrik, disguised as me, is. However, I immediately stopped. I feel like I've forgotten something. Well, I've told them the important stuff, so it should be fine. Compared to the main issue, everything else is trivial. Everything from now on should be fine if I leave it to Clyde. He understands the field as a former S-class, and is a competent man who's been pushing for reforms since he became the guild master. He can listen to what others have to say, and if there's any problem, I can just go and advise him. Thinking that, I start walking again. What's next? Should I consider surviving the war between the Empire and the Kingdom? As long as there's a possibility that the Kingdom and the demons are connected, the demons won't come out unless the Empire is dominant. If the Kingdom, their cover, is in a dominant position, there's no need for them to come out in the first place. By manipulating the Kingdom, they can invade the Empire. That's why the Empire's forces need to be rallied. If it's confirmed that the demons and the Kingdom have definitely joined hands, we can gather the military power of the entire continent, but if not, this is a conflict between nations. The Adventurers Guild cannot intervene. The Empire's role is to drag the demons onto the main stage. Once that happens, I can also participate as an SS-ranked adventurer. Should I think about it later? The weakening of mankind. That's probably what the demons desire. They moved seeking that. Their various covert operations indicate this. But at the same time, another covert operation flickers in my mind. The beginning of it all. The death of my eldest brother, the Crown Prince. It all seems to be moving as the demons wish, but it also seems to be leading to a counterattack by mankind. This is purely my speculation. That's why I didn't tell Clyde. Telling him wouldn't change anything. Even if my eldest brother had orchestrated everything, the situation is already in motion. We, who are pieces on the board, can only move desperately. However, still, I can't imagine that my elder brother would leave everything to chance. Chaos is inevitable. It's more likely that things won't go as planned. So, there must be someone prepared to adjust. That role is the hardest. They need to weaken humanity to the extent that the demons think it's a good opportunity, but they also need to keep the military power intact. My eldest brother is just a trigger after all. There's another executor. Who is it? Only one person comes to mind. But that would be troublesome. Even if I asked directly, they probably wouldn't answer. That's the kind of person they are. A troublesome family, indeed. Seriously. Even though it's my own bloodline, such thoughts emerge. It's merely my imagination. However, it's troublesome because they do have the ability to pull it off. How wonderful it would be if it was all my imagination, and there were no covert operations on the human side, and the demons were doing as they pleased. It would be simple then. But if my imagination is correct, my eldest brother must have had a clear vision. And if he's doing something this large, he must have thought that it's the only way. I wonder what kind of future my eldest brother envisioned. My eldest brother was someone who could find a way to win, no matter how difficult the board was. Surely, if things went according to plan, he would have found his way to win. Are we getting closer to that victory now? The more I think, the less end there is. But it's also difficult not to think. There must be some reason for it. If only there was a problem right in front of me, I could stop thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I don't particularly want a problem. Sebas was waiting in front of the mansion I use as a base. I adjust the barrier so that Sebas can see me. How did you know I would come back? If you hadn't come back, I would have been in a bind. What happened? We've been discovered. To the calmly reporting Sebas, I grimace. Indeed, it would be a problem if I didn't come back. Who found out? The Imperial Highness. My uncle. Neither surprising nor unexpected. Henrik is proficient in using Grandpa's magic tools. If he combines multiple ones, he should be able to impersonate Arnold without being noticed by most people. If it was discovered, it would be by someone close or someone with superior insight. He fits both. Not surprising at all. That doesn't mean it's not a problem, though. The fact that my uncle has returned means that he has brought a response from my father. Saying I used a body double in this situation would be extremely disrespectful. My uncle might not care about the disrespect, but he would question the reason. I can't exactly say that I was out on business as an SS-ranked adventurer. Guess I'll have to bluff it out. Chapter 559. The Truth in the Lie. Moving inside the mansion, I open the door to my office. Inside, there's Henrik impersonating me. Finn was at his side as well as my stern-faced uncle. I knew I couldn't fool you, uncle. It seems you're the real deal this time. Do you understand the meaning of using a body double against the Emperor's messenger? Of course. I prepared the body double with the intention of deceiving you, uncle. What do you mean? I can't tell him the truth. If I do, it will reach my father's ears. My uncle likes me. I understand that. But in the end, he is my father's ally. He always has my father in mind. So if he learns the truth, he'll probably inform my father about my secret. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. However, I can't disclose my secrets to someone in such a position. So, I have no choice but to say that I intentionally prepared the body double. Before we continue, I'd like to hear your thoughts. How is he? This body double? There was a slight strangeness in the voice. Also, the use of words. I see. There's room for improvement. You may leave. I shrug my shoulders and signal for Henrik, who's impersonating me as Arnold, to leave. If he stays here and is found out to be Henrik, it would be another problem. Henrik seems to understand and bows before leaving. I thought it was a very accurate impersonation, but if it can't fool you, uncle, it's still not enough. Certainly, if it wasn't me, one might not notice. But I am family. Unless something drastic happens, I would notice. You're not someone who wouldn't realize that. I have to deceive such people. If I don't, my life would be at stake. A solution for when someone turned an assassination hand against you. My uncle is as sharp as always. His mind works fast. When telling a lie, it's a golden rule to mix in some truth. My eldest brother, the Crown Prince, was assassinated. By a method that left no evidence. I can't compete if the same method is used on me. So, I'll make them recognize that I'm the bigger threat. It's not a trick that can be used many times. Once I evade it, the hand of assassination will stay away. Even if my eldest brother chose death, he wouldn't die so easily. In a small skirmish with the domain countries, it's impossible that a stray arrow would reach my eldest brother. Even if he intended to get hit, There were many guards around my eldest brother. There's no testimony of any suspicious movements from my eldest brother. The guards protecting the Imperial Crown Prince didn't notice a single stray arrow flying towards my eldest brother. Perhaps my eldest brother anticipated such a situation. He jumped in because he had anticipated it. Because his death was necessary. But if so, it means there was a way to assassinate the Crown Prince. I need to be wary of that. As soon as I heard about the method of directing the threat of assassination towards me, I was thinking about preparing my body double. However, the problem is that unless the body double is so accurate that even family members won't notice, it won't fool the enemy. If the enemy is easily fooled, they wouldn't be able to assassinate the Crown Prince. So, it was a test for that. But, it failed. Unfortunately. But there's still time. I'll refine it carefully. That's fine. But you have something else you should do before that. Something I should do? My uncle handed me a single letter. When I opened it, I could see my father's handwriting. Come by yourself, her. The message is brief. Come by yourself. That's all. In other words, he won't accept requests through my uncle. My brother is worried about you. After all, you suddenly demanded the position of marshal. Of course, he's not worried about you breaking away from Leo. He's worried that you're going to sacrifice yourself. Isn't it a bit late for that? Leo is currently the most likely candidate for the Crown Prince. If Leo gets assassinated after my eldest brother, the empire could collapse. That's why I'm taking action. Worrying about my life is secondary. He should understand. But he probably wants to hear your thoughts directly. You've prepared a body double, and you're surrounded by elite guards. If you explain that properly, there shouldn't be a problem. He wants me to return to the Imperial City, even though we don't know when the war will start. I'll take care of the principality. Before the expedition, Leo will also go to greet my brother. You should return to the Imperial City too. My uncle declared in a tone that wouldn't accept any refusal. While I was pondering what to do, Finn spoke. You should meet him. I see. Then, uncle, I leave this place to you. Leave it to me. I appreciate your persuasion. My uncle thanked Finn and then left the room. He must have gone to see the Duke. Probably to inform him that he will be my substitute for a while. Do I have to return to the Imperial City? Do you dislike the idea? Not at all. Actually, I have some business in the Imperial City. But, after some thought, I let out a sigh. Then, I don't want to see my father's worried face. Isn't it a son's duty to ease his father's worries? If I were a parent, I would want my child to come and see me. You're completely. Whenever Finn explains the reason to me, I can't argue back. Resigning myself, I turned on my heels. We're heading to the Imperial City. Let's go, Finn, Sebers. And so, I set out on my return journey to the Imperial City. Chapter 560. The Emperor's Proud Children. Amelia, the second wife of the Empire. She was the Emperor's beloved, the most favored among his consorts. Outstanding in magic, she was the ideal wife, always supporting the Emperor by his side. That's what they used to say. However, there was a time when Amelia lost her physical and mental balance. It was when she was pregnant with the third Imperial Princess, Krista. Suddenly, she would start screaming, or suddenly start writing something. The harem was in a panic because of Amelia's unusual behavior, who was normally intelligent. Handmaidens were replaced, doctors were frantically brought in. The diagnosis was always the same. She was seeing hallucinations due to anxiety from her pregnancy. Since both mother and child were stable, it was best to wait and see. Because of the pregnancy. When they say that, there's nothing more to say. However, Amelia's odd behavior continued, and she even started refusing to see Emperor Johannes. Exasperated, Johannes called back his two princes, who were inspecting the front lines, as his last hope. Sorry for calling you back all of a sudden. If the health of our stepmother is not good, it's our duty as sons to return. Especially since we are the eldest and the second sons. Leave it to us, father. I'm counting on you, Wilhelm, Eric. Wilhelm, the first prince, and Eric, the second prince, had started to replace Emperor Johannes on the front lines more often. The emperor's pride and joy, his sons. The two young princes in their late teens, known as such, were the emperor's pillar of support. When in trouble, rely on the two of them. But don't promise too easily, Wilhelm. Do you think Amelia will meet us if she won't even see our father? We won't know unless we try. I hear pregnancy can be tough. Let's relieve Amelia of her worries. I think it's best to leave her alone at times like this. I won't take responsibility if you do something unnecessary and complicate things. If she tells us to leave her alone, we'll do that. But what if she has worries that she can't even talk to our father about? That's when it's our turn, Wilhelm announced cheerfully. Following him, Eric let out a sigh. Always looking on the bright side of things is a rare virtue, but it can be a pain for those who have to go along with it. What's troublesome is not that he's slow-witted. He can consider the feelings of others and predict the troubles that might follow, yet he still remains cheerful. If we solve this, we'll earn our father's jealousy, won't we? Our father is not that narrow-minded. It's different when it comes to Amelia. It's not uncommon for a son to fall from grace due to his father's jealousy. Be careful not to stick your neck out too far. If that happens, you'll step in, right, Eric? Don't keep pushing troublesome things onto me. With such a conversation, Wilhelm and Eric headed towards Amelia's room. Amelia had already been informed that the two of them would be coming to greet her on their return. And then, there are no guards. What's going on? There was no one outside the room. Furthermore, they couldn't even feel any presence from inside the room. Feeling suspicious, Wilhelm knocked on the door. Please come in. A frail voice returned from inside the room. It was Amelia's voice. Feeling relieved by that, Wilhelm opened the door after saying excuse me. Then, Amelia was smiling on the bed. I'm glad. You both came. Wilhelm, Eric. We're back, Amelia. We heard your condition wasn't good, but why is there no one in the room? Eric suddenly confronted Amelia with questions, and Wilhelm elbowed him in the side. But Eric didn't mind. Amelia answered Eric's question with a smile. I asked everyone to leave. When I heard you two were coming. There's no one around now. Why would you send everyone away? What if something happens to your health? That's why. I'll get it over with quickly. I have something to talk about, but only with you two. If you have any concerns, we're here to listen. Please, tell us everything. Encouraged by Wilhelm, Amelia pulled out a book. It was a book she had written herself. I've written down all the nightmares I've been having. The doctors say it's hallucinations due to pregnancy, but I don't think so. What do you mean? Amelia stroked her swollen belly. Inside, the child of the emperor was growing. Amelia's treasure. And the treasure of the empire. That's why she couldn't talk to the emperor. Because there was a possibility of it being rejected as a calamity for the country. It's the magic that came into effect due to my pregnancy. I see various futures. And in all of them, the empire is devastated and in a miserable state. Foresight magic. I've only read about it in literature. I can't believe it either. But I can see it. I can't dismiss it as a hallucination. The empire is in ruins. And Wilhelm, you're nowhere to be found. Anne, your grown-up younger brothers are fighting. Recently, I've even seen futures where I harm the emperor. It was unbelievable. With those feelings, Wilhelm and Eric looked at each other. But they couldn't voice it out. Amelia did not seem to be hallucinating or going crazy. She seemed to be simply confused yet accepting of the current situation. At least, that's how they perceived her. I don't know how long this will last. But in many futures, the empire is divided. Leonardo leads one, and Arnold leads the other. You can dismiss it as nonsense. But I want you two to keep this book. And protect the family. If I can entrust this to you, I can withstand the nightmares from now on. With those words, Amelia beckoned Wilhelm and Eric, handing over her book. Then she fell asleep as if relieved. The two, who couldn't keep up with the situation, were merely worried about Amelia who had fallen asleep. What remained was the book in which Amelia had recorded her nightmares. The two of them brought back Amelia's handmaidens who had been sent away, and for the time being, glanced through the outrageous book. Arc 50. The Provisional Marshal. Chapter 561. Eric's Private Residence. I had returned to the imperial capital, Vert. Of course, I was going to meet with my father. Will the Emperor accept Ul's request? In the carriage, Finn mutters. In response, I replied in a matter-of-factly way. I'm sure my uncle must have explained the benefits of granting me the position of Grand Marshal. My father is not the kind to fail to understand such reasoning. Therefore, it now becomes a matter of emotions. And I cannot predict where that will lead us. The Emperor must be worried. It's a blessing that he is. That he would worry about a wastrel son like me. But I am the only one who can be a bullet shield for Leo. After all, I have both the capabilities and the position. If there was a moment for me to step into the spotlight, it would be to draw attention to myself. To divert attention away from Leo. The fight for the imperial throne is also nearing its end. Even though the long conspiracy of the devil has been revealed, what I need to do remains unchanged. I have to make Leo the emperor. For that, I need the position of the Grand Marshal. Now is the best time to take the center stage, and if I miss this chance, there will be no opportunity to do so. By rising to prominence now, the attention of many will be focused on me. Everyone will realize that I was behind Leo's rise to power. Those who had a faint idea would become more wary of me. Once the war in the kingdom is over, Leo's position would become unshakable. To overturn that, and to prevent the stabilization of the empire, the means available are limited. The prime example is assassination. However, if I step into the limelight now, there will be two targets. Leonardo, who won the fight for the throne with unstoppable momentum, or Arnold, who manipulated everything from behind the scenes. It's hard to assassinate both at the same time. At the very least, they would have to get rid of one of them. At such a time, I would be the easier target, and the one they would want to aim for. After all, someone who has been behind the scenes all this while would appear more threatening than an actor on stage. After all, a behind-the-scenes worker can make an actor shine. Even if an actor is disposed of, another actor could potentially appear. It's even more so if that behind-the-scenes worker can become an actor. For that reason, I need a rank. A clear rank that can make the current Leo subordinate. That's the Grand Marshal. Indeed, this might be something only Ul can do. And Ul has the power. I know that. But, even though I know, I'm still worried. It's hard to see Ul constantly transferring. I'm sure the Emperor is even more worried than I am. Please reassure him. Reassure him? I'm about to jump into a fire. And you want me to reassure him? If you just say that you will definitely come back, I'm sure that will be enough to reassure him. Unfortunately, I don't make promises I can't keep. Any assassination that comes flying at me will be aimed at a royal family member. There's no guarantee that I can survive. Even a comforting word would be enough. If you show your intention to live, that you're not going to die, that would be enough. Is that all it takes? That's all it takes. Listening to Finn's words, I let out a quiet sigh. Would there be so much value in words of comfort? I ask myself an answer. No, there wouldn't be. However, despite such a self-answer, Finn's opinion has value. Honestly, whether I live or die, I probably won't return to the Empire. By stepping into the spotlight, I am becoming Leo's biggest enemy. There's no need to split precious votes. I don't intend to be assassinated easily, but I also have no intention of staying in the spotlight. I can't be alive. No matter what the result is, Prince Arnold of the Empire has to die. Because I think so, I don't want to see my father. Because I don't have the confidence to tell my father, who will be worried, that I will definitely return alive. Feeling pathetic, I grimace and instruct the carriage to change course. There's a place I need to stop by. Before heading to the castle, I made a detour to the private residence in the imperial capital that Eric owned. It used to be a place where Eric's wife, my sister-in-law Leia, was recuperating, but now that she's left the capital, it's rarely used. I went out of my way to stop there because I knew through magic that Eric was there. What do you need? Well, I thought I'd drop in to say hello before I return. Eric's private residence is surrounded by flowers. He was tending to those flowers. Without even looking at me who entered the residence, he silently continued to take care of the flowers. It must be in preparation for his wife's possible return at any moment. You're not supposed to be dropping in. Well, whatever. Good to have you back. Now go see your father. I will, once I've finished my errands. With that said, I forcefully handed a small bottle I had to Eric. It was one of the 3 potions I received from the Elder. A disease that even a renowned doctor couldn't cure. In addition to my mother, there was someone else nearby with suspicious symptoms. That person was Leia, Eric's wife. What's this? It's a rare medicine said to be effective against incurable diseases. I thought I'd bring it for Sister Leia. After saying just that, I bowed and turned my back. But we don't need it. Leia and I don't. With those words, Eric returns the medicine to me. I was surprised as I hadn't expected him to return it. The Eric I know loves his wife. He's the type of man who would accept medicine from his enemies for the sake of Sister Leia. Why don't you just give it a try? It might cure her. That time has passed. Don't do anything unnecessary. Unnecessary? She might be your wife, but to me, she's my sister-in-law. Is it unnecessary for me to want her to get better? You're soft when it comes to family matters. Do you still see me as your brother? Give it up, Arnold. I'll never back down. I'm going to claim the throne that Wilhelm was supposed to sit on. I won't give it to anyone. There's no place for the family image you idealize in this empire. There was strength in Eric's words. Words filled with determination. He'll claim the throne. I hadn't expected to hear such words from Eric, who hadn't been proactive so far. His stance was supposed to be that the throne was rightfully his. I acknowledge you and Leonardo. That's why you should leave your softness behind and come at me. Only by defeating the one who survives can I surpass Wilhelm. Unfortunately. And a correction. What is it? What I'm seeking is a normal family. A family where each member cares for each other. Just a very ordinary family. That's what I'm seeking. That's not what you should be asking for from Adler. We've always been washing blood with blood. That's not going to change. Eric's argument is probably correct. The Adlers are royalty. That alone makes them extraordinary. Despite that, asking for normalcy is a luxury. Still, I have these feelings that want it nonetheless. You and I probably can't change. But Leo is different. Leo will change the future of Adler. Leo is different from you and me. You're entrusting him with your dreams. Stop it. If you entrust your dreams to someone, they'll shatter along with that person. Is that from your own experience? Yes. Then rest assured. Leo, I will protect him. Anyone can say that in words. It was the same in the past. Everyone said that. But no one was able to protect their dreams. You can say whatever you want. I am different from you. With that, I turned my back on Eric. I have no more business here. If Eric says he doesn't need it, I should probably give up on giving the medicine to Sister Leia. I thought this medicine might be a catalyst for something. No, that's not it. I wanted to think that. But reality is cruel. It seems that the family I desire isn't there yet. That's why I need to create it. With renewed determination, I gave the command. Head to the castle. I'm going to see my father. Chapter 562. The Impossible Promise. Well done on returning, Arnold. I didn't want to return, though. A long-awaited reunion. Also, the return of a prince who was involved in a dispute in the duchy. It wouldn't be odd if it were a touching reunion, but both I and my father remained as usual. We are both busy. Let's get to the point. I heard the details about your demand from Dietrich. I've thoroughly explained the merits of it and have been persuaded many times. However, I am still hesitating about granting you the marshal's cloak. Are you worried about me? If I were my usual self, I would explain the benefits and try to persuade my father. That's the same approach as my uncle. However, my uncle couldn't convince my father. If I, the person involved, explain the merits, it might be effective, but my father wouldn't be genuinely convinced with that alone. I need to appeal to his emotions. I understand that it's natural for a parent to worry about their child. After all, I'm acting as a decoy. Originally, it was a scheme by a handful of people, including my father. It seems foolish to hesitate now. Making me more prominent and keeping the assassins away from Leo is a given. The Empire needs Leo more than me. However, my father should understand that much. But the fact that he can't decide is because he's human, and because he has tasted the pain of loss many times. I'm surprised. I thought you would explain the benefits for the Empire. I thought so too. But you seem to understand the benefits well enough. You have good intuition. I fully understand the benefits. Leonard is important. If I were to entrust the future of the Empire, it would be to Leonard. I intend to appoint him as the Crown Prince if he can achieve a result that everyone will agree with. However, that's Leonard now. The Leonard that you support. My father understands well. Leo didn't come here on his own. He was supported by many people. But the one who supported him the most is me. If I were to be lost, would Leo function as a Crown Prince? If he wouldn't function, exposing me to danger would be equivalent to exposing Leo to danger. Father's concern, having experienced the mental burden of losing loved ones multiple times, is understandable. And only benefits can't alleviate that concern. I understand your worries. If I were to die, Leo would likely become unstable. It wouldn't be as usual. But I'm not the only one supporting Leo. The Leo participating in the succession dispute might be one thing, but now it's different. There are trustworthy people by Leo's side. Especially Letitia, she will support Leo dedicatedly. With her, Leo won't break. I am certain. Letitia is a strong woman, and she takes good care of Leo. They are two people who have overcome difficulties once. Even if they face difficulties again, they will overcome them together. We used to be together all the time. We relied on each other, entrusted our backs, and leaned on each other. But now, Letitia is by Leo's side. He has someone to lean on other than me. Indeed, Leonard has Letitia. She may support Leonard even if you were to be gone. But there's no doubt he would be unsettled. What I want to know is not just about Leonard's camp. Can it be maintained even without you? You've always been looking out for Leonard. Leonard is not as flexible as you. That's why someone needed to stand in between. That was you. An organization can easily collapse when it loses an important figure. You must know that, right? I understand it well. I was shown the disarray of the Empire starkly after my eldest brother's death. It's quite possible for Leo's camp to collapse following my death. If that happens, Leo won't become the Crown Prince. Eric, who clearly has a larger force than Leo, is there. I can't say there will be no disturbance. However, Leo has enough charisma to calm it down. I've indeed been moving for Leo. I have been secretly operating in places that even you don't know, Father. But the banner has always been Leo. The people who gathered under Leo now will follow Leo, even if I'm not there. What's the basis for your certainty? Those who admire me will also admire Leo, because they know I cherish Leo. Even if I were to die, the center of the faction would not waver. Rather, they would probably unite further for vengeance. Upon hearing my words, Father lowers his eyes, looking a bit sorrowful. I understand. Father doesn't want to hear this. This is just confirmation work. He understands everything, yet Father is still hesitant. The emotion as a father is disturbing the correct judgment as an emperor. It's not a bad thing to not want to lose any more children. It's a feeling that would be allowed if he were not an emperor. However, Father is the emperor. He is in a position where he has to put the empire before his children. Father is lacking ambition now. That made me determined. The father I once saw wasn't like this. The emperor I once admired, seated on the throne, was a majestic king. I can always recall the memory of my childhood. The image of the emperor, who stood up against the messenger of the empire, remains vivid in me. I am the one causing trouble for that emperor, myself. Therefore, actually, I don't want to say this, I muttered softly, looking straight at father's face. The great benefactor who watched over useless me with my mother. I still haven't fully repaid this favor. I don't want to tell such a person a lie. Yet, I have to say it. Nothing will progress if I don't utter these words. I am the type who doesn't make promises I can't keep. Once a promise is broken, it feels like my words become terribly superficial. So, I try to keep serious promises as much as possible. Therefore, I don't want to make any promises to you, father. But, I have to make a promise or you will surely remain hesitant. I take a deep breath. The words hidden in my chest are hard to voice out. I'm reluctant. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Even so, I push myself. Arnold, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to force yourself. No. This is necessary to show my resolve. I will don the mantle of the marshal and attract the enemy's attention for Leo's sake. I plan to make it known both domestically and abroad that I will be the most endangered from now on. I'm sure I will be targeted, but I promise you, father, not as the emperor of the empire, but as my parent, that I will surely return. I will not die. When you are tired of living and peacefully asleep in your bed, I will surely be by your side. So, please trust me. Now, I need the position of marshal to overcome hardship. Even though I'm such a shabby prince. Can't you trust me? Father must understand how difficult that is. That's why he's opposing it. Even so, it's necessary. I'm not going to die. By promising to return alive, it gets across. Even if it's just a placebo. People need a placebo sometimes. I'll be honest. I don't want to see you working hard. It would be better if you just lounged around in the castle. You've been laughed at by those around you. You don't need to be confined to the responsibilities of the imperial family. I'm not striving for the sake of the empire. It's just, I'm striving for my family. Don't worry. When this is over, I'll lead a carefree life. When I laughed, father bit his lip. Then he lowered his head, and after a while raised his face. It was the face of an emperor filled with ambition. I understand. Your resolve. If you, my son, say that much, I must also be resolved. The promise to return. I won't forgive you if you break it, okay? Yes, please leave it to me. I never thought the day would come when I'd hear such things from you. Under the authority of the emperor, I hereby appoint the 7th Prince, Arnold Lakes Adler, as the interim marshal. Franz and I will deal with the details. Take this blue mantle, Anne. This marshal's staff. Saying so, father throws me the staff that was placed next to the throne. Receiving it, it was lighter than I thought. However, the meaning embodied in this staff is heavy. After all, only a marshal in the empire can hold this. Thank you. This is only a temporary marshal. To maintain balance, Eric will likely be given an appropriate position. You don't have to state the difference. You understand that, right? I understand. Please rest assured. I will certainly keep my promise. Saying that, I bowed and left the throne room. I didn't look back. My determination is already done. All that's left is to do it. Chapter 563. There's no time. After leaving the throne room, I was heading for the inner palace. To meet with my mother. However, Ansama, Finn, what happened? Lady Mitsuba's condition has. Upon hearing Finn's news on the straight path leading to the inner palace, I began to run. The distance wasn't enough to justify teleportation. Using magic to enhance my physical abilities, I quickly ran down the straight path towards my mother's room. When I opened the door, the maids were frantically running around the bed. Lady Mitsuba, the palace doctor will be here soon. Please hang on. Quickly bring some water. Check what she ate quickly. Loud voices were flying around. On the bed, my mother was gasping for breath. Seeing that, I took a deep breath. And then, calm down. There's no need to call for the palace doctor. You all leave the room too. Prince Arnold. What do you mean? Just do as I say. With an imperative tone, I informed the maids. Seeing me behaving completely differently from usual, the maids held their breath and left the room as instructed. After confirming they had left, I immediately made my mother drink some medicine while she was lying on the bed. I didn't know if it would work. This medicine can only delay the symptoms. It's not a fundamental solution. If the poison has seriously begun to take her life, there's nothing I can do. Sweat burst out from all over my body. My mother's rough breathing didn't change. My anxiety grew as her condition remained the same. Not knowing what to do, I could only hold her hand. This alone didn't change. No matter how strong I became, I couldn't cure my mother. Every time my mother's health deteriorated, a severe feeling of powerlessness overwhelmed me. What value does a son who can only hold her hand have? My sense of self seemed to waver. At that time, someone gently took hold of my empty hand. "It's okay. Lady Mitsuba won't leave you yet, Ansama." Finn. She must have rushed over. She was sweaty, and her breathing was rough. Even so, Finn gave me a gentle smile. Seeing that smile, my mind gradually regained its composure. At the same time, my mother's breathing began to stabilize. The medicine had worked. Relieved, I slowly sat down in the nearby chair. There might not be as much time as I thought. Even so, doesn't that mean what we have to do doesn't change? The only way to victory is to continue to play what we believe is our best hand. It seems cruel, but in this situation, the only person who can help Ansama is Ansama himself. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Finn denied my thinking that someone should help me. That was correct. How nice it would be if someone could gallantly rush in to help during a pinch. I'm always the one in that position, so there's no harm in hoping that someone could help me. But I'm not helping everyone in the world. I'm only helping a portion of them. Most people are overcoming their difficulties on their own. They're still gritting their teeth and living despite that. Even if giving up would be easier, they're striving because they don't want to give up. I'm stronger and smarter than others. I have confidence in that. I also have a position. I'm blessed with the people around me. It would be arrogant for someone like me to sit and wait for someone else's help. Besides, I'd rather help someone who's struggling than someone who's sitting and waiting for help. I wish I could help more. It's okay. You're already helping me enough. I responded to Finn, getting up from the chair. There's no time to rush, nor to wait here for someone's help. Unless I do what needs to be done, I can't save anyone. If I don't exterminate the demon, I can't save my mother, and if I don't use the Kingdom War to demonstrate my existence, I can't save Leo. All I can do is pray my mother hangs on until it's all over, and keep running. Stopping would be a waste of time and a wasteful expenditure of my mother's life. Finn, please stay with my mother. I'm going to the capital to finish what I need to do. Understood. As the temporary marshal, I have a role to play in launching an invasion from the sea into the kingdom. I can't stay in the capital forever. I need to finish what's best done while I'm still in the capital. Section. The hidden room in the Imperial Sword Castle. That's where I found the old man living. It's a more grand conspiracy than I thought. Annoyingly petty for a demon. I had told the old man everything I had heard so far. This was his response. He was pretty high-handed for an emperor who had his body stolen by a demon. Humans are cornered. There are two ways. Either we go to the source and kill it, or we have it come to us and kill it. If we knew how to get to the demon world, we wouldn't be in this mess. Even ancient texts don't describe how to get there. If anything, the latter is more realistic. If we're cornered, it'll likely appear triumphant. How cornered are we talking? If the empire collapses, it'll likely come out. It's nearly a certain victory. I sighed at the old man's words. If the empire falls, it'll be a significant chaos. Well, to drag an opponent who's nearly guaranteed a victory in the demon world, we might have to go that far. However, it doesn't have to completely collapse. It's sufficient if half of the empire falls into the enemy's hands. Demons are always arrogant. That should be enough to draw them out. Half. The quickest way is to seat Leo on the throne, then rally the rebels under my banner. Of course, in alliance with the demon. In that case, they will support us. All we have to do is defeat Viper, who holds the power of the virus. If we can draw him out, we win. After that, Leo and the others may struggle, but as long as we can defeat Viper, our forces should be sufficient. We have a hero and SS-class adventurers. We can do it. But there's an obstructive power. It's Eric, who's vying for the title of Crown Prince with Leo. Currently, Eric controls about half the empire. If I don't deal with Eric, I can't use my plan. Do you think everything was set up? Old man. I don't know. I don't have enough information to make a judgment. But it's certain that preparations to draw the demon are complete. Among the three great powers of the continent, the Empire and the Kingdom are at odds. Whichever wins, humanity's weakening is inevitable. It must look like a good opportunity for the demon. Do you think it'll come? From the demon world? I don't know that either. But if they think they can do it, they will come. They must be at their limits, and they're not sure if they can kill the descendants of the hero with their powers. They must think they can kill us. There's no doubt that this is their strategy, but there's no 100% guarantee. So if they think they can eradicate humanity now, they might come. Yeah, that was informative. By the way, why didn't you tell me this silver mask is something incredible? I didn't know it was something incredible. On the contrary, didn't you feel uncomfortable wearing something that suppresses magic? I felt it a little, but I thought this was normal. How about you, old man? I never had to fight full force with that thing on. I had no way of noticing. You should realize just how abnormal you are. Are you saying I'm insensitive? When I first started learning magic, I didn't feel as constrained as I do when I wear the mask. But I quickly got used to it. I didn't think much of it because I thought it was just like that. Even though I felt the constraint, the power of my magic was stronger than when I first started learning. Who would think that they're being limited while they're growing? That's why people like you should wear masks. Remember that. If you don't feel discomfort with that mask, it means your power is comparable to the royal family of the ancient magical civilization. If you take off the mask and fight with all your might, you could shake the world. Think carefully before you take it off. Once the magic power that's been suppressed by the mask overflows, I don't know if it can be returned to normal. The old man warns me with a serious face. I understand what he's saying. The people of the ancient magical civilization disappeared because they had no choice. I could end up the same way. I understand that well. Even so, if I have to, I won't hesitate. I suppose. The old man doesn't say anything more, as if saying more would be pointless. He's still my master, after all. He knows me well. I left the room, thankful for his understanding. Chapter 564. Because we are brothers. The day after Mother collapsed, Leo arrived in the imperial capital from the western border for a farewell address before going off to battle. It's likely he was called back at this time partly out of consideration for me. Of course, there are probably various other reasons as well. Leo is a general leading an army of 150,000. A candidate for the throne who will undoubtedly secure the position of crown prince if he wins. A heroic prince who has already achieved many feats. His presence alone boosts morale among the people. Ni-san, how is our mother? Calm down. She's stable now, and Finn is with her. According to the doctor attached to the emperor's harem, it seems to be due to a heartache. Well, it's not surprising, considering that both of her sons are at the front lines. Upon hearing my explanation, Leo's face distorts in grief. Currently, Mother is resting in a room in the inner palace, under heavy security. The one who issued the order was Father. The security arrangements are far from normal. It's so alert that even the palace knights have been mobilized. For Father, he's probably reminded of the nightmare when his second wife was ill. Moreover, Mother is the biological mother of Leo and me. The Crown Prince candidate leading 150,000 main forces from the land, and the temporary commander-in-chief who will become the overall commander of the entire army once he enters the field, leading the invasion from the sea. She's the mother of these two. If she were to lose her life, it would affect morale. As our status rises, So does mother's status and importance. Is her life not in danger? That's what they say. But the cause of her heartache is almost certainly us. I'm afraid her anxiety won't be relieved. Then, we need to finish this as soon as possible. In the past, Leo might have muttered something like, "At least you, big brother, should stay." But now, Leo sees what needs to be done. We must win. This is not a situation where we can reserve anything. That's right. I'll be leading a united fleet from the Commonwealth. Once we join up, I'll be the overall commander coordinating the entire army from the rear. Of course, it's just a formality. A temporary marshal? It's impressive that father allowed it. It was hard. But to lead a fleet from another country, you need a position. And for you to fight with all your might, someone needs to take care of the chores in the rear. This time, I'm serious too. The overall commander of the kingdom's entire army, Prince Ansem, is a remarkable man. If you let your guard down, even you could lose. If you say so, it must be true. Letitia warned me, too. If he had been in good health, she wouldn't have needed to join the battle against the United Kingdom. That's the kind of opponent he is. I know you're worried about Mother, but we won't solve her heartache unless we end this war. Let's just focus on winning for now. If we win, we can return. That's true. In this situation, we can't hope for an early peace agreement. Both sides are raring to go. Ideally, we'd want to inflict a major blow in a single battle and then negotiate for peace, but I can't imagine the ambitious Crown Prince would accept that, nor do I think Ansem would allow such a defeat. We'll have to be patient. I guess so. Leo's face fell a little. He must want to minimize casualties. Part of it is because Leo is kind, but most of it is likely for Letitia's sake. Under Letitia, there are quite a few former kingdom members who admire her. For them, with Letitia at the forefront, they will be fighting against their own homeland. The fewer casualties, the better. Peace is the best outcome, but for that, the Empire needs to gain an advantage. Once we're at the front lines, our only task is to defeat the enemy in front of us. That's the quickest way to peace. We'll have to leave the strategy to the Chancellor. While persuading Leo, I heave a sigh. There are just too many things we need to do. We cannot leave the kingdom, which is likely linked to the demon, unattended. But without solid evidence, the Adventurers Guild can't act. That's why the Empire needs to expose them. If pushed into a corner, the demon will likely reveal itself. But they're not an easy opponent to corner. The kingdom is a major power. Their leader, Ansem, is a skilled tactician. Quality and quantity, they're a formidable enemy possessing both. Plus, they have a robust fortress that the Empire failed to conquer previously. If they barricade themselves in, it would be a real issue. The combined fleet is intended for this, but there's no guarantee it can succeed. If the war is prolonged, only the demon benefits. Of course, it would be a windfall if Weppel showed up, but if Weppel appeared and neither Leo nor I were in the Empire, it would be pointless. The war can't be drawn out, and I want to be in the Empire when it's weak. It's self-indulgent, but everything hinges on continually playing the best hand and whether that will work or not. For that, we first need victory. It all comes back to that. Did you ever imagine when we were kids that we would lead a massive army and invade an enemy country? Of course, I did. Just like Wilhelm and Eric. I thought we could do that, too. Really? I never did. I could imagine you going to the battlefield, but never thought I would go. Really? I could easily imagine it because I can trust my back to you. Your trust is terrifying to me. I trust you more than anyone. That's why I'm glad that you're going to the front line. It reassures me. Thank you, even though it's a hassle for you to leave the castle. Leo honestly expresses his gratitude. He would likely get angry if he knew the real reason I'm going to the front line. That's why I can't tell him the truth. We're brothers. One can't just sit back and relax in the castle. Not even me. That's what I like about you. Even though you usually hate responsibility, when it comes to family, you become responsible. Shut up. If you tease me, I might not send reinforcements. That's okay. Only Elna will be mad. By the time I send reinforcements, Everything might be over. Remember to keep a tight rein on things, okay? I'll try my best. Seriously. After our conversation, Leo finished greeting our father, and after making his appearance to the citizens, he then returned to the front lines. Chapter 565. Military Port Inspection. After Leo's departure, the order formally appointing me as the Provisional Field Marshal was sent to various locations. On the surface, it was said that I would lead both the Imperial Navy and the Principality Navy, but the real aim was to divert attention towards Arnold Lake's Adler. Of course, this true intention was not made public. For this reason, various objections were raised, both major and minor. It is a basic rule that there is one field marshal in the imperial capital and two on the national borders. They are the top of the imperial army and also the overseers of the battlefield. Many were opposed to the idea that I, not Leo with his overwhelming record of achievements, should take up this position, even temporarily. After all, Leo is not a field marshal. If we joined forces on the front line, Leo would be under my command. Many people did not understand why it was me, not Leo. It's an issue of the chain of command. Leo has not been given the rank of field marshal. Many were not satisfied with the fact that I, without any significant achievements like Leonardo, would be placed above him. However, an explanation was provided for this. It was necessary to perfectly control the navy of the principality. Even if it was just a formality, a rank was necessary for Arnold, who did not have the same achievements as Leonardo. After joining the kingdom, Arnold will become the supreme commander, but he will merely be a rear organizer. Leo will take command of the army. With this explanation, the Chancellor silenced the majority. Yet, those who were still unhappy were Eric's supporters. From their point of view, it was intolerable. I, who they considered to be no more than a hanger-on to Leo, had suddenly become a powerful figure in the military, on par with Eric and Leo. In response, Father granted Eric a position known as War Minister. This is a position only available during wartime, similar to a military advisor. It's a post that allows you to provide military advice and recommendations to the Emperor at the closest possible distance. Originally, the Field Marshal in the imperial capital would take on this role, but this time, Eric was specifically given this role and position. It was to maintain the balance. Thanks to this, Eric's supporters also quieted down. There was more than enough benefit for Eric. In this way, thanks to the work of Father and the Chancellor, I safely ascended to the position of temporary Field Marshal. A Field Marshal in name only. My first job was to inspect the Imperial Navy. Prince.L. Glad you could make it. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. At the Imperial Navy's home base, the Imperial port town of Walters, the first person to greet me was Minister of Technology, Cuba. The reason why Cuba was here was that he was involved in the development of a new type of ship following the flagship Alphonse. He was involved in the construction of ships related to the flagship Alphonse. I've been dying to introduce you to my masterpiece. I couldn't wait to come and meet you. Thank you, Minister Cuba. No, it's not that big of a deal. But, it doesn't suit you. That mantle. Looking at the blue mantle I was wearing for the Field Marshal, Cuba expressed his honest opinion. I didn't think I looked good in it either, so I agreed with his opinion. I don't think it suits me. I probably won't be able to pull it off. I see, a typical Prince.L opinion. Well, it's better than getting cocky all of a sudden because you're a Field Marshal. Come on, this way. With that, Cuba tried to take me straight to the port. But I stopped him. Sorry, could you stay behind me? Oh, is something wrong? I am a Field Marshal, after all. With that, I walked in front of Cuba. Despite Cuba's curious look, I entered the port. I knew what was going to happen. It's a tradition, and a messenger had come before Cuba arrived. This is also a ceremony. It's meant to boost morale. As I entered the port, a line of soldiers made a path. At the very end of it, there stood Minister of Marine, Geisberger. And then, Imperial Navy officers and soldiers. Salute to Field Marshal Arnold. At the command, all the soldiers standing in the harbor simultaneously saluted me. It was a straight path to Geisberger. I proceeded while returning their salute. Thank you for the welcome, Minister of Marine. When welcoming a newly appointed Field Marshal, it is customary to involve all the officers and soldiers. But of course, that's not the only reason for such a grand welcome. You're the first Field Marshal to lead our Imperial Navy. In the Empire, the Navy has been somewhat sidelined. But now, it is the era of the Navy. We all hope you will become a symbol of this. Don't get your hopes up too much. I'm just a temporary Field Marshal after all. Of course, I'll do what needs to be done. The Navy only felt marginalized because it lacked opportunities to shine. If it demonstrates its presence in this war, the importance of the Navy will increase. You don't need to rely on me. You should depend on the abilities you've polished. Indeed. I feel embarrassed. We will earn our own place. Please forget what I said. No problem. Minister Cuba, the welcome is over. I want to hear about the new ship. Show me around. Certainly. Cuba, who seemed bored while the welcoming ceremony was taking place, visibly brightened when I called him. Watching this, the Minister of Marine Geisberger grimaced, but it's best not to expect formalities from Cuba. All we need is talent, and that's why Cuba holds the position of Minister of Technology. However, it seems that's not the only reason Geisberger frowned. Field Marshal, between you and me, what is it? The new ship is a failure. It's not something that can be used at all. Everything depends on how you use it. I was called a spent prince and still am, but now I'm a temporary Field Marshal. I lightly chuckled and slapped Geisberger's shoulder, then followed Cuba away. Chapter 566. The Escort Ships. Upon following Cuba, we arrived at the place where the ships were anchored. There were 5 of them. One of them bore a striking resemblance to the flagship Alphonse, although it was slightly smaller. The other 4 appeared to be standard Imperial ships, but they were unmistakably massive. Alphonse itself was classified as a large ship, but these were even bigger. Prince.L. Behold my masterpiece. These are special escort ships for the flagship Alphonse. They don't have names yet, so I'd like you to name them. Minister of Maritime Affairs, they look quite well made, don't they? It's not just their appearance. Let me explain. The one in the middle is a prototype built when constructing the Alphonse, and is purely for show. The remaining 4, as Minister Cuba mentioned, are escort ships. Minister Geilspelger emphasized the term escort ships. I could guess their purpose from their appearance, but I decided to ask anyway. What do you mean by escort ships? I'm glad you ask. First, please take a look at the Alphonse prototype in the middle. Cuba started explaining enthusiastically. Just as he had said, the prototype had a gigantic turret in its bow. It was a type of magical cannon I hadn't seen before. It's called the 99 Condensed Magic Cannon, also known as the Rati Bolt. It consumes so much magical power that it can't be fired by the Alphonse alone. However, we solved this problem with the 4 escort ship. They are equipped with larger magic furnaces than the Alphonse and can supply it with the magic power needed to fire the Rati Bolt. It is a decisive weapon that can turn the tide of battle. I see. So that's why the ships had been enlarged. However, their speed probably left much to be desired. The Alphonse was designed with speed in mind. In a naval battle, where there's nothing to hide behind, the speed of a ship is critical. And these escort ships had traded speed for firepower. Minister, this weapon. You know it's a failure, right? Have you done a test fire? We tested it on the prototype. It's powerful, I admit, but it nearly destroyed the prototype. We're still repairing it. The recoil is massive, and it's difficult to fire unless connected to the 4 escort ships. So, they're targets. No. You launch the Rati Bolt at the start of a battle. You can cripple the enemy fleet in one shot. Sure, that's one way to use it. But that's not the only problem, is it? When I looked at Geilspelger, he nodded deeply. A preemptive strike at the start of a battle. If the power is guaranteed, there's no issue. Yet, Geilspelger called it a failure. There must be a clear flaw. Without these 4 ships, the Rati Bolt cannot be fired. However, even with these 4 ships, the magical power required for the Rati Bolt is just barely sufficient. In other words, These 4 ships cannot be equipped with magical cannons. Furthermore, because they are slow, they would be left behind as soon as a battle begins. They cannot even get close to the enemy. So, they are truly ships solely for the Recollection. They can cause damage to the enemy, but at the same time, our 4 ships become useless. Crew members are finite. Furthermore, the distance to the kingdom is vast. It requires a considerable number of trained crew members to operate a single ship. And they would all be incapacitated en masse. Indeed, it is a serious flaw. But it has a merit, a strength that more than makes up for its weaknesses. Its power is immense. It is not acceptable to concentrate excessive firepower on one ship. We asked for escort ships, not auxiliary ships. Please do not change our fleet plan for your hobbies. I would have built an escort ship if we had the budget for it. Even the Alphonse was a stretch. Don't you think it's impossible to build a new escort ship, Minister of Maritime Affairs? Therefore, within our budget, I'm trying to get the best results. Who would want to be on a slow ship that can't do anything after firing the Recollection? I don't want to make our precious subordinates target. They just need to fall back. It's not a big deal. You never know what will happen at sea. This is why I hate engineers. Don't just complain. I would have built a perfect escort ship if we had the budget. Don't be extravagant when we have no budget. A war of words began between the 2 ministers. It was an ugly argument, even for ministers. However, the empire could not afford to let the ships sit idle. Once built, we should consider how to make the best use of them. Thinking this, I entered one of the auxiliary ships, leaving the squabbling ministers behind. The inside was more spacious than it looked from the outside. It was essentially a transport ship. It would have been great for transporting personnel, but the Joint Fleet's mission was to eliminate the Royal Navy. You could send as many personnel as you wanted by land. The objective was at sea, so no matter how many ground forces you load, it was pointless. Besides, the ship was slow and a big target. It would be showered with concentrated fire before it got close. This isn't the time to be held back by common sense. There was an idea, but I didn't know if it was possible. There was no time but to try, and there was a possibility that everything might fail. However, if possible, it could turn the tide of the naval battle in our favor. The strength lies in the abundant space. It's a large ship, so while it's slow, it's more stable than other ships. Furthermore, after the preemptive attack, it won't participate in the offensive. The conditions were met. There was no choice but to try. Get the High Abuser to the imperial capital. I request the dispatch of the 6th Imperial Guard Knights under the authority of the Acting Field Marshal. Minister of Maritime Affairs. Where is the flagship Alphonse right now? Ah, yes. The Alphonse is currently sailing towards this port. Its exact location is unknown, but it is expected to arrive within a few days. Good. Minister of Technology. Can you quickly retrofit the auxiliary ships? It depends on what you want to change. I want to change the interior. Make it as comfortable as possible. I don't see why not, but who do you plan on accommodating? The Tenga. If possible, I'd also like a hatch that can be opened and closed. From now on, this auxiliary ship will be converted into an aircraft carrier. Of course, this depends on whether the Tenga can adapt to the ship. Upon hearing my proposal, Guile Spelger grimaced while Cuba's face lit up with interest. I knew I was suggesting something outrageous, but it was the only solution I had. The rest was to test it and see how it worked. Tengas are living creatures. There must be things they like and dislike. I heard that the Allied Kingdom has ships for transporting flying dragons, but they are only for transportation. They are not intended for deployment at sea. However, Finn and Nova were able to land on a ship. It's a different story for long voyages, but there is a possibility. In a planar naval battle, there would be nothing more advantageous than being able to attack from the air. Combining this with Recollection might allow us to eliminate the enemy fleet in one fell swoop. Be happy, Minister of Maritime Affairs. The age of the Navy might be upon us. With that, I smiled smugly. Chapter 567. Maritime Exercises. Begin preparation for the Rite launch. Prepare for the right-A launch. Connect with each ship. At sea, I was sitting in the chair provided on the flagship Alphonse. As I gave the instruction, the captain ordered the entire crew. With the flagship Alphonse at the center, escort ships began to connect one by one, first to the right, then the left, then to the rear on both sides. To counteract the recoil of the right-A, after connecting, the escort ships dropped anchor to prepare for the recoil. Connection complete. The magic supply to the right-A is also sufficient. Right-A is ready to launch. All hands prepare for launch. The captain looked at me. I was to give the order to launch. I nodded quietly and gave the command. Fire. Launching right-A. Along with the captain's command, the right-A did not launch. The magic reactor is not a device that generates magic power on its own. It merely stores magic power. Once fired, it takes days to recharge. Also, the barrel of the right-A requires maintenance after each firing. We can't fire it for real each time during exercises. We move as if we had fired it. Right-A hit the enemy fleet. There was significant damage. Disconnect. Alphonse moves forward. Escort ships, launch your aerial forces as soon as possible. Understood. Disconnecting. Alphonse will move forward now. We disconnect from the escort ships and the Alphonse begins to move forward. Meanwhile, the 6th Imperial Night Order began to rise into the sky one after another from the escort ships. However, the 4th ship's launch has been interrupted. Looking at the escort ship to the rear left, it seemed there was trouble, and the Skyhawks were not rising into the sky. Seeing this, the 3rd ship, located to the rear right, also stopped launching its Skyhawks. The captain gave me a quick glance. He probably shares my thoughts. Alphonse will move forward. Instruct the Skyhawk unit in the sky to attack the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet is disoriented by right-A. We strike while we can. Understood. Full speed ahead. Leaving the halted escort ships behind, Alphonse moves forward. The Skyhawk units waiting in the sky understand the intent and begin to ascend and move forward to attack the enemy fleet. This is the flow of events. How did it go? Your Excellency, return to the port. It's a waste to continue in this state. Understood. We're turning back to the port. The exercise ended, and the Alphonse and 4 escort ships returned to the port. Section. The Skyhawk unit of the 6th Imperial Night Order joined us yesterday. However, due to the lack of time, exercises started immediately on the newly refurbished, yet nameless, escort ships. Perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of being on the ship, the Skyhawks were restless, and the crew struggled with the unfamiliar task of launching the Skyhawks from the ship. But it's already the 2nd day. It can't be chalked up to unfamiliarity anymore. What happened? Yes. The Skyhawks wouldn't listen, we couldn't launch them into the sky, and we fell behind. The captain of the 4th ship, where the initial trouble had occurred, answers my question at the port. What is the contingency plan in such a situation? We return the reluctant Skyhawk back inside and prepare another Skyhawk for launch. Could you do that? We were instructed to do so, but I wouldn't say we were able to do it. We need to modify the ship's structure to allow for smoother swaps. We also think it's necessary to devise ways to minimize shaking during takeoff. Very well. He understands his failures and knows what is needed. Skyhawks are living creatures. It is required of the captain of the escort ship to strive to allow the Skyhawks to launch with as little stress as possible. The captain of the 4th ship seems to understand this. But, then let me ask, why did the 3rd ship stop launching? Yes. Because the 4th ship couldn't get the Skyhawks up. I thought we might start over from the beginning. I thought it would be wasteful to tire out the Skyhawks with unnecessary launches. Do you think there are do-overs on the battlefield? Facing the captain of the 3rd ship, who seemed to suggest that he had made the correct decision, I stared him down. Clearly, he hadn't expected to be put on the spot. He straightened his back. I apologize. This is a military exercise. It's not a play where we get applause for launching Skyhawks all together. Without instructions from us, there should be no stoppage. The enemy is right before us. The flagship is in the middle of operations. Your job is to get the Skyhawks up at full speed and provide support to the flagship. Will you stop even in real battles if there is an issue with the adjacent ship? And no. I apologize. Apologies are unnecessary. Gaius Berger. I called out loudly to the Minister of Marine Affairs Gaius Berger, who was standing nearby. He probably knew he would be next. He came and stood before me with a resigned look on his face. Yes. Right here. Weren't you instructed to prepare the best captains? Is a captain who unilaterally suspends an exercise among the best? If so, I may have greatly misunderstood. It seems I may need to give up on centering strategies around the Imperial Navy. I apologize, Your Excellency. It's all my responsibility. If you're going to talk about responsibility, do your job. Prepare another captain. A captain who can quickly understand the operations of the special escort ships and act correctly. I understand. The captain of the third ship, who had just been dismissed, was in shock. He looked as if he didn't understand why such a thing was happening, but we can't trust an escort ship to someone who can't handle such things. Since you don't seem to understand, let me explain. The ship you are on is not a failure or defective product. It's a special ship that carries precious Skyhawks and houses Imperial Knights. Even a minor mistake in judgment can lead to defeat. It's that kind of ship. It cannot be entrusted to someone who is not prepared. After explaining the reasons, I started to walk. My destination was Kuba, who was listening to improvement plans from the 6th Imperial Knights. Yes, I understand. We'll make improvements as soon as possible. About enlarging the hatches, we're currently working on it. Kuba. Having only one hatch for the Skyhawks to take off from inside the ship takes too much time and it doesn't function if there's a problem. Without reducing the ship's durability, make it 2. Your Highness. For all 4 ships. You made them. Take responsibility and make them usable. Your Highness. I've been lacking sleep lately. The 6th Imperial Knights haven't been sleeping properly either. It's important for them to get used to it, but it's also important to make it more comfortable. You're the Minister of Technology. Do your job. Yes. Kuba responded to my demands with a soulless expression. Watching me, the crew of the escort ships stood rigidly, looking tense. They didn't know when my wrath might descend upon them. He's like a demon. Are you scared, Captain? I'm not really scared. I have confidence in myself. Captain of Alphonse approached me and spoke in a low voice. He probably understands that I'm intentionally being tough to keep everyone on their toes. Although I'm being respected as a temporary marshal, there's an atmosphere of contempt around me. As if they think I'm just a prince who got lucky. I can't fight with such an atmosphere. That's why I had to be harsh to everyone to break this atmosphere. It's probably more accurate to say that I don't have the luxury to be lenient. We can't set sail if they're not up to par. The crew of Alphonse are all elite. Is it too much to ask for the same level? It's tough, but we have no choice. It's necessary. That's true. I'll somehow make them competent. Do we have time? That depends on my brother. The movements of the combined fleet change with the activities of Leo's 150,000 troops. If they're just skirmishing around the border, we can't provide support. We need the Royal Army to push in before we can take our turn. There's a little grace period until then. We have to get it done in that time. By the way, Captain, we need to name the escort ships soon. Do you have any suggestions? I'm at a loss if you ask me. Wouldn't it be better for Your Excellency to name them as you wish? Then how about Johannes? I'd prefer you didn't. Chapter 568. Before deployment. A grand total of 150,000. Until now, the Empire had been subjected to attacks by the kingdom. However, the Emperor had amassed his forces and thrown them into the fight, signaling an end to their passive stance. Leading them was the heroic Prince, Leonard. At his side were the generals who had distinguished themselves in the Civil War, Elna of the House of Umsburg, and Theodore, who led the 2nd Imperial Knights. In addition, former kingdom soldiers who surrendered out of their affection for Letitia. The majority of them were Griffin Knights, a valuable aerial force. Their strength was sufficient. With such a large army, There was no way they could lose. That's what many people thought. But, I can't see a clear path to victory. Leo, as the supreme commander, was crossing his arms, looking at the map spread out on his desk. The map displayed was of the kingdom's interior. Multiple routes of advancement were proposed, but none of them were satisfactory to Leo. We're about to set out, and you're still mulling over this. Elna. It's just that these planned routes of advancement are somehow. Elna, in her position as Deputy General, spoke to the troubled Leo. They had discussed the routes of advancement many times. They had decided in the military council that this was the only way. If you don't like it, just say so. It's not that I don't like it. I think this is probably the only way. But the enemy's formation is too perfect. I don't feel like we can break through. So, you don't have any improvements to propose, you're just vaguely anxious. You're pretty pessimistic for a supreme commander leading 150,000. I have a right to be pessimistic. I am responsible for the lives of 150,000 people, after all. That may seem harsh, but if you're conscious of the weight of each life, you can't wage war, can you? At Elna's words, Leo gave a faint smile. Seeing his smile, reminiscent of Ul, Elna opened her eyes slightly. I know. You can't wage war decently. It's my job to tell soldiers to go die. But it's also my job to create a situation where they don't have to die. Even if death is expected, it doesn't excuse me from consideration. If we don't win, the sacrifices will only increase. So, I'll aim for victory, no matter the sacrifice. But I won't neglect efforts to reduce the sacrifice. That's my pride as a commander. I overstepped. I'm sorry. It's okay. Thank you for your concern. But don't worry. I know the enemy isn't easy enough to beat with just wishful thinking. With that, Leo once again lowered his gaze to the map. The Empire's invasion plan was simple. Invade with the main force of 150,000. Repel the kingdom's army that came to intercept them and force the enemy to retreat. Once they retreated, the enemy would hole up in their proud fortress. It was known as the Louville Fortress. It was a colossal fortress with an attached port, and in order to invade the kingdom's royal capital, this fortress had to be penetrated. Ignoring it was theoretically possible, but that would expose the supply lines. They would likely be ambushed en route to the capital. It was difficult to block off supplies and starve them out, as they constantly received supplies from the sea. Because the Griffin Knights were always ready to sortie, they couldn't be held back with half-hearted forces. The fortress was impregnable. Once before, the Empire had challenged it, failed to conquer it, and found themselves mired in a quagmire. The Empire's strategy was to force the kingdom's army to hole up there. It would be difficult to annihilate the kingdom's army before they retreated. Retreating to the fortress was the kingdom's basic tactic against the Empire's invasion. In that case, they just needed to operate under the assumption that the enemy would hole up anyway. Surround the kingdom's main force with land and naval forces and annihilate them. That was the strategy the Empire had come up with. It was simple, but it required deploying a massive amount of forces on both land and sea. Numerical superiority obviated the need for tricks. That was the Empire's invasion plan. However, it was for this reason that Leo was troubled. The enemy General Ansem understands the Empire's strategy. That's why he's laying out an extensive defensive line. The kingdom's defenses have been completely revamped. Every city is positioned so as not to be isolated, with new forts in between. There's always a position for reinforcements to arrive from, and there's no easy place to attack. But didn't we agree that our only option is to advance, anyway? Indeed. That's the part one hate. We have no choice but to move forward. Ansem knows that too, which is why he's set up a formidable defensive line. If we're going to break through this, we're going to be worn down. If the main force of 150,000 can't make the kingdom's army retreat, the Empire's basic strategy will collapse. Because I know this, I'm sure Ansem has no intention of engaging in a decisive battle. So, he's planning to gradually whittle down our forces. Leo nodded at Elna's words. The same discussion had taken place during the military council. However, It was decided that the suitable routes of advancement were those where Anam would eventually make a move, even if it meant being slowly worn down. This was because they had enough forces to withstand being worn down. However, Leo did not believe that an opponent that Ul was cautious of would engage in a decisive battle so easily. However, there were no solutions either. Elna, what do you think Ul would do? You're asking me? Don't you know him better? I want to hear what Elna thinks. Well, if he's dealing with an enemy who won't come out, I think Ul would use a tactic that forces them to come out. If I could do that, I wouldn't be having trouble. If I had any ideas, I wouldn't be struggling either. But in Ul's case, he always uses strategies that make you think, so that's how he does it. He likes to attack from outside the opponent's consciousness. Listening to Elna's answer, Leo folded his arms and fell into deep thought. For a while, normal advancement wouldn't pose a problem, but eventually, they'd need to draw out Anam. He would have to come up with something by then. A strategy like Ul's. Chapter 569. Both armies march. All troops. Advance. Riding a black eagle lion, Leo issued a command to the massive army of 150,000 from the sky. One step at a time, the soldiers moved forward. This was the moment the Empire, which had been focusing on border defense during the war with the kingdom and since the rebellion in the imperial city, started to truly invade the kingdom's territory. The United Kingdom, the feudal states, the kingdom. Three nations that had formed an alliance to attack. The United Kingdom and the feudal states had already been taken care of. Only the kingdom remained. For the enduring imperial soldiers, this was a chance for a counterattack. How dare they do this to us? Now it's your turn. With such thoughts, the soldiers advanced. Their confidence was backed by a massive force of 150,000. And leading them was the heroic prince, Leonard. The deputy commander was the reincarnation of the hero, Elna. Protecting Leonard was Theodore, who led the 2nd Royal Guard Knights. Even with 2 top Royal Guard Knights captains participating, the generals leading each division were all those who had made a name for themselves in the Civil War. At the head of them all was Harnish, who led the vanguard. To lead the vanguard of such a large army, General Istman would be pleased. We haven't even started yet. Don't let your guard down. Despite cautioning his subordinates, Harnish himself was hardly composed. Originally, Harnish, who had been General Istman's aide, could be classified as an elite in the military. However, no matter how elite, one is not given the responsibility of leading the vanguard of an army exceeding 100,000 in their 20s. That would either be for a royal family member, a grand noble, or someone who had achieved remarkable military success. Harnish had fought under Leo in the battle with Gordon in the north. By siding with Leo during the internal conflict in the military, he had earned trust. His promotion was a product of the war times. However, while this excited him, he also felt a vague sense of anxiety. Almost none of the experienced generals were participating in the war. The participating generals were all those who had recently achieved military successes. While it sounded good to emphasize skill, it was clear that Leonard chose people he could easily work with. What was lacking was experience. Harnish had been of the opinion that they should have brought along a few generals who had attacked the kingdom in the past. Even if such people were a thorn in Leonard's side, their past experience would certainly be useful. There's no point in thinking about it now. The army had already begun to advance. There was no point in thinking about the formation now. If they really needed experience, he would convince himself to call someone. Behind him was an army of 150,000 imperial soldiers. If he collapsed, the 150,000 behind him would also collapse. That's what it meant to be the vanguard. But he could not hesitate. It was also the role of the vanguard to boost the morale of the allies. He had to be strong and wise. His responsibilities were different from those of other generals. All right. Send the cavalry to the front. We're now in enemy territory. Do not neglect the search. Maintain a state where a search party is always ahead. We are the vanguard. Remember that victory or defeat depends on our performance. Leonard had left the actions of each division to their respective generals. Whether to send out a search party or not, If every single thing had to be reported to the Supreme Commander, an army of 150,000 would not function. Young generals had been deliberately selected to prioritize decision-making on the spot. Immediate judgment, decision-making ability over experience. That's why young generals were chosen. Why did they do that? If the enemy was weak, they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But if they couldn't be overwhelmed, it meant that the enemy commander was formidable. In that case, on-the-spot judgment would be required. The personnel selection had been made with the assumption of being at a disadvantage. And it was not wrong. The opponent was Anam, the one Arnold had warned about. As he flew through the sky, Leonard was quietly determined. He was prepared to be put at a disadvantage. Section. So they've moved. Yes, the commander-in-chief is Leonard. His deputy is the genius of Armsburg. It's a fairly serious lineup. Kingdom's famed general, Barand. He was a veteran who served as the deputy commander of the Empire's interception force and had also eliminated the magic squadron on Ansem's orders. Serious, her. If the Empire was serious, the Princess General would come out. If that woman led the Eastern Border Defense Army, we might not have had a chance of winning. Your jests, sir. Even the Princess General would be no match for His Highness. Do not underestimate the Imperial Royal Family. The strongest general in the Adler family is the Princess General. Considering her achievements, we should be glad she didn't come. Of course. That doesn't mean Leonard is a step down. He has no achievements in expeditions. He has won battles within the Empire, but he has not led a large army like this one. His supporting deputy is the prodigy of Amosburg. He too has no experience leading an army. Personal bravery and command ability are different things. Barand gave his reasonable opinion. There is no experience or track record. There should be a weakness to exploit. It was not wrong. It was not wrong, but don't view Adler and the Armsburg as ordinary. They'll pull the rug from under you. Even if they lack experience, they have it engraved in their blood. Leonard and Elna are his brother and childhood friend. That alone should be enough for caution. Who is he? The 7th Imperial Prince, Arnold. He got the better of us in the duchy. Perhaps he's more cunning than the Princess General. The kingdom might have to thank him. He chose to be called the insipid prince. Is he that significant? To Baron's question, Ansem nodded. Ansem had a dream. It was a possible future. Once. The Empire had Wilhelm. I never doubted that I was the one to stop his path of conquest. But we both fell. However, I managed to bounce back somehow. Against my will, I might add. And before me now stand Wilhelm's brothers. Princes trying to take over Wilhelm's legacy. Not what I had in mind, but not bad. So let's stop Wilhelm's successors and show His Highness's superiority. Even if Wilhelm was alive, he could not have walked the path of conquest. That's right. That's my reason for existence now. But I do have a bit of regret. It's not about Wilhelm's death. The one leading an army of 150,000 is Leonard, not Arnold. He lost in the duchy, but they both had various constraints. It's different here. Is it because Arnold is not the enemy commander? Exactly. I have a desire to settle scores with that man leading our respective large armies. I can't finish with a defeat. As the commander-in-chief leading the kingdom's army, he felt relieved that Arnold did not appear. But at the same time, as an individual, Ansem wanted to fight him. But as the commander-in-chief, he couldn't prioritize personal feelings. And besides, well, he'll probably come from the sea anyway. If his brother is attacked, he should do something. A rematch then wouldn't be a dream. Ansem stood up from his chair with a grin. Then, flipping his white cloak, he issued an order. Meet Leonard head-on, deploy. Thus, to intercept the invading army, Ansem led an army of 100,000 kingdom soldiers to deployment. Chapter 570. Invisible Reinforcements. Both armies have marched forth. When the news reached us at the port, the maritime minister Gilberger was utterly panicked. It's disastrous. We're not nearly ready enough to sortie yet. Calm down. Our turn isn't for a while. The Empire's basic strategy is to force the enemy into the impregnable fortress of Louville. Only then will our fleet have its role, until then we are idle. Even if we arrive early, a fleet alone cannot capture a fortress. Considering it is enemy territory, our supplies are also limited. Unless there is certainty that we can push through, we are unable to march. That is the current situation. But Prince Leonard's main force is 150,000, while the Royal Army is 100,000. If there's a difference of 50,000 troops, it's possible to quickly break them down, only if the Royal Army foolishly rushes into battle. They're well aware of the difference in military power. The kingdom isn't so foolish as to challenge a decisive battle under equal conditions. So, what do you think will happen? In response to Gilsberg's question, I spread out a map of the kingdom that was sent with the report. The Empire's goal is to subdue the kingdom. The Crown Prince must renounce his position. That's the essential condition. For that, we need to corner the kingdom. On the other hand, the kingdom just needs to make the Empire give up their invasion as the defending party. In most cases, the defense has an advantage over the offense. This invasion will also likely favor the Royal Army. They have the geographical advantage and usable strongholds. Moreover, they're in a better position in terms of supplies. Anthem wouldn't ignore this advantage. The Empire's invasion route is filled with numerous cities and forts. At first glance, it may seem confusing, but they are interconnected. If they don't come out for a decisive battle, the Imperial Army will want to drag out the Royal Army's main force. Hence, they will engage in capturing each city. However, the cities are linked by forts, enabling detailed coordination. The Empire doesn't have the luxury to capture each fort with a large army of 150,000. It takes too much time. Therefore, they'll probably disperse, but capturing a city receiving reinforcements from all over isn't easy. They'll inevitably suffer substantial losses. But even when dispersed, they're armies of tens of thousands. Can they be resisted by small-scale cities? They don't intend to hold out forever. They can resist moderately, then retreat or surrender. Such instructions should have been given. The role of this defensive network isn't a wall, not to prevent intrusion, but to take away the mobility of those who intrude, like a spider's web. The more the Imperial Army advances, the less they'll be able to move. Then, we must notify them immediately. It's too late now. Besides, Leonard isn't the type not to notice. He's aware of it but has no choice but to go. That's the downside of such a large army of 150,000. They're always dealing with supply issues, and after gathering 150,000, they can't just say, actually, we'll stop. They have to attack even at a disadvantage. Still, I can't imagine Leonard marching while being swayed by the situation without a chance of winning. He must have some plan. I can think of a few ways, but considering that the opponent is Anthem, an average scheme might only give him an opportunity to exploit. So, there's a chance we won't even have a role? Quite possibly. The Empire's basic strategy depends on the premise of being able to push through. If that falls apart, there's almost nothing our combined fleet can do. No, no way. Don't whine, Maritime Minister. I apologize. But if the odds of winning are slim, what will you do? Will you lead the reinforcements to rescue them? If 150,000 isn't enough, what can a few tens of thousands of reinforcements do? And there's no way the Emperor and the Chancellor in the capital haven't foreseen this situation. They've decided to move with this strategy because they believe they can push through even if it's tough. The reinforcements should already be prepared. Reinforcements? Do you mean Princess Li's lot? Princess Li's won't move, and can't move. She can't abandon the eastern defense. Then, who will be the reinforcements? Will they gather the noble armies? I don't know. We do what we can do. The messengers sent to the Albatros and Rondine duchies should be arriving soon. Gather the fleet and prepare to sortie at any time. Just focus on that. That's unreasonable. This is a crucial war for the Empire, but it's even more important for the Imperial Navy. Finally, a stage has appeared for us to shine. It would be worrisome to be told that there might not be an opportunity to sortie. However, There is a limit to what can be done from here. Right now, the urgent task is to organize the fleet. Originally, I was supposed to go to both duchies and take over the fleets of each country, but due to the problem with the accompanying ships, I cannot leave here. I can't go to help Leo. However, reinforcements do exist. I can pretty much imagine what my father and the Chancellor would likely do. No matter how capable Ansem is, he's going to have a hard time dealing with both Leo and the other one, I muttered under my breath. Looking up at the northern sky, I was lost in thought. Chapter 571. The Siege of the City. They're persistent. Yes, they are. Harnish, leading a vanguard force of 30,000, was besieging a small city. Behind him was the main force of 60,000 led by Leonard. The Imperial Army was also attacking 2 other cities with squadrons of 30,000 each. The 3-pronged assault on the cities was because the Kingdom Army of 100,000, who had set off, was waiting in the rear, and there was a need to rapidly conquer the cities up to there. Leonard's main force was watching the movements of the Kingdom's army to be ready for them. Therefore, the skill of the generals leading each force was being tested. If they spent too much time capturing a city, it would give the enemy's main force time. A swift conquest was necessary, but the city's defenses were perfect when the Imperial Army headed to capture the city. As soon as the Imperial Army's invasion route was known, garrison troops had quickly moved from the cities not targeted for capture. There were more troops entrenched in the city than expected. Capturing it would take time. Harnish admired the enemy's movements. Such smooth troop movement could not be achieved without thorough training. Shall I send a message to the main force? With the troops moved, the other cities should be vulnerable. If the main force moves, we could easily take the other cities. Let it be. It would expose our incompetence. How so? At his adjutant's words, Harnish sighed. Just as his adjutant said, the other cities should be vulnerable now that the troops had been moved. However, it was a trap. Suppose we hold the garrison troops here, and the main force captures the vulnerable places. The enemy's main force will target there. The vulnerable cities are bait. If we take the bait, a counterattack from the enemy awaits. I see. So, shall we break the siege and move? If the main force doesn't move, then the distance between us and the main force becomes too wide. Combined with the troops in this city, the enemy's main force could launch an attack on our main force. Besides, if we retreat even once, the enemy will boast that they've driven back the Imperial Army. It would only boost their morale. We can't afford to make our troublesome enemy, who is putting their all into defending their country, any more troublesome. While explaining, Harnish closed his eyes. The troublesome part of this situation was that there was no solution. They had no choice but to endure the enemy's persistent defense. They still had plenty of provisions. However, it's also true there were limits. It decreases just by maintaining 150,000. No matter how it turns, it's just as the enemy wishes. Even knowing that, once they attacked, they had no choice but to steadily capture the city. A troublesome situation with troublesome enemies. These are the times when ingenious plans come into play, but would Prince Leonard use such a plan? Half-baked ingenious plans won't work against an opponent who comes up with such thorough defensive measures. The most effective is a direct approach. Prince Leonard must understand that too. But during the decisive battle in the north, he had the armies of the Northern Lords flank. Don't misunderstand. That was something Prince Arnold did on his own. He gathered the Northern Lords without being noticed by the enemy and flanked the enemy. There was absolutely no message. Of course, it was quite something that Prince Leonard expected him to come, but it's just a crazy story about Prince Arnold coordinating with Prince Leonard from afar based on very little information. Only those two could do something like that, and originally, it was a successful pincer attack because Prince Arnold was not in the enemy's calculations. The enemy army is closely monitoring our 150,000 movements and keeping an eye on Prince Arnold in the duchy. It's impossible to flank in such a cautious state. So, are we just to continue the siege? That's right. But it's not so easy. If we take the cities, we will get closer to the enemy. Their aim is probably to wear us down, but it is impossible to overturn a difference of 50,000 troops. And there is a time limit for them too. A time limit for them too? Harnish nodded at his adjutant's words. Before we attacked, Prince Leonard mentioned this. If a force of 100,000 continues to wait in the rear, it will eventually arouse the suspicion of the Crown Prince. This isn't a battlefield issue, it's a political one. Prince Leonardo believes that the enemy will have to move sooner or later. In fact, it is said that the enemy general, the third prince, has a strained relationship with the Crown Prince. There are rumors that the Crown Prince was the one who poisoned the third prince. A man like that wouldn't leave an abundant military power in the hands of his talented younger brother indefinitely. The enemy also has vulnerabilities. But those vulnerabilities are uncertain. If the Crown Prince is more patient than expected, the Empire will be forced into a tough fight. The only way to break this stalemate is to catch the enemy off guard. The enemy is fully prepared to confront the 150,000 Imperial troops. Their defenses are perfect. It's exceedingly difficult to break them. But a wall that's strong in one direction can be weak to impacts from another direction. Even knowing it's impossible, one can't help but hope for a clever strategy, especially after witnessing the brilliant pincer attack in the north. That's the problem with those from Adler. You end up hoping they'll do something, but it's shameful for a military man to expect something from the royal family. The military men are the ones who should exhibit their strength, treating the royals as a palanquin. Notify all troops. Divide into several teams and keep attacking day and night. It doesn't matter if it takes time. We just need to keep the siege going until the enemy is worn down. Arc 51. The Invasion of the Kingdom. Chapter 572. Letitia's Strategy. It's so frustrating. No, Elna. Don't rush out. Do you think I'm a dog or something? I'm aware of my responsibilities as a deputy. Really. If that's the case, then it's okay. I was told by my brother to keep you on a leash. You keep saying that. Remember that when we regroup, in the Imperial Army's main force. That's where Leo, the General-in-Chief, and Elna, his deputy, were having such a conversation. They were aware that the enemy would fortify their defenses and aim for their losses. However, the enemy's defense was stronger than expected. Reports from the frontline troops continued to arrive, saying that it was taking time. If we attack the thin spots with our main force during this gap, the enemy's main force will see it as an opportunity and come. If we move the frontline troops, the forces holed up at the base will come at us. On the other hand, if we take time, our food and forces will be eroded. Indeed, it's the opponent my brother warned about. They're quite shrewd. Indeed. It's admirable that the frontline cities are maintaining their morale. They're popular, of course, but they never fail to prepare. Chess and real battles are different. If a large army of 150,000 approaches, it is possible that the cities they rely on will surrender all at once. However, the cities on the front line are bravely resisting along with the troops that rushed to their aid. That's because they believe in Ansem, the enemy's supreme commander. They understand that there is meaning in their resistance. They resist the Empire, and there is a sense of solidarity among the enemy. A good military leader can involve those around him. Elna had been revising her initial image of Supreme Commander Ansem. He's not just a general. He's an opponent who deserves the utmost caution. There's no need for a large army to resort to clever strategies. We've decided to attack head-on, but for the enemy, that's expected. Even if we break through the city, if it's according to the enemy's expectations, our chances of winning might be slim. I want to say that's pessimistic. But I agree. If the opponent is as prepared as this, they shouldn't miscalculate our forces. If they assume they can win against a weakened Imperial army, our chances of winning if we continue as is will be slim. That's right. All they need to do is create a stalemate. Our only hope is the bad relationship with the Crown Prince, but that's the domain of the ministers. They're probably moving, but if things are going according to the original plan, there's no point in shaking things up. We really need to do something. Do you want me to take a city? I can handle a lightly defended city on my own. I don't want you to forget the responsibilities of a deputy. Besides, even if you forcibly take a lightly defended city, the situation won't improve. Even if Amsberg takes a city, it would probably be within the enemy's expectations. The enemy would be prepared for a lightly defended city to fall. It wouldn't create any disturbance. Then, what about if we don't use force? A voice reached Leo, who was deep in thought. There were few people who could come and go in the main headquarters. One of the few was there. So, if it's not by force, it's safe, isn't it? Letitia. Presumably. I don't like presumably. I need certainty. At Letitia's words, Leo furrowed his eyebrows. This was the Empire's invasion of the kingdom, but the Empire's cause was to seize power from the current king and depose the crown prince, who had betrayed Saint Letitia. It was in a stance for the current king and Letitia, and the Empire's true intention was that they didn't want Letitia to move much. Of course, Leo also didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I consulted with Captain Theodore as well, and we think it's not too risky. As long as she is guarded, Theodore, who had been standing back, interjected. The reason the second and third top-ranking knights of the Imperial Guard accompanied them was because of the presence of important figures like Leo and Letitia. They were there more for the purpose of guarding the two rather than as combatants. As much as possible, Elna and Theodore were their escorts, with their subordinates forming a protective ring around them. It was nearly impossible to launch an attack. The level of safety guaranteed at the main base was on par with when they were inside the castle. We'll just listen. Only listen. Overprotection isn't good, you know? Leo. You're one to talk, Elna. When have I ever been overprotective? You're always treating your brother overprotectively, aren't you? I always think to myself you're being overprotective, but I keep it to myself. So, please keep quiet. I'm not overprotective. Their familiar conversation, characteristic of childhood friends, continued. Listening with a pleasant smile, Letitia pointed to a region slightly north of the front line. The northern part of the kingdom was my base during the war with the United Kingdom. The cities in this area might be persuaded to surrender to the Empire. You're going to persuade them by yourself. Of course, I wouldn't go alone. I'd be happy if Lady Elna could accompany me. What do you think? Me? Why not Deputy Commander Theodore? You're a woman as well, and I've wanted to talk more with you, Lady Elna. Is that not okay? It's not that it's not okay, but... Elna glanced briefly at Leo. Her role had been to guard Leo. She also had the role of Deputy General. Moreover, Letitia was the love interest of her childhood friend, Leo. There was a certain awkwardness for Elna. For that reason, she had avoided actively engaging with Letitia since their time at the western border. However, if Elna will be the escort, I approve. If Leo says so. Seeing Elna unusually hesitant, Letitia responded with a smile. And then, thank you very much, Elna Sama. Chapter 573. Letitia and Elna. The northern part of the kingdom is abundant in crops and populated by mild-mannered people. Until the United Kingdom invaded, it was almost never involved in war. Is that why you're popular? Well, more so than others. Prince Anselm is similar to the late Prince Wilhelm in the Empire. Everyone saw the future in Prince Anselm. Even now, there are people who adore him everywhere. The reason why the cities on the front lines do not retreat at all from the large army is because Prince Anselm is holding back. Inside the carriage, Elna, who was heading to the cities in the northern part of the kingdom with Letitia, was learning about the cities in the northern part of the kingdom from her. A figure like Prince Wilhelm. The morale must be high. If his body was healthy, Prince Anselm would have definitely been chosen as the crown prince. If Prince Anselm was the crown prince, he probably wouldn't have thought of invading the Empire. Really? If he's such a great man, wouldn't he be burning to overthrow the Empire? Prince Anselm has an overwhelming confidence in his own power. Even when he was bedridden, that didn't change. He wouldn't take advantage of the power struggle in the Empire. If he were to invade the Empire, it would be after the power struggle was over. So in the end, he would invade. It's probably because he has a fierce talent. He deeply desires to compete with someone who is equal to him. Of course, he wouldn't invade without a chance of winning, so he would probably maintain a cooperative line with the Empire for a while. A worthy opponent. That was supposed to be Prince Wilhelm of the Empire. Just as 2 suns are not needed in the sky, 2 great kings are not needed in the same era. The unfortunate thing is that both suns have set. However, one survived and rose again, to compete with the new sun that rose in the Empire. For now, it's better than the current crown prince. Just because he's exceptionally competent. That's right. I wish Prince Ansem would rise against the crown prince. But he probably can't because his sister is probably being held hostage. It's a common story. It's not uncommon for rulers to take hostages. Prince Ansem's sister is also your sister or younger sister, right? That's tough. The crown prince sees Prince Ansem as a complex. He probably wants to suppress him somehow. Listening to that, I wonder if you were also a complex to the crown prince. The holy woman Letitia who saved the country. If he's the person I've been talking about, it's no wonder he's not happy. That may be true. However, the crown prince's anti-imperial tilt is a recent development. Until then, I thought we had a good relationship, albeit superficially. Even so, the fact that he tried to eliminate you is a fact. I haven't forgiven him for that. You were abducted and faced great danger. Leo was shocked and closed off, and I'll had to punch Leo. I'm thinking of punching the crown prince when I find him. Hearing Elna's words, Letitia puts her hand to her mouth and laughs elegantly. Looking at Letitia, Elna turns her face away a little embarrassed. She talked more honestly than she had expected. Elna, I want to get along with you. I want to get along too. Just, Elna murmured in her heart. Letitia's position is very delicate. The title of the Holy Woman of the Kingdom is powerful, even though she is in opposition to the kingdom now. However, the stronger title is Leo's potential partner. Though not official, Leo treats Letitia as his fiancée. Leo is a strong candidate for crown prince. If things go as planned, Letitia would become the empress. Elna is supposed to serve her. Therefore, she was unsure of how to close the distance. Moreover, Leo and Elna are childhood friends. From Letitia's perspective, Elna may not be the most comfortable companion. However, I don't know as much about Leo as you do, Elna. But I'm hoping to know more about him in the future. That sounds great. I'm supporting the 2 of you, you know? Yes. I understand. So, this may be a presumptuous request, but I would like for you, Elna, to be my support. Emmy, your support? Yes. Elna, you are a sacred sword user who carries the blood of the Imsberg family and the captain of the Royal Guard. You may not be able to get involved in the battle for the throne openly, but you are a precious childhood friend to Leo. If Leo ascends the throne, you will undoubtedly be by his side. I'm not of noble birth. I'm currently at odds with the kingdom, my strongest support. I'm sure some people will consider me unworthy of being Leo's partner. When that time comes, I want a friend who will be on my side. No one would say you're unworthy. You're far more refined than I am. We don't know what might happen. Just like how I was made a pawn by the kingdom. Those were heavy words. Words that only someone who has experienced them can say. The future is unpredictable. Impossible things can happen. Still, even so, if that's what Leo wishes, I want to be by his side. I'm also thinking of making an effort to be able to stay by his side. I'm sorry if this sounds calculating, but I want to get along with you, Elna, in this sense as well. Of course, I also find you personally very likable. That's kind of sneaky, the way you say it. I'm sorry. No, not that. It's just that. If someone says they want to be with the person they love, you can't say no. Especially if that person is your precious childhood friend. Saying that, Elna extends her hand to Letitia. Then, I definitely want to get along with you. If it's someone like you, I can entrust Leo to you without worries. Thank you. Leave it to me. I'll support you with all my might. Yes, I'll support you too, Elna. Me? I don't need it. I probably won't have such a situation. But, with Arnold-sama. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Elna covers Letitia's mouth. She then moves from her seat across from Letitia to sit next to her. Anyway, Let's put an end to this conversation. Since it's a rare opportunity, let's have a girl talk. Yes, I would be happy to. Chapter 574. Ansem's Thoughts. Word has it that the Holy Maiden has headed to the northern city clusters. What will you do, Prince Ansem? If you head north now, you might be able to take back the Holy Maiden. In the Royal Army's headquarters, upon hearing Baron's words, Ansem sighs softly. Do you still fixate on Letitia? We once fought together. She is a hero of the kingdom. If we can take her back, we should. We can reclaim the moral high ground from the Empire. It's too late to take back Letitia. The Empire's moral high ground won't disappear. In the Empire's eyes, we are cowards who betrayed the Holy Maiden. They've built up that image of our kingdom. They won't waver. If we portray it as her being forced to cooperate with the Empire. Enough. Ansem tells Barand quietly. Noticing the change in his tone, Barand falls silent. It was our kingdom that used the hero who saved our country as a pawn. Accept it. It's not Letitia's fault that she left the kingdom. It's the kingdom's fault. Telling her to come back when we need her after discarding her when we don't. It's still better to be called a coward than to do that. Ansem mumbles as if spitting out his words. Being called a coward was a humiliation to Ansem. Yet he had accepted being called a coward. He was aware that he had done something deserving of that. It was easy to think he was not involved. Indeed, it was the Crown Prince who planned it, not Ansem. However, they were under the same flag. They were the same kind under the banner of the kingdom. He was complicit by not being able to stop it. Ansem thought so. My apologies. But if we leave it be, the northern city clusters will. Leave them be. I don't trust people enough to think there won't be anyone who would defect. It's not unforeseen. But, if we leave things as they are, we'll be outflanked from the north. They won't flank us. They'll make us think that they will make the northern city clusters defect and flank us. That's all the Empire will do. How can you be so sure? If they're leading the defected northern city clusters, they need to make the one who made them defect their symbol. It seems that Leonard is treating Letitia as his fiancée. He won't do such a thing. Fiancé. When he used that word, Ansem grimaced. A hero who saved the kingdom. A user of the 4 sacred treasures. While he was lying in bed, Letitia brilliantly saved the kingdom. Even towards him who couldn't do anything, Letitia always treated him with respect. Many people left Ansem and went under Letitia, but she didn't become arrogant and always thought only about the kingdom. To tell the unvarnished truth, he thought she was a desirable woman. If he had a chance to recover and sit on the kingdom's throne one day, he wanted Letitia to be by his side. He had imagined that many times. But when he became able to move, Letitia was no longer in the kingdom. It was Leonard, the Prince of the Empire, who saved Letitia in her plight. From the cowardly scheme of the kingdom, Leonard brilliantly rescued Letitia and offered her a place by his side, which she had lost. Regarding that, Ansem was deeply grateful from the bottom of his heart. It goes without saying that if Letitia had been sacrificed like that, every day would have been filled with regret. When Letitia really needed help, he couldn't do anything. It can't be helped that he wasn't chosen. However, Letitia might want to lead, but Leonard will never allow it. There's the fact that the Empire is raising the cause for the Holy Maiden and the King, but I don't think he'll allow his fiancée to actively fight against her homeland. If it were him, he wouldn't allow it. Even if it's a decisive move, if it only improves the war situation a little. There's no way it could be allowed. But, if Leonard is aiming for victory at all costs, if that's the case, we'll deal with it then. It's not that big of a problem. Don't worry. But Leonard is Arnold's younger brother. They seem to get along well. Seeing his elder brother, there's no way he would grow up to be small-minded. I don't know much about Leonard, but I know a lot about Letitia. The man Letitia chose to be her partner is Leonard, and his brother Arnold and I clashed on the battlefield. We were enemies aiming for each other's lives. I know him much better than a casual friend. That's why I understand. Leonard won't expose someone important to him to danger for a temporary advantage. If he does, then he's not my enemy. With that, Ansem started reading the reports sent from the front, as if to say that the discussion was over. Deciding that it was futile to continue, Barand also bowed silently and left the tent. After seeing him off, Ansem called out his aide's name after a brief pause. Milne. Yes, Your Highness. Appearing quietly was the blonde dancer, Milne. An expert in espionage, Milne was Ansem's eyes and ears during this war. Ansem, who called out Milne, quietly instructed. I want you to spread a rumor among the Imperial Army. What kind of rumor? That the kingdom's royal army is targeting the holy maiden Letitia. Make sure it reaches Leonard. Can you do that? I can, but wouldn't Leonard not let the holy lady stand on the front lines? Just because he won't doesn't mean it's fun to leave things be. Let him panic and be unsettled. It's not an unfounded rumor. They will have no choice but to believe it. Are you worried that the Crown Prince is targeting Lady Letitia? It's also a precaution against that. I don't think anything will happen since Amsberg is guarding her, but Letitia is not part of our plan. It would only be detrimental to forcibly take her. We should have Leonard firmly protect her. That sounds like you, Your Highness. Ansem didn't respond to Milne's words. Acknowledging, Milne disappeared. Alone in the command tent, Ansem heaved a deep sigh. If he were a small man, I would still have had a chance. But to think my rival would be Arnold's brother. I always have the worst luck. Ansem hated being disgraceful. Obsessing over one woman was disgraceful in Ansem's view. Especially if she had already chosen to stand beside another man. He should respectfully step back. That was Ansem's ideal. But people have emotions. No matter how much they should act a certain way, emotions do not easily obey. Is it too childish to think that I at least can't afford to lose on the battlefield? Smiling wryly, Ansem began to read through the report. Chapter 575. Rumors. If Lady Letitia takes control of the northern cities, we might expect reinforcements from the United Kingdom. Theodore, serving as Leonard's guard in the Imperial Army's main camp, suggested this to him. However, Leonard shook his head. Even if we control the northern part of the kingdom, no reinforcements will come from the United Kingdom. What? Before the march, there was information that the Emperor had requested reinforcements from the United Kingdom. Therefore, Theodore tilted his head in confusion. To be more precise, they can't come. Even if the United Kingdom wants to respond to the Empire's request, they currently have no cards to play. What do you mean? The kingdom has two fleets, the Northern Fleet and the Southern Fleet. The Northern Fleet was established after the invasion from the United Kingdom. In other words, when the United Kingdom attacked the kingdom didn't anticipate an invasion from the north, so they didn't deploy a fleet and their defenses were weak. So now that the fleet is deployed and defenses are set up, the United Kingdom can't land. That's right. The United Kingdom is using the Holy Dragon to defend their country. Therefore, merchant ships passing near the United Kingdom need their permission. Naturally, it's a more expensive sea route, so it's only used when absolutely necessary. For this reason, the northern side of the kingdom didn't have much maritime trade, which was a prime target for the United Kingdom. Because there were few ships, it took longer to notice an invasion from the sea. Because the defense was thin, they couldn't put up much resistance. For these reasons, the kingdom was surprised by the United Kingdom's invasion and was put at a disadvantage for a while. But that's an old story. Now, they have a fleet and defenses in place. If the United Kingdom wants to send reinforcements to the Empire, they need to break through the Northern Fleet at sea. Because they need to secure an advance route. It would take a huge amount of military power and time. The kingdom is not stupid. They always keep the north well guarded. They've always anticipated attacks from the United Kingdom. On the other hand, the United Kingdom has lost its Holy Dragon in the fight with Silver. When they had 3 heads, they could have left all the defense to the Holy Dragon and mobilized the navy, but now they only have 1. There are gaps in their defenses everywhere. They can't afford to gamble. That's why the United Kingdom can't send reinforcements. Certainly, a request for reinforcements might have been made. But, just because you ask, doesn't mean they will come. Even if Letitia controls the northern cities, the northern ports probably won't budge. It can put pressure on the kingdom's forces, but it won't change the tide of war. That was Leonard's judgment. So, how do you intend to deal with this stalemate? The stalemate is what the enemy wants. Even if we break through as is, our forces will be worn down. And the enemy believes they can win against a depleted imperial army. It's going according to their plans. Of course, we can't just stand still. But for a while, we'll continue the siege of the city. We'll see how much Letitia can control the northern cities and how the enemy reacts to it. We'll move after observing that. But wouldn't they be prepared for us? If we move as soon as Lady Letitia controls the northern cities, no matter how much we move, the enemy will have countermeasures. There's no point in rushing, Leo calmly declared. He was prepared for the worst. No matter how hard they tried, they would likely be at a disadvantage. Everyone might have thought they would win when they arrived at the front lines, but Leo thought differently. He thought they had a slim chance of winning from the moment Ul showed caution. He couldn't defeat Ul, but that didn't mean he was ready to accept defeat. He couldn't afford to lose. Sire, there's a strange rumor circulating within the army. A strange rumor? One of Theodore's subordinates, a palace guard, entered the tent. Theodore glanced at Leo, who gave a small nod. What kind of rumor is it? Sir, it's a rumor that someone within the royal army is plotting against Lady Letitia. It seems plausible, so it's spreading fast. If this continues, it might affect morale. That rumor. Theodore crossed his arms and sank into deep thought. It wasn't impossible. The royal army had a motive, and currently, Letitia was away from the headquarters. The situation was ripe for such rumors. But still. Prepare the amplification magic tool. I want my voice to reach the entire army. Why yes, sir. What do you intend to do? I'm going to stop the rumor from becoming serious. How exactly he planned to do that, Leo didn't say. In front of the main headquarters tent, an amplification magic tool was prepared. Taking it into his hands, Leo began to address the entire army. I want you all to listen while you continue your duties. I am Leonard Lakes Adler, and I command this army. I just heard a strange rumor that the royal army is targeting Lady Letitia. It's a plausible rumor. I understand your anxiety. That's why I want to state this here and now. Lady Letitia will not fall into the hands of the royal army. He paused, looking around at the soldiers gathered in front of the headquarters. Lady Letitia is protected by Elna von Armsburg, the pride of our empire. No citizen of our empire would not understand the significance of the Armsburg name. The Armsburgs have always protected our empire. No one in our empire would dare question their contributions. I believe in them. Therefore, these rumors are spread by the enemy to shake us. My friends, do not be disturbed. The enemy fears us. That's why they're spreading these rumors. Anyone who continues to speak of these rumors may return to the empire right now. If you can't believe in the Armsburgs, then you can't believe in me. I have no intention of entrusting my back to those who can't believe in me, the Armsburgs, or the empire. If you have pride in being a part of the imperial army, then steel your resolve. Do not be shaken by mere rumors. You always have the Adler watching over you, and the Armsburg by your side. Soldiers, believe in me, and follow me. If you do, we can definitely win this war. As he finished speaking, Leonard unsheathed his sword, raising it high into the sky. The soldiers responded with a roaring cheer. Well done, Your Highness. After sheathing his sword and returning to the tent, Theodore praised Leo. However, Leo grimaced. It was mostly bluster. It didn't seem like that at all. We can't show weakness, or the enemy will take advantage. So, should we send guards to protect Lady Letitia? That would be like acknowledging the rumor as true. We won't do anything. While it was mostly bluster, the part about me trusting Elna is true. This is a battlefield. There's no room for anything to hinder Elna. If anyone dares to come, let them. My childhood friend is the strongest, after all. Chapter 576. The Duchy Fleet. The Imperial Army was struggling. As the news of this reached them, fleets from the Duchy of Albitro and the Duchy of Rondine had arrived at the Imperial Army's port. Representing both duchies and leading the fleet was the Prince of the Albitro Duchy, Julio. The fleets of Albitro and Rondine duchies have just arrived. From now on, we will be under the command of Field Marshal Arnold. Reinforcements, I'm grateful. Prince Julio, let me express my gratitude on behalf of the Empire. Thank you. We formed an alliance. It's only natural. Besides, it was the Empire that saved our nations from crisis multiple times. Both Albitro and Rondine have been waiting for a chance to return that favor. However, the Empire is powerful. Whether we lend our power or not wouldn't matter. But, if the battle is at sea, it's a different story. Our main strength is the navy. Witness our power. Saying that, Julio pointed to the duchy fleets. There were 20 ships each from the Albitro Duchy and Rondine Duchy, making a total of 40 ships. The Imperial Navy had 60. Together, it made a coalition fleet of 100 ships. Despite interference, the fact that both duchies could send this number showed the true power of their naval-based forces. I have high expectations. But it seems we won't have a role for a while. I heard that Prince Leonard is having a hard time. That seems to be the case. Well, it's within expectations. The kingdom won't be easily pushed around. At the beginning of the war, the majority expected the Imperial Army, with its 150,000 strong forces, to overwhelm the Kingdom Army. But when the dust settled, the Kingdom Army was holding back the Imperial Army's attack despite being outnumbered. Those who were optimistic were surprised, and even those who expected some difficulties were astonished. This was proof of how thoroughly Anam had prepared for the anti-imperial war. Usually, defense has an advantage in war. Even if the attacking side has slightly more military power, the defender can utilize geographical advantages. Firstly, if we can't confine the enemy in the fortress, our coalition fleet won't have a role. What about you, Field Marshal Arnold? If both you and Prince Leonardo were there, I think you could break through the Kingdom Army's sturdy defense. It's too late to send reinforcements now, and it wouldn't make much difference even if I went alone. The Kingdom Army's defense is thorough. They're executing a plan to exhaust the Imperial Army, draw them into the kingdom, and then end it. Since it's a simple plan, we have no choice but to play along. Even if I were there, we would have to methodically capture cities. It's not a situation where clever tactics could easily turn the tide. Anam had spent time crafting an anti-imperial defense network. He probably took all possibilities into account. Breaking through something they meticulously prepared with a mere stroke of genius is an extremely difficult task. Rather than preventing the enemy from doing anything, it's about restricting the enemy's actions and leading the situation to your desired outcome. This was typical of Ansem's control. So, are we just waiting? It seems so. Our sailors from the duchy are used to life at sea. They can hold out for a while on standby at sea. But if this drags on, it will affect their morale. Julio made a sharp point. Not all of the 100 ships were in the imperial port. Ships that couldn't fit were waiting at sea. There were enough supplies for 100 ships, but consumption would be faster at sea than on land. Even with food and water, they can't fight without morale. This state can't be maintained forever. And that was exactly what the Kingdom Army was aiming for. The Empire had planned a large-scale invasion operation. By delaying the first move, they could throw all the gears out of sync. War can't be fought with manpower alone. Massive supplies are needed, and preparing them takes time. Once they fail, they can't just do it again immediately. They understood the weak points of a great nation's military advance well. If their first move was thwarted, the Empire would have no choice but to react. Especially since they were attacking with a huge army of 150,000 to prevent such a failure. If they faltered there, they would have almost no countermeasures. I guarantee, as the Imperial Field Marshal, the situation will change eventually. Please somehow maintain the morale. I believe your words. But how are you going to change this situation? There is no information about reinforcements coming from the United Kingdom. Julio's words resonated with me. The United Kingdom had received a request for reinforcements from the Empire. Since the coup where the Dragon Prince William seized the throne, the United Kingdom has been an ally of the Empire. However, for William, who seized the throne in the coup, stabilizing the nation was his top priority. If they were to invade the kingdom, it would entail a large-scale attack from the sea. That wouldn't be a sweet deal for the United Kingdom. After all, they were merely reinforcements for the Empire. Even if they defeated the kingdom, the share that would go to the United Kingdom would be trivial. In an unstable situation, there is little return for desperately moving on behalf of the Empire. It makes sense not to act at all. For a normal king, anyway. Anam, who commands the kingdom's army, is exceptional, but so is the Dragon King of the United Kingdom. The request for reinforcements should have been made quite some time ago. There must have been time to devise some strategy. That's what I'm hoping for. You're hoping. It was a baseless conjecture. Even Julio was a bit skeptical about hoping that the Dragon King would do something. Would it be difficult to keep morale high with just that? After all, this is just my expectation. Then let me share an interesting piece of information. What might that be? In recent times, the United Kingdom and the Dominion have been frequently trading ships. Since both have become allies of the Empire, it's beneficial to circulate supplies in such a manner. Yes, and your point is, it seems a considerable number of large ships are involved. What on earth are the Dominion and the United Kingdom exchanging in such large volumes? As the former Prime Minister of the Dominion, I can't imagine what would require such large ships for trade. I'm sorry. Could you explain what you mean? Julio wore a troubled expression at my words. With a wry smile to such a Julio, I answered. While establishing an invasion route through the sea is necessary, there is no problem if we use land routes. That's what I mean. At my words, Julio gasped in realization. The tricky part of this was that it was all too natural. The Dominion is a nation in the midst of recovery and eager to trade. A poverty-stricken country that must make money in any way possible. On the other hand, the United Kingdom, being an island nation, lacks supplies from the continent. Therefore, it's natural for the Dominion to gather goods and send supplies to the United Kingdom. Nobody cares what's on those empty large ships. Of course, it's not something that could be achieved by the Dragon King alone. Certainly, another exceptional person must be involved. Well, that's the end of the discussion. There's no point in having spare time. Let's have a fleet-wide exercise. Yes, sir. Chapter 577. Fall of the Frontline City. General Harnish. The enemy city has surrendered. Finally. A siege with 30,000 men. It was too resilient for a small city. Despite continuous attacks day and night, their morale never faltered. That was a tough enemy. Indeed. It's daunting to think there are still several cities like this remaining. Fortunately, I don't think there are any cities in the rear that hold as much power as this one. I hope so. Undoubtedly, the three toughest cities were those on the front line. There was no mistake about that. We have received reports that the other two cities are on the verge of falling. Despite being small, they had a force not to be underestimated, thanks to reinforcements from other defensive positions. However, their resilience was not due to their abundant military power. At its root, their high morale was the cause. To defend their country. It's easy to understand the reason to oppose the invaders. With the shared consciousness of the nation, it's an easy cause to rally around. However, the Empire was well aware of this. That's why they elevated the kingdom's saint and propagated the prince's atrocities. Those who follow the prince are evil, they built such a narrative. The fact that the prince had abandoned the saint is undeniable because it is true. Even though the saint was still within the Empire, the kingdom's army invaded the Empire. There's no way to dodge this fact. So we had expected the morale of each city to be low. The presence of the saint was supposed to have a major impact on the kingdom. Is Prince Anam, the commander of the kingdom's army, such a remarkable person? A troublesome existence. A person who could overwrite the presence of the saint. If he has gathered such trust, the army he leads, even beyond the frontline cities, has high morale. Certainly, There must be many people who wouldn't mind dying for Ansem. I want to ask you something. What is it? Could you die for Prince Leonard? If it's an order. That's not what I mean. In response to his aide's answer, Harnish answered and started walking forward. Because the city gates had opened. Next, we move to the occupation procedures. Do I need to be prepared? Those in the Imperial Army can die as soldiers. Once you become a soldier, it's natural to follow orders. However, even the general public in the kingdom's army has high morale. Surely those in Ansem's direct control are willing to die beyond the confines of being a soldier. That's a big difference. However, the Imperial Army is not losing either. At least as an individual, Harnish thought he wouldn't mind dying for Leo. Make sure all soldiers understand. Any abuse towards those who have surrendered will not be tolerated. This is an edict from the Commander-in-Chief, Prince Leonard. Break it and be immediately executed. It's a lenient measure. Fear would be more effective to crush morale. If they know they will be spared even after a full-scale resistance, they will continue to resist. Fully aware of this, we are issuing this order. Harnish liked this about Leo. Section. As expected of Ansem. While listening to the report from the front lines, Leo muttered. The 3 cities had fallen. The frontline generals managed their troops well, and there was no chaos. However, they all shared a common problem. The enemy cities burned all their food supplies upon surrendering, so we need food to sustain the city's population. I didn't expect they would go that far. Indeed. Leo nodded at Theodore's words. Whether this was Ansem's directive, or an independent decision of the frontline, was unknown. However, it was a dangerous act. If the Imperial Army refused, mass starvation would ensue in the 3 cities. The death toll would likely surpass that of the war. Did they act on the rumors about Your Highness, assuming you wouldn't abandon them? I wonder. That's possible. But I think it's probably the frontline's independent decision. When I say as expected of Ansem, I mean that he has gathered enough trust to make them take such actions. In that sense, they are fanatics. Involve the citizens even after the city gates are open. It's not desirable. Theodore said, grimacing. The Imperial Army has a vast amount of food supplies, enough to feed the 150,000 Imperial soldiers. However, if they had to distribute it to the citizens every time a city fell, the supplies would quickly run out. Yet, they couldn't abandon the people. I didn't expect that elevating Saint Letitia would backfire at this point. Because we are the righteous Imperial Army fighting for Saint Letitia. After promoting ourselves that way, we can't abandon the citizens. Of course, we wouldn't abandon them even without such propaganda. If Ansem knew that and took this action to win, is remarkable. However, from a strategic standpoint, it's a failure. How so? It's okay for now, but this action will tie down Ansem's movements like a slow-acting poison. Moreover, Ansem will be the one in trouble after driving us out. After all, I don't think this was Ansem's directive. I can't imagine a broad-minded person like Ansem doing such a thing. However, even if it was an independent decision from the front lines, we are the ones in trouble at the moment. Yes, that's true. For now, I want you to hurry and transport food supplies to each front line. That's the top priority. We'll think about what to do next after we finish that. Understood. Chapter 578. The Importance of the North. The news of the frontline cities falling had naturally reached Ansem, who was assessing the situation from the rear. Of course. He also knew about his subordinates burning all the city's food supplies. Are you kidding me? Hearing the report, Ansem couldn't help but kick a nearby chair. A dull pain ran through his leg, but this was not the time to worry about such things. And the Imperial Army? Did they accept it? Yes, they provided food supplies. It wasn't an ordered action, but it ended up reducing the enemy's food. Do you mean it's fine to do anything if it can cut down the enemy's food? What value does the reduced food have when we are pushing our own people, who we should protect, to the brink of starvation? We can't afford to choose our methods, Your Highness. We must choose our methods. Why don't you understand? Ansem yelled at Balland, unable to hold back his anger. Faced with an outburst he usually never hears, Balland froze. Balland is an excellent general, but he remains just that, a general. He excels in defeating enemies on the front line, but not in overseeing the bigger picture. There were many such generals in the kingdom, which was why a commander was needed to lead them all. They are the type to shine when utilized correctly. The struggle against the United Kingdom, even with military strength, after Ansem's fall was due to this factor. To such a general, the decision to burn food supplies in the cities that had surrendered seemed like a good idea in the current situation of using food as a weapon against an army of 150,000. But Ansem saw things differently. Our nation is being invaded. That's why we are now united and working together. A common enemy in the form of the Imperial Army. That's important. However, if we burn our food, the enemy of the people becomes the Royal Army. They are not just pieces on a board. Without the cooperation of the people, we can't conduct a siege. The reason why the frontline cities have held out this much is due to the people's cooperation. They are our comrades in arms. And we must show sincerity to our comrades. That's why I ordered them to surrender before we ran out of food. Even if there was certainty that the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army, Leonard, would absolutely accept the people, the decision on the ground went against the overall strategy. Ansem's basic strategy was to engage in sieges in various cities, drawing the enemy further into the kingdom while wearing them out. Sieges of cities will continue in the future. However, if it becomes known that the Royal Army burns food at the end of a siege, the morale of the people will drop significantly. But if the citizens see it as a fight against the invaders, what matters to the people is their daily life. Whoever can guarantee their daily life is their protector. If we threaten their daily life, we become the invaders. They are not soldiers. They don't have an obligation to risk their lives fighting for the kingdom. The fact that they agreed to the siege is because they have an affection for their country, the kingdom. The Royal Army must not carry out actions that extinguish that affection. After finishing his explanation, Ansem immediately turned to his desk. Every moment counts. Your Highness, what are you? I'm calculating the amount of food to send to the front lines. Are you sending it to the cities that have already fallen? Are you sending it to a city that's already fallen? It's because food supplies will come later that we burned them. I'll make it so that we can use that as an excuse. No matter how hard it may be, it's better than nothing. You're giving a lot of food supplies to the enemy for the sake of better than nothing. We're not giving them to the enemy. We're giving them to the people of the kingdom. If they receive food supplies from us, the Imperial Army can't widely advertise this incident. We need to show that we won't use the people on the front line as pawns. With that, Ansem began calculating the food supplies at an astonishing speed. It's not good to have too much or too little. You need to send the right amount. However, it was an act that put a strain on the body. Your Highness. Don't worry. Even as he spat out blood from his mouth, Ansem didn't stop his hand. Because there was still time. If they could send the food supplies, they could maintain the unified kingdom. If this fails, the collapse will begin. If the cities continue to rebel, they will have to change their original strategy. A move to stop that. When Ansem finished that calculation, he handed the paper to Balland. Send the food supplies written there to the frontline cities. It's urgent. Why, yes. Understood. But Your Highness, please rest. If you want me to rest, make me think it's okay to rest. Hurry up. Yes. Scolding Balland, Ansem hurried him on. It was a race against time. This matter should not be taken lightly. With that thought, Ansem, who was in a hurry, received a message. Having a bad premonition, Ansem quickly wiped the blood from his mouth. What happened? Message. The northern cities have defected in response to the call of the Holy Maiden Letitia. They have begun to move large amounts of food supplies. Damn it. Was I too late? Ansem distorted his face in frustration. The northern part of the kingdom was a land rich in crops. However, it's not large enough to maintain 150,000 food supplies. That's why they didn't take proactive measures. At that time, even if they rebelled, it wasn't a big deal. But now it's different. The importance of the North has changed. The northern cities wouldn't have agreed to hand over food supplies so quickly for the Imperial Army, and it should have taken time to rebel in the first place. But everything has accelerated because of this incident. Now, the food supplies being sent are to maintain the frontline cities. They are food supplies to help their brethren. Moreover, the one leading this is the holy maiden Letitia. With this, Letitia's popularity will revive. She didn't go to the north foreseeing everything. But she went to the north because she judged that she could do something, whether her nose is good or her intuition is sharp. Anyway, in the face of Letitia's initiative that once saved the kingdom, Ansem inadvertently clicked his tongue. Baland. Stop the transportation of food supplies. It's too late now. What will you do now? Cities everywhere will start to rebel. We'll try to prevent it, but it's impossible to prevent everything. Our defenses have collapsed. We're changing the strategy. With a body that didn't listen to him, Ansem breathed life into it. It was unexpected, but it was not a desperate situation. He hadn't lost yet. Telling himself that, Ansem stood up from his chair. Chapter 579. A heavy responsibility. Report. News from the kingdom has arrived by swift horse. The kingdom's frontline cities have fallen. Furthermore, after their fall, the kingdom's soldiers burned the food in the cities, prompting the Imperial Army to start supplying the people with food. There was concern over food shortages, but the holy maiden Letitia has won over the cities in the northern part of the kingdom, and food is now being supplied from there. There's too much information. While listening to the courier's report, I let out a sigh. Having the courier step down, I looked at the map spread out on my desk. What do you think, Sebas? I don't think you should be asking me. Sebas appeared silently behind me as he spoke. Sebas had been assisting my uncle in the principality, but with the fleet joining us, he has returned to my side. However, Sebas would not answer when it came to military matters. I am asking for your opinion. That is outside of my expertise. You are quite a useless butler. I am a butler. If you want to know about war, you should ask a soldier. I'm asking him because the soldiers are not reliable. Even though he should understand what I'm trying to say, Sebas doesn't say anything. He must mean I should think for myself. You could make things a bit easier for yourself. Weren't you the one who decided to draw attention to yourself? Stop nagging. I get it, I should do things properly. Really? What a troublesome butler. Supposedly, a butler's job is to help his master, not to make him work. Ansem's basic strategy is to lure the Imperial Army into the kingdom. Knowing that we have a navy ready, he intends to settle things in the interior of the country. So he doesn't hold up in his proud fortress because it would turn into a two-front battle? Exactly. He could defend against one side indefinitely, but if he's surrounded by a large army from two directions, even the Louvel fortress will fall. He understands this, so the Empire tried to push him into the fortress. But Ansem understood this, and chose not to hole up in the fortress. He's set up a strong defense network, takes his time whittling down Leo's main force, and plans to initiate the decisive battle at an opportune moment. That's Ansem's strategy. However, a gap has opened up. Burning even the people's food was a misstep. Rather than a misstep, it was probably a decision made on the ground. It would be better than handing it over to the enemy. They must have thought that. Some somewhat clever person must have been on the front line. They understood the kingdom's basic strategy was to attack the food supply, and so they couldn't hand over the food. There was no order to do so, but they thought it was for the best. That's probably it. Is it appropriate to call them smart? Idiots can't understand basic strategy. However, sometimes those who are slightly smarter can be more troublesome. They think they understand things and act on their own. Even Ansem must be at his wit's end. The decision not to hand over the food is common. However, now it is different. The defense network that Ansem has laid out is rooted in the cities. It won't hold up if the people don't cooperate. So what is demanded of the frontline cities is resistance to the extent that the people don't suffer. By continuing this in many cities, the aim is to wear down the Imperial Army. But they've crossed the line. On the map, there are 3 strongholds placed there. I put the Empire's piece on that stronghold. It was expected. It was known that they would eventually fall. However, the wind is blowing more favorably for the empire than expected. By now, there must be cities in the kingdom starting to defect. Only soldiers can sacrifice everything. As for the people, they would be troubled if they were asked to do the same. That's right. If they push too hard, people will feel unable to keep up. Anam probably never thought his subordinates would do something like this. If they were going to abandon even the people and be thorough, they should have done it from the start. They knew they were going to be invaded. If they wanted to, they could have collected all the food from the front lines. They've been backing Letitia, so the empire can't abandon the people. If they share food with the people, the imperial army will eventually dry up. It's a scorched earth policy. It's effective, but they're not doing it because it's tough afterward. It would be difficult to govern, and if the empire successfully crosses that frontline area, there's no hope of winning. And Anam probably wouldn't use it because of his personality. To be thorough means there's little hope of winning. His pride has shown through in glimpses. He must also have absolute confidence in himself. I can't imagine that Anam would resort to a scorched earth policy. That's why this time, it's a decision made on the spot. It's too half-baked, and it's unnatural that there are no other actions if he's changed his strategy. It must be a blow for Anam. The strategy that had been going well has begun to crumble. Well, things won't always go as planned. After all, it's a war. It's about time for our turn. The time has come for you to finally step up. Indeed. It's not like we need to move immediately, but we've come to a point where waiting for more reports might leave us lagging behind. Information from within the kingdom is conveyed to us as quickly as possible, but even so, a delay of several days is inevitable. Moving the fleet takes time. If we don't anticipate and move in advance, we won't be able to support Leo from the sea when he pushes the enemy into the fortress. Sebas, I have a favor to ask. Anything you wish. After I leave, I want you to return to the imperial capital and stay by my mother's side. Finn is with her now, but I would like you to be there too. If that is what Lord Arnold wishes, it's fine. If you're around, I can do what I need to do. Sebas, perhaps sensing what I wanted to say, bowed his head deeply. Chapter 580. Amidst the uncertainty. After capturing the frontline city, the Imperial Army handed over the 3 cities they had taken down to Letitia, who had persuaded the northern city-states to their cause and raised their front line. The formation remained the same, 3 units up front with the main force following behind. Leo, in the main force, was updating his knowledge of various locations. Cities in the north are surrendering one after the other, and some cities in the south are starting to show a tendency towards the empire. The Imperial Army had been spreading the word about the incident where the Kingdom Army had burnt their own provisions. The kingdom that abandoned the Saint also abandons its people. In a tactic of information warfare, it was excessively propagated that the kingdom's army was evil and the Saint was justice. However, since facts were mixed in, it was impossible to deny. The once solid defense began to crumble. The kingdom's stance of resisting the Imperial Army as a united front was falling apart. Do you think it will go on like this, Veen? Don't ask me. I'm busy. As Leo questioned, Veen replied while flipping through documents. At Veen's attitude, Leo grinned wryly. Even though you're the strategist. If you think I'm a strategist, then treat me as such. Veen, clearly irritated, flipped through his documents more quickly. Currently, Veen was managing the supply of provisions to the 3 units on the front line and the provisions of the main force. Maintaining provisions for an army of 150,000 was a major responsibility and a target for the enemy. Therefore, Leo had entrusted Veen with all matters related to provisions. The entrusted Veen was busily moving around, meticulously managing the provisions, to ensure the Imperial Army could fight for as long a time as possible. Didn't you say it yourself? Being a strategist for an army of 150,000 is impossible. That's why don't ask me. I'm only in charge of managing provisions now. At least let me hear your opinion. The common man wouldn't understand what a genius thinks. I see. So, what should the Kingdom Army do next? As per convention, I'll answer that question. If the kingdom army does not change their strategy, they should retreat from the front line and reconstruct their defense. Even if some frontier cities betray us, it won't significantly impact the central regions. What if they decide to change their strategy? I don't think the enemy general will follow any strategy one could come up with. If it were me, I'd move to the north. The situation is disadvantageous for the kingdom army. To turn the tide, they have no choice but to move. But the only area they can attack is the north. I see. There's really no other option given the situation. Confirming that Vine's opinion was the same as his own, Leo nodded. The situation was unfavorable for the kingdom army. If they don't change their strategy, they have no option but to retreat. They have to reconstruct their defense, full of holes, or else they will be broken through. If they abandon that strategy, they have no choice but to switch to offense. And the only place to attack is the north. If they can take down the persuaded cities, it would boost morale and serve as a distraction for other cities. However, even if they retake the north, it doesn't guarantee the situation will turn in their favor. It was an unfavorable battle for the kingdom army from the start. It was only even because they were well prepared. If those preparations break down, it's natural to be forced into a disadvantageous fight. No withdrawal to the fortress, then? Unless they're cornered considerably, it's a different story, but the enemy saw through our aims. They won't likely play into the development we desire. If they were to do it, would it be a feigned withdrawal? We should be very cautious. However, it's not a big problem even if they retreat. We just need to order the 3 frontline units strictly. They don't have to pursue it. The Imperial army held the advantage. They were aware of their advantage, and they simply had to conquer each city one by one. Thanks to the cities in the north, their biggest concern, provisions, was somewhat relieved. The enemy's morale was also falling, and cracks were starting to appear in their boasted impregnable defense. The advantage was certainly theirs. However, Leo had an indescribable sense of unease. Was he truly in an advantageous position? For Leo, who had been prepared for a disadvantage since before the war started, this advantageous situation was ironically a source of anxiety. What would the enemy do from here? He had expectations, but he was certain they would exceed them. Otherwise, there would be no reason for all to be on guard. I'll urge all the troops to be alert for now. We don't know what the enemy will do. You probably want to tell them not to let their guard down, but I think it's impossible. It's clear that the Imperial army has the upper hand. At Vine's words, Leo nodded. He was afraid of that upper hand. And his anxiety was proven right. The next day, the 3 units that were on the front line each began to take over the next city, but suddenly, communication with the unit on the right side was lost. However, the main force was a little late in grasping this. The reason was simple. The distance between the main force and the 3 units was greater than it had been when they first attacked the frontline city. However, it was a slight difference. It was a difference that should be acceptable if they were to conquer 3 cities at the same time. But it was only when an urgent messenger arrived from the right side that Leo realized that this difference was fatal. It eventually became the last report from the right side. The content was that the enemy's general, Anam, had appeared. Chapter 581. Anam's surprise attack. For Anam, who commanded the main force of 100,000, the collapse of the defense network meant the collapse of the initial strategy. The plan to wear down the Imperial army by using the cities everywhere would eventually cease to function. The enemy was 150,000 strong. Gradually whittling them down and wearing them out was necessary before facing a decisive battle. It would have been a dangerous gamble otherwise. So he had patiently waited in the rear, waiting for the enemy to show an opening. However, it was the kingdom's army that exposed a vulnerability. For Anam, a scorched earth strategy was not an option. If he was going to do it, he would have done it from the beginning. There was no point in doing it once he chose not to at the outset. The kingdom was united, challenging the Imperial army. He had judged that this situation was optimal. However, what Anam had miscalculated was that some things would not be understood unless they were thoroughly explained. For Anam, The order to surrender before running out of provisions meant allowing the enemy to get the supplies. At least, he thought it should have been perceived that way. However, the front line had burnt the supplies. That was contrary to Ansem's intention. Why did such a thing happen? The reason was simple. People are not as wise as Ansem. He had thoroughly explained the basic strategy and advocated fighting together with the people. But that was not enough. In addition to what should be done, he should have explained what should not be done. Ansem had neglected that point. The same mistake again. I'm not growing. Ansem muttered on horseback. When he was working undercover as Marcel in the duchy. After Marcel had put Duke Pastor on the throne, he did not act as Marcel had hoped. People are more foolish than you think, and they can't always do the right thing. There are things that you understand but others do not. He thought he had given instructions with full knowledge of this. However, he had slightly overlooked the fact that what is common to him is not common to others. Although it's a tall order to be so careful as the commander-in-chief of an army, perhaps this situation could have been avoided if he had been. It's the field's arbitrary judgment. It's not your highness's fault. Lisette, his adjutant who was standing by, defended Ansem just as she had before. However, I'm the commander-in-chief in charge of the entire army. Even the arbitrary judgments on the ground are my responsibility. This is war. No one will forgive me if I make such excuses after losing. The Empire won't accept such words and admit defeat. Unexpected things happen on the battlefield, and a true great general is one who can still seize victory in such circumstances. The collapse of the defense network is my responsibility. That's why I must rectify this blunder. He considered everything his responsibility. That's why Ansem never gave up. Most people cannot think that far. If they carry such a burden of responsibility, their minds would blow out. However, Ansem was exceptionally capable. Therefore, he could get away with such reckless actions. If only he had done his part properly, he could have won. For most people, that would be nothing but arrogance. There's a limit to what one person can do. But Ansem was different. His abilities were so high that this was actually the case. Even the rampage of the soldiers on the front lines should have been predictable if he had tried to predict it. Therefore, it was his fault for not being able to predict it. That was the kind of man Ansem was, who could accept such self-reflection. That's why he moved quickly. There was no time to blame others or look for what went wrong. He immediately pulled himself together, and while escaping the enemy's watchful eye, Ansem had 10,000 elites sneak around to his left. That 10,000 elites could move unnoticed was unique to the kingdom's army, which had the advantage of terrain, but even so, 10,000 was the limit. He couldn't move more than that. But that was enough for Ansem. When he was working undercover as Marcel in the duchy, Ansem had many restrictions. In particular, the need to move a figurehead was a significant one. But now, it was different. The banner was Ansem himself. Ansem could manipulate the situation to his liking. We aim for the enemy's right-wing unit. Their eyes are on the city in front of them. We will destroy the enemy's main camp with one strike. With that, Ansem began to advance, sneaking through the enemy's surveillance network. The enemy's right-wing unit that had come to the front line was concentrated on the city. The distance from the main force was also considerable, and they were ideal for defeat in detail. However, the Imperial army was not stupid. They carefully monitored the kingdom's main force, laying a surveillance network to receive notifications as soon as there was any movement. The only force that could move covertly through this surveillance network was Ansem's 10,000. On the other hand, the enemy numbered 30,000. The difference in strength was 3 times. The Imperial army chose not to further disperse the city conquest unit at the front line because they judged that a force of 30,000 would not be defeated in detail. However, the careful surveillance caused the front line units to let their guard down. They were 30,000 strong. The Imperial army had superiority. There was no movement from the enemy's main force. Above all, the enemy army was in a situation where they could only retreat. Under these circumstances, it was unthinkable to attack with a smaller force. Ansem didn't miss this opportunity and pierced through the enemy's right-wing unit. The enemy has been routed, Your Highness. What about the enemy general? We were able to successfully take him down. He didn't run but tried to counterattack, which was admirable. But there's nothing to be done when caught by such a surprise. He was probably buying time to send a messenger. That Leonardo, he knows how to choose a good general. Ansem and his side were fighting with limited resources and manpower, while the other side had abundant resources and a pool of personnel to choose from. Even for Ansem, it was a situation where he wanted to express his dissatisfaction with the unfairness. However, the surprise attack was successful. Of the 3 units, 1 was routed. The general was taken down, and the troops scattered. There would be soldiers merging with other units, but many would likely be wandering around enemy territory. It was an excellent achievement, but Ansem was not satisfied. We retreat immediately. We will disappear and probe whether we can surprise attack another unit. Understood. Ansem's group was now in enemy territory with just 10,000 men, isolated and unsupported. If they stayed for long, they would be surrounded by the enemy. Even then, Ansem was looking at the next prey. The frontline unit was 30,000 strong. If he could take down 2, it would deal a blow of 60,000 to the Empire. There would be soldiers merging with other units, so it won't necessarily decrease by 60,000, but they could still get close to a balanced situation. However, at most, 1 more surprise attack could work. And it would be harder to succeed than this time. The reason he did not choose a surprise attack until now was that it was not necessary according to the basic strategy and because the main force was positioned at a distance where they could rush in at any time. It was a surprise attack because the situation was just right. However, there was a drawback to this. Cough, cough. Coughing, Ansem swallowed his medicine. Being active on the front line put a significant strain on Ansem's body. Still, Ansem adopted this strategy, because there was no other plan to catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 582. Total Army Mobilization. When Leonard learned that his right-wing force, which he had divided into 3 parts for the front line, had been ambushed by Ansem, he made an immediate decision. It was the worst possible outcome for Ansem. I suppose I should say as expected from Leonard. His decision was irritatingly accurate and quick. Ansem had already identified his next target by the time he had driven the enemy's right wing to a rout. The Imperial Army was keeping a close eye on the main body of the kingdom's forces, but if a small group moved, the Imperial Army should have noticed immediately. Hence, they would come to counterattack. Reading this, Ansem had his army lie in ambush at the site of the previous attack. However, Leonard, anticipating Ansem's move, had made the decision to mobilize all forces at the same time as the right wing was driven to a rout. The enemy was a small group. Their aim was to destroy each one individually. If they tried to search recklessly, they would fall right into the trap. So, it's better to become a large army and make it impossible for them to do anything. That was his judgment, and it was the strategy Ansem absolutely did not want to be adopted. I heard he was a fearless commander, but his careful, no, should I say his timid rather than careful? Exactly. His leading the Imperial Army, which has superior forces, yet his behaving as if we are the ones superior. Because of this, there's no opportunity for us to take advantage. The Imperial Army's right wing was routed, but it was only the headquarters that were destroyed. There were many soldiers who escaped. Leonard prioritized accommodating them. The effect of their recent victory had been diminished as the next move was blocked. However, it wasn't that there was no effect at all. Retreat. We can't hope for any more military achievements. Is that all right? The enemy will be more vigilant. The next chance will be. We have changed the situation. We have killed one of the enemy generals and made the enemy vigilant about ambushes. That's enough. The situation had improved from one where retreat was the best option, to one where various strategies could be used. As the kingdom's army had switched to an offensive stance and killed one of the enemy generals, which they were supposed to be retreating, it was likely to slow down the enemy's future movements. Although the Imperial Army's superiority remained the same, the atmosphere had changed quite a bit. Milne. Here. Inform the main body of our successful ambush and the killing of the enemy general. Afterwards, Convey this information accurately to each city. Accurately. There's no need for any exaggeration. With just that, each city will be less likely to be swayed. Understood. After instructing Milne, Ansem turned his gaze towards where the Imperial Army's main headquarters was. In Ansem's heart, there was a part of him that underestimated Leonard. After all, he was just Arnold's younger brother. The reason he got close to the position of the Crown Prince was because Arnold was behind him. Because he valued Arnold, his evaluation of Leonard, who was merely being carried along, was low. However, after seeing how quickly Leonard made his decisions this time, he thought he needed to re-evaluate him. I knew he was an excellent prince, but he is indeed Arnold's twin brother. I didn't think of him as inferior, but he's not to be underestimated. Section. In any case, the highest priority is to protect the soldiers who managed to escape. Veen. Reorganize the right-wing unit. I'm counting on you. Theodore. I'm going to see how the soldiers are. I need a guard. Leonard ordered. Understood. We will incorporate those who can fight into the units. What about the commanders? Veen asked. We'll decide that later. For now, gather the soldiers scattered throughout the kingdom. Soldiers who have fled into enemy territory tend to become bandits. For their sake and for the sake of the kingdom's people, we must protect them responsibly, Leonard replied. Got it. I'll start right away, Veen agreed. Once he finished giving out his orders, Leonard got on his horse to check on the soldiers. As he did this, Harnish, who had temporarily retreated from the front line, approached. Your Highness, the central unit has successfully retreated. Harnish reported. General Harnish, you did well to hold back and retreat. This decision should save us, Leonard praised. When the right wing collapsed, Harnish was the closest to Ansem. He received the message that Ansem had appeared before the main unit did. He had considered rushing to the rescue immediately, but Harnish decided to abandon the siege of the castle and take a defensive position while waiting for Leonard's instructions. If he were to speak frankly, he wanted to avenge the right-wing unit. He was confident he could do it. However, he said, His Highness is showing restraint. I can't let myself get carried away. Since the war started, Leonard had always played it safe. This was because he did not know what the enemy would do. There were voices saying he was overly cautious, but to that, Leonard would respond with one word, Ansem. This was a reflection of how much he was wary of Ansem, and his actions also led to Harnish restraint. The collapse of the right-wing unit was proof that Leonard's wariness of Ansem was justified, and recklessly charging in would only result in the same fate. This was how Harnish judged the situation. I'm grateful. I'm going to check on the soldiers. I'd like you to come with me, Leonard invited. I will accompany you, Harnish confirmed. How is the central unit doing? Leonard asked. They seemed a bit dissatisfied with the retreat, but their morale is still high. They're ready to move at any time, Harnish answered. I also want to move immediately, but first, we need to protect the soldiers from the collapsed right-wing unit. Given this large army, even Ansem can't stage a surprise attack. He should also be retreating, Leonard reasoned. According to the report, the enemy force was around 10,000. The command ability to easily defeat a unit of 30,000 with a surprise attack is beyond imagination, Harnish noted. I see. He's indeed someone who is focused on winning to the point of staging a surprise attack from there. Honestly, I feel outmaneuvered, Leonard confessed. He had been trying to anticipate the enemy's movements as much as possible. However, Ansem had been moving beyond those expectations. Despite having set up a solid surveillance network, the enemy created a separate unit of 10,000 and caused 30,000 to flee, something unimaginable. He didn't know where the punch would come from. All he could do was keep his guard up. Even then, a punch could slip through the gaps in his guard, but now was the time to endure. The enemy had a clear weakness. The Kingdom Army will probably trumpet their victory. It'll be a tailwind for them, but it might also become a headwind for Ansem, Leonard speculated. What do you mean? Harnish asked. The kingdom is not monolithic. Victory can deceive people, especially those who are only watching from behind, Leonard explained. With that, he spurred his horse into a gallop. For the next few days, the Imperial Army was left unable to move. Chapter 583. Contest of Patience. 130,000. That was the number of troops currently operational in the Imperial Army. The right wing was made up of 30,000 troops, and they had lost about 20,000. The situation was quite grim. Being in enemy territory, the Imperial soldiers were unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain. Moreover, the distance between them and the main force they should return to was considerable. Therefore, only around 10,000 soldiers could make it back. The remaining 20,000 had not all been killed, but at the very least, they were not back on the front lines. Furthermore, all the generals and their close aides who led the right wing had been killed. In addition to the 20,000, they had lost the generals and their close aides. It was a great loss, even considering a retreat. Still, the enemy army had 100,000, and the Imperial Army had 130,000. The Imperial Army still held the advantage in terms of forces. Let's send out a surprise attack unit and ambush the enemy main force. In a war council where the leadership gathered, the proposal for an ambush on the enemy main force was made by General Zandal, who had led the left-wing unit. Originally, he was a general in the southern part of the empire and was still in his mid-30s. He was older than Harnish, but he was young for a general. He had no chance to go to the front during the Civil War, but he was bought for his loyalty to the empire and had been defending the area around the imperial capital. At Zandal's words, Harnish muttered in irritation. Is that not exactly what the enemy wants? Can't you see that? What did you say? Just as we watch the enemy watches us. The only reason they could slip past our gaze was because they had the advantage of the land. We don't have that. Try to send out a surprise attack unit. They will be defeated one by one. That's exactly what they want. It's clear they intend to reduce our forces and strike where we are weak, isn't it? So what do you propose we do? Should we just take this kind of loss lying down? We strike when we should. But we don't strike when it will result in loss. Don't make suggestions just because you want to do something. It's the soldiers who will die. Are you implying that I don't value the lives of our soldiers? Yes, that's right. You're not only undervaluing the soldiers but the entire Imperial Army. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to suggest a surprise attack unit. This is enemy territory, isn't it? We couldn't even notice the approach of a unit of 10,000. How do you propose we launch a surprise attack on such an enemy? Can you tell me, General Zandal? Fine. You seem to want to say I have no plan, but I do have a strategy. With that, Zandal picked up a piece from the map spread out on the table. It was one of the pieces representing the Imperial Army. Zandal moved it backward and then toward the north. We indeed lack the advantage of the land. But those in the north have it. Select a surprise attack unit, move them back, then join forces with Lady Letitia in the north. From there, slip past the enemy's surveillance network and ambush the enemy's main force. As a signal of that ambush, the main force will begin to march. We will push the enemy forces back to the fortress in one fell swoop. Harnish sighed at Zandal's strategy. And then, can you guarantee that the surprise attack unit will reach the enemy's main force? We are unfamiliar with the terrain. But the enemy knows it well. Just because the defensive conditions are different, it doesn't guarantee the success of the surprise attack, does it? And how many days will it take? If we engage the enemy in the meantime, we will only lose more forces. You've been complaining from the start. If you have complaints, then present an alternative. We can't just wait here. Zandal threw the piece he held at Harnish. But Harnish was a frontline general. He easily caught the piece. Zandal hadn't expected Harnish to get hurt, but seeing Harnish catch the piece nonchalantly, he grimaced. Both of you, remember where you are. My apologies, Your Highness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Chided by Theodore, Zandal hastily bowed his head, and Harnish quietly bowed his head. Leo, who had been silent until then, spoke. It's not bad to be passionate. You both can argue more. The proposal of an ambush allowed us to recognize its risks. I appreciate both General Zandal's aggressiveness and General Harnish's calmness. However, from the current discussion, It seems that an ambush will not be as simple as we thought. With that, Leo chuckled lightly. Seeing the Supreme Commander showing no signs of stress, both Xandal and Harnish relaxed. Seeing the two calm down, Leo slowly took a deep breath. This was not the time for allies to be at each other's throats. In order to break through this situation, they yearned for a visible victory. However, such a desire could lead them into a trap. This was a time to endure. That's what Leo kept telling himself. However, this time it was a bit different. Here too, I suppose. Ever since the war began, they had been constantly enduring. The other side was waiting for them to lose patience. But Leo had been prepared to endure even before the war began. The enemy General Ansem, who displayed overwhelming power on the battlefield, seemed to have no weaknesses. From strategic maneuvers utilizing a vast field of view to the valiant command at the front line, he displayed power in every position. However, even if Ansem himself had no weaknesses, the kingdom did. From the beginning, Leo intended this to be a contest of patience. And his opponent was not Ansem. Leo's opponent in this patience contest was the Crown Prince of the Kingdom. Chapter 584. The Crown Prince's Intentions. By proclaiming their victory of the Imperial Army's 30,000 with a separate force of 10,000 both domestically and abroad, the voices calling for defection in various cities had subsided. They could say that they had bounced back from a situation where the Imperial Army had the upper hand to a balanced situation. Originally, it was parity in an unfavorable battle. Achieving that was only possible due to Ansem's extraordinary command ability. However, it had only brought Ansem further trials. Count Gratian de Magellan, what is the lapdog of my beautiful older brother doing on such a filthy front line? At the kingdom's headquarters, Ansem was greeting a man. A tall but skinny man, obviously a nobleman in appearance. In his early 30s. One of the Crown Prince's close aides and one of the people Ansem least wanted to see. Prince Ansem. The Crown Prince has dispatched me to celebrate the victory. I would appreciate it if you do not treat me rudely. I will accept the celebration of victory after we have repelled the Imperial Army. Go home. It's unfortunate that I'm not welcomed. However, we are at war. I understand that someone like me wouldn't be welcomed at the front line. Therefore, I will deliver a message from the Crown Prince. He says not to take too much time. The enemy is a large force. We can't win without taking time. I would like you to somehow manage that with your wisdom, Prince Ansem. If you can defeat 30,000 soldiers with 10,000 soldiers, can't you defeat 150,000 soldiers with only 100,000 soldiers? Don't talk nonsense. If you think it's so easy, why don't you try? I don't mind. But wouldn't that be a problem for you, Your Highness? The Crown Prince was wondering how to use your sister. Don't you want to prevent that? Ansem's expression hardened at Magellan's words. How good it would feel to kill the man in front of him right now. He couldn't help but think that, but as soon as he remembered his beloved sister's face, that absurd thought vanished. The kingdom is going through a tough time. Your sister might be used for an alliance with another country, or she might be used to retain your subordinates. I heard such a story, so I answered that it would be an honor. In response to Magellan's smirking, Ansem quietly declared, I accepted the position of Supreme Commander on the condition that I wouldn't interfere with the front line. If you want to win, you'll have to leave it to my methods. Yes, we will leave it to you. I just conveyed the Crown Prince's intentions. It's just my job. Please don't be so angry. With that, Magellan respectfully bowed his head. And then, I look forward to hearing good news. Supreme Commander Ansem. With that, Magellan left the headquarters. After Magellan left, Ansem remained silent for a while. Your Highness. It's still okay. As long as they're threatening to use her, my sister's life is assured. We just need to rescue her before then. Yes. There is still hope. His adjutant, Lizette, said that and gently seated Ansem, supporting his body. It was time for his medication. If my sister wasn't in their hands, I wouldn't have to be tamed with this medicine. But it is effective, that's for sure. That's true. Milne is searching for my sister's whereabouts. It's a close battle, But if the war situation is balanced, the Crown Prince will certainly use my sister to move me. Not with threats like this time, but real action. That's our only chance. If we can get my sister back. You understand, right? Yes. We will invade the royal capital with the entire army, seize the throne. That's right. Being a pawn of those greedy ones only lasts until I get my sister back. Once I get her back, it ends. I'll restore my father to the throne, broker a ceasefire with the Empire through Letitia, and buy some time. For that, we can't afford to lose to the Imperial army in front of us. That's where it's good that our opponent is Leonard. He's tough, but that's why the situation is deadlocked. We don't even have to deliberately create a deadlock. But we can't let our guard down. The Imperial army, which had been ambushed, gathered for a time and reorganized. They did not act in haste. Leonard knew how to minimize damage, and he wouldn't act recklessly to recover from a failure. Ansem had hoped to retaliate strongly if he did, but on the battlefield, there were few opponents more troublesome than Leonard. No matter how much Ansem moved, Leonardo remained calm. Yet, he wasn't merely hiding. He was steadily walking the path to victory, understanding the importance of moving forward one step at a time. I am aware that I am a man blessed with talent, Ansem began. Yes, there is no one more blessed with the talent of a king than you, Your Highness, Lisette replied. That's true. Not out of arrogance, but I was born to stand above others. However, there was one person I thought I might not be able to defeat. Wilhelm of the Empire. That's why I strove to not lose to Wilhelm. Thanks to him, I never drowned in my talent. I am who I am today probably because the genius Wilhelm was in the neighboring country. But now, there's another person in the Empire who I think I might not be able to defeat. Is Leonard that formidable? I won't lose to Leonard alone. I could probably bring Arnold to a stalemate too. But the two of them together are truly formidable. They were aptly named the dual Black Princes. Arnold, who excels at manipulating situations, and Leonard, who is not swayed by them. If I had to face both at the same time, I would surely lose. It is natural in a 2-against-1 situation. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I had the confidence to not lose even in a 2-against-1 situation. No matter who the opponent is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to compete with Wilhelm. My prediction is hardly off. If those two team up, they would surpass Wilhelm. Neither an emperor nor a crown prince. Now is the time when they can move most freely. Now is not the time to fight. Ansem was confident, a fact that both he and others recognized. Lisette was surprised at Ansem's words. They had not yet plunged into direct confrontation. While he had faced off against each of them, it was not at the same time. Yet, Ansem had already admitted defeat. That's why he determined that they should avoid a fight. This was an aspect of Ansem that Lisette, who had served him for a long time, had never seen. Your Highness, if Leonard becomes emperor, the chances of both of them appearing at the same time will decrease. We should not cross swords with the Empire until that happens. That's my conclusion. That's why he must rescue his sister and restore his father to the throne. For his own sake, and for the kingdom. With that determination, Ansem began to contemplate his future strategy. But things did not go as Ansem expected. A letter arrived for Ansem from the Crown Prince. The content was succinct. If you value your sister's life, go on the offensive. Chapter 585. 2 fronts. Report. The kingdom's army has been divided into two. 50,000 soldiers are rapidly advancing towards the north. Divided their forces. Upon hearing the report, Leo briefly doubted it was some sort of mistake. This was a completely different battle strategy from what the kingdom's army had employed up until now. The kingdom's forces fought stubbornly, looking to secure their advantage. That's why Leo had had no choice but to match their approach. It was unthinkable that they would suddenly decide to split their forces. Still, the reports kept coming in. Report. The 50,000 soldiers of the kingdom's army, currently deployed in front of us, have gradually started to retreat. They're retreating now. If they retreated, they would distance themselves from the allies heading north. Their forces would undoubtedly be divided. Leo couldn't help but question the surprising report. Has the enemy general changed? No, sir, we don't have any information suggesting that. I see. If the kingdom had changed their commander, some sort of movement should be detected. If there were no such signs, it meant that the commander hadn't changed. That meant these strange tactics were being ordered by Ansem himself. Veen, your thoughts? It's pretty clear that one group is a decoy, and the other is the real threat. For some reason, they're pushing for a decisive battle. Ansem must be with one of the groups, aiming for our rear. If we pursue the northern force, our backs would be exposed to the retreating force. If we go after the retreating force, we risk being flanked by the northern force. The problem is figuring out where Ansem is. It's not just about getting outflanked by the enemy forces. We can't afford to let Ansem get behind us. A forced choice between two options. Doing nothing wasn't an option. We had to choose. In return, if the kingdom lost this gamble, they'd essentially be out of chances. As long as Ansem was in command, the kingdom's forces were a threat. If any other general was in charge, it wouldn't matter much even if we were outflanked. Do you think they'd risk it all at this point? If they were going to make a move, it would have been when we were reorganizing. There's no point doing it now. But that's from our perspective on the battlefield. They must have had some other reason. Maybe the Crown Prince is finally getting involved. Even so, it seems too abrupt. The Crown Prince has been letting Ansem handle things for a long time now. He's been invading small nations to rebuild the kingdom and preparing defenses against the empire. Of course, Ansem has been the one doing all this, but the one giving orders was the Crown Prince. Why would he suddenly intervene now? Even if he intervened, what's the reason? If he doesn't win, the Crown Prince will die. That's why he's been using Ansem. But if he sees a chance to win elsewhere, he doesn't need to let Ansem do whatever he wants. Once the Imperial army is repelled, Ansem will undoubtedly aim for the throne. Leo nodded at Veen's words. It was the only explanation that made sense. Rather than letting Ansem do as he pleases, they might force him into conflict with the Imperial army and strike when they're weakened. Or maybe they plan to strike at a weakened Ansem. Only such motives made sense. However, in either case, they must have a plan to defeat either a weakened Imperial army or Ansem. Where is such a force? Of course, there would be forces stationed in each city and at the border, but gathering them would be difficult and moving them could cause complications. That's why Ansem only had 100,000 under him. Even after contemplating, no answer was apparent. However, if we stand by, we won't be able to catch up with the forces heading north, you know? I'm aware. A decision had to be made. But there was too little information to make a choice. He couldn't risk the entire Imperial army on a gamble. As he pondered without reaching a conclusion, Leo finally spoke. Summon General Harnish here. The kingdom's army had been divided into two. If the Imperial army threw their full force at either one, the potential threat to their rear would be immense. Hence, Leo did not gamble. He chose the safest strategy, dividing his own army into two as well. Goodness. War really is unpredictable, isn't it, strategist? I couldn't agree more. With an army of 150,000, I didn't think I'd have a role to play. Harnish and Veen sighed deeply. Leo's decision had been completely unexpected to both of them. Leo led 60,000 soldiers to pursue the retreating kingdom's army, leaving the remaining 70,000 under Harnish's command, who was ordered to pursue the kingdom's army heading north. Being given command of the 30,000-strong vanguard was a major responsibility for Harnish. And now, he was entrusted with more than double that force. I'm counting on your support, strategist. I'll do what I can. But if Ansem is with the other army, give up. I'm not extraordinary. I can't compete against someone like that. I'm in the same boat. I acknowledge that I am somewhat competent. But I understand our differences. Despite having other generals at his disposal, Leo granted Harnish full authority and appointed Veen as his aide. This was done to avoid chaos in the chain of command. If the command was shared among generals of the same rank, problems would inevitably arise. Hence, full authority was given to Harnish. However, well, don't worry. Our role is to capture the kingdom's army heading north. We have the numerical advantage. Once we get a bit closer, they won't be able to ignore us and just keep marching forward. The way you're talking, it sounds like Ansem isn't there. I don't think he is. Adler's intuition tends to be accurate. If Leo chose to pursue the retreating kingdom's army, it must mean something. We can't do much anymore. It's finally time for the commanders of both armies to have their decisive battle. So that's what the enemy is aiming for. Even if we know, we have no choice but to take the bait. If we choose wrong, Ansem will attack us from behind. Remember, he's the guy who defeated a 30,000 strong force with just 10,000. After witnessing that kind of damage, no one would have the guts to make such a decision. I wouldn't want a head-on battle, either. Harnish agreed with Veen's words. However, he still couldn't completely rule out the possibility of Ansem being in the kingdom's army that they were chasing. Taming the fear within him, Harnish gave the order. All forces advance. Chapter 586. The combined fleet set sail. Well, this is getting interesting, I said, amused as I heard about the situation in the kingdom. Sebas, standing by my side, murmured thoughtfully as he looked at a map showing the current state of the war. It doesn't seem too amusing from my perspective. Well, that's because everything's going as Ansem planned. So, the aim was to split the kingdom's army in two and have the Empire's army divide and chase them? Exactly. Ansem probably needed to resolve things quickly, but it's not easy to settle a conflict between two large armies exceeding 100,000 each. So, they divided into two. Ansem must have predicted that Leo would do the same. Indeed, reducing from 100,000 versus 130,000 to 50,000 versus 60,000 certainly increases the kingdom's chances of victory. After making this straightforward numerical statement, Sebas quietly looked at me, no doubt left with several questions. Could you elaborate on what's so interesting about this? It's Leo's decision that's intriguing. He's been conducting things cautiously up until now. So, I thought he'd try to annihilate the army heading north with his full force. Even at the risk of leaving their rear exposed, if they moved with their entire army, they could handle it. Even if they got it wrong and Ansem attacked from behind. So, you're saying that Leo is taking a gamble? Exactly. It may seem like everything's going according to Ansem's plan, but it's likely going according to Leo's as well. Leo wouldn't jump into enemy territory unless this situation was also what he wanted. I see. But does he have a chance of winning? Prince Ansem is a master strategist. Isn't that why he's been on the defensive? I can't imagine he would challenge a direct battle with reduced numbers and expect to win. I nodded at Sebas's words. That's the crucial point. Even when Leo had an army of 130,000, he was on the defensive. Ansem had always held the initiative. And yet, is it okay to reduce the numbers? It's a natural question. There seems to be no advantage to the situation. Despite this, why did Leo challenge a decisive battle? Because the kingdom's retreating army is currently heading towards a fortress. However, this kingdom's army will not enter the fortress. Because once they enter, they won't be able to get out. Exactly. Therefore, they will surely steer towards the kingdom's central region. The stage for the decisive battle will be in the center. And the kingdom's army heading north and the pursuing imperial army will be in a stalemate. The difference in numbers is only 10,000. To Ansem, this difference is practically negligible. The battlefield has likely already been selected, and Leo will be fighting in the palm of the enemy's hand. The more I hear, the less likely it seems that he can win. Not necessarily. I pointed to the northern part of the kingdom. The kingdom's army aiming for that location will eventually stop. Therefore, they will not reach there. As long as both armies stop, the north will remain under Letitia's control. In other words, if they are willing to fight in the central region of the kingdom, it's actually convenient for Leo. There's that bad habit of yours again. Please don't always draw conclusions inside your head. That's why the Minister of Maritime Affairs gets confused when talking with Lord Arnold. Ah, my apologies. Let me explain. If the northern cities are secured, it establishes a route for advancing to the central region. I traced a line from the kingdom's north to its central region with my finger. Because this route of advance has been secured, Leo challenged Ansem to a decisive battle. 50,000 against 60,000. A significantly smaller scale battle than initially planned. In other words, the effect of reinforcements becomes much more significant. In a battle of 100,000, an additional 10,000 reinforcements wouldn't make a big difference. However, in a 50,000 against 60,000, an additional 10,000 would be a substantial reinforcement. Reinforcements will come from the Northern Kingdom? Yes, but it won't be the people of the Northern Kingdom led by Letitia. The ones using this route of advance are these guys here. Saying so, I moved my finger away from the north. It was the territory of the vassal state. Will Lord Traugott march forth? He might, but probably not. The one who will march forth is not the Lord. It's the Dragon King. A large-scale Dragon Knight squad outmatches tens of thousands of reinforcements. But we don't have any reliable information about a Dragon Knight squad stationed in the vassal state, do we? It wouldn't make sense if the information had leaked. Well, it's just my speculation, but Leo is also assuming they're coming. If a large-scale Dragon Knight squad appeared as reinforcements in the middle of the decisive battle, that would determine the outcome. Escaping would be difficult. So he's not relying on his own power, but on the reinforcements. Reinforcements that may or may not come. I understand that it's uncertain to rely on them. However, the Imperial Chancellor has a track record that warrants belief, and Brother Traugott has the ability to keep information hidden. Ansem would surely assume they won't come, and Leo would predict that Ansem thinks he is relying on his own power for the decisive battle. But, from the start, Leo hasn't been relying on his own power. This war has always been the kingdom against the Empire and its allies. Leo understands the advantage of this more than enough. That's why he hasn't made any decisive moves. The key lies in reinforcements from both the north and south, according to the Empire's strategy. Leo has always moved in accordance with the strategy. This time is no different. However, there is a risk. Reinforcements from the south are sure to come, but those from the north are uncertain. Leo made a bet that they would come. Of course, he must have thought about what to do if they didn't come, and if they don't, he's in for a tough fight. But, however, now, is anyone there? Sir. I'm here, sir. I called out to the soldier who was waiting outside the room. And then, I told him. Notify all troops. In 1 hour, the combined fleet will set sail for the kingdom. Everyone, hurry and prepare. That's all. Yes, sir. Understood. In 1 hour, the combined fleet will set sail for the kingdom. Everyone, hurry and prepare. I'll pass on the message. The soldier saluted and hurriedly ran off. Watching him go, Sebas mused. If the decisive battle is in the central region, will there be a stage for us to play on? If they win without trouble, there won't be any need for us. But if things don't end smoothly, we need to be in a position to assist. That's probably what Leo is hoping for too. I see. Anyway, I'll leave Mother to you. If she wakes up, let her know. She doesn't have to worry about Leo. No matter what happens, I'll make sure Leo wins. I grinned. In response, Sebas bowed respectfully. Chapter 587. Start of the decisive battle. The retreating kingdom army suddenly changed its course and began heading towards the central kingdom. In response, Leo calmly began his pursuit. Both armies maintained an odd distance as they reached a small plain in the central kingdom. The center was a plain, but forests spread to the left and right. The small plain alone was insufficient to deploy tens of thousands of troops, so it was a battlefield where it was necessary to utilize the forest skillfully. A battlefield favored by those proficient in tactics. With that in mind, Leo faced off against the enemy army. Now, I wonder how they will come at us. Muttering, Leo began issuing orders briskly to his surroundings. His opponent was Ansem, and it was a battlefield chosen by Ansem. He had to be prepared to deal with anything that could happen. However, Ansem played a move that surpassed Leo's expectations. A kingdom envoy carrying a white flag came towards Leo's headquarters. And then, Prince Leonard, Kingdom Army Supreme Commander Ansem wishes to speak with you. He awaits with a small escort in the center. Inform him that I will arrive shortly. A sudden invitation. It was a risky act. The danger of assassination was certainly present. However, everything was proceeding as the opponent intended. The likelihood of resorting to a method like assassination was low. That was the reasoning behind his response. Theodore's defensive unit, which excelled in defense, was also present just in case. Above all, Your Highness, isn't it dangerous? I want to talk with Ansem. Even if you talk, it won't stop. I understand that. Now, there was no talk of peace. Once they had come this far, they had no choice but to engage in battle. Even so, he wanted to talk. Following that sentiment, Leo mounted his horse. Section. Both armies faced each other. In the center were Leo and Ansem. It's nice to finally meet you. I'm Ansem, the 3rd Prince of the Kingdom. I'm Leonard, the 8th Prince of the Empire. They exchanged brief greetings. Both of them are on horseback. The top of both armies' meeting was unremarkable, but neither was in the mood for a tea party. We finally meet. You truly are like your twin. You're just like Arnold. I wish I was exactly like him in terms of abilities, but that's the trouble with being the younger brother. That's true. If it was your brother, he wouldn't have jumped into a battlefield chosen by his opponent. Leo falls silent at Ansem's words. To Leo's silence, Ansem throws out a question. Why did you follow me? Even if you knew I was here, did you have to follow me this far? Why did I follow? That's an uncharacteristic question from you. Don't you already know the answer? It's to settle things. On a battlefield chosen by your opponent. You still think you can beat me? If it was overwhelmingly advantageous for you, I certainly wouldn't have jumped in. You wanted to lure me in. That's why this is an even battlefield. Given that I have a 10,000-man advantage, at most the situation could be considered a stalemate. Chimpate. I don't understand. You were cautious up until now. Why did you take the bait? You didn't need to comply with me. Though things were going as Ansem planned, he also felt perplexed. The Imperial Army didn't need to split into two. Moving as a large army would have allowed for responding to unforeseen situations. Bringing the decisive battle into a nearly equal state was nothing but disadvantageous for the Imperial Army, which had an overwhelming advantage. Despite this, Ansem had no choice but to do so, but he harbored doubts about Leo, who had complied so smoothly. On the contrary, I want to ask. You've been cautious until now, why are you rushing to gamble? Chimpate. I have a time limit called rations, and you have a limit called the Crown Prince. We both can't afford to drag things out forever. It's not unnatural to want to settle things here. The Imperial Army should still have plenty of food, right? I would use it up to the limit if it was just about defeating you. But, this is an invasion force of the kingdom. The aim is the capital. It's not just about defeating you. I see. Still, it's surprising you think you can defeat me. At Ansem's words, Leo fell silent for a moment. Then, he muttered a single line. I can't win against you alone. You're hoping for reinforcements. I'll leave that to your imagination. Ansem had seen through the strategy of the Imperial Army, and he was also prepared for reinforcements from the north and south. He was gathering information from all over, making use of various information networks. The United Kingdom had only just started to mobilize its navy. To secure their advance route, they need to engage the kingdom's fleet in battle. The Southern Allied fleet is still in the Imperial port, and it will take time to arrive even if they set sail immediately. Especially to enter the kingdom's waters, there are troublesome obstacles. They can't come so easily. North and south. As long as no reinforcements are coming from either side, the reinforcements suggested by Leo are impossible. However, assuming there are reinforcements I don't know about, can you hold out until they arrive? You are strong. I acknowledge that. But you're not the strongest. I've seen someone stronger than you by my side all the time. So I won't lose. I can't afford to lose. The same goes for me. If decisions were made based on feelings, we wouldn't need tacticians or commanders in war. I'm fully prepared. I'll take your head before reinforcements arrive. I'll return those words to you. If I defeat you, it's as good as winning. To come to the battlefield, you're too important for the kingdom. The same applies to you. It's a shame to kill you, but leaving you in a neighboring country is too dangerous. I'll end you here, Leonard. With that, Ansem retreated towards the kingdom army. Leo also followed suit, retreating back to his headquarters. Then, first wave, charge. The decisive battle was surprisingly initiated by Leo's command. Chapter 588. The first day of battle. The decisive battle between Ansem and Leo, which began on the plains, was evenly matched. The first move for both sides was a cavalry charge. The count was 5,000. The cavalry charge was most effective on the central plains. Due to the intense collision in the center of the plains, a melee ensued instantly. Prepare the infantry battalion. Begin the advance. Observing the melee, Ansem immediately decided to deploy the second wave. The 10,000 waiting infantrymen began to advance. In response to this, Leo also promptly sent his infantrymen forward. The first wave of cavalry resolved the melee, and with the infantrymen who came from the rear, they began the second charge. This too was evenly matched. While watching the situation, Leo muttered, "It would have been easier if the magic user division were intact." This was a monologue unheard by anyone. Everything had been in motion since that time. Ansem, foreseeing the threats, had eliminated them beforehand, and thus was looking at this stalemate of a battle. If he had the magic user division, who had achieved overwhelming success with the concentrated use of magic, it would have been a trump card. However, Ansem, recognizing their danger, had swiftly taken the magic user division out of the picture. It's not that there were no magic users, but reorganizing magic users of that level into a unit was impossible even for the Empire. Not just the magic user division. The reinforcements from the south were not of their usual size. If the Dutch's navy had been at full strength, it wouldn't have been impossible for the combined fleet from the south to break through the fortress on their own. However, sabotage made that impossible. Ansem was always making moves ahead of time. He was doing everything he could to single-handedly take on the Empire and its allied countries. "Your Highness, there's movement in the enemy headquarters. It seems they might be deploying troops in the forests on the left and right. We'll deploy as well. Send 10,000 each to the left and right." While giving instructions, Leo couldn't help but wryly smile. Despite making the first move, he always found himself on the back foot. His countermeasures weren't wrong, but he wasn't getting the initiative. He didn't consider that to be a loss. He knew there was a difference in their command abilities. Despite having an advantage of 10,000, the situation was at best a stalemate. Yet, the reason Leo took up Ansem's invitation was because he thought it was great to be able to fight the decisive battle while they were still evenly matched. Ansem was under the influence of the Crown Prince. That is, he was expected to go on the offensive even if he had to force it. He had also considered the possibility of having to fight a decisive battle in a situation that was less than equal due to that offense. In that case, he had no choice but to face it while his advantage in numbers was secured. That was the thought behind his actions. But it feels like I'm fighting my brother. Prince Arnold was good at board games, wasn't he? Yes. He's very strong. Arnold had been Leo's playmate since a long time ago. No matter how much he studied tactical books, he never won a board game against Arnold. As he grew up, the gap between them widened. From that, Leo learned. There were opponents in the world he couldn't win against. And when he tried to win against an unbeatable opponent, he was always hit with a painful backlash. So, Theodore, I'd like you to send your men to the rear. If Ansem is on par with my brother, I expect he'll have a surprise attack prepared in advance. As you wish. Theodore didn't question Leo's words. It wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. When given an order, you obey. This is a battlefield. Moreover, the order was reasonable. Among the royal knights, Theodore was the knight with the best defense. His unit excelled in everything from VIP protection to defensive battles. Even from Theodore's perspective, Leo excelled in defense. He might not win, but he wouldn't lose. He was capable of such a fight. But that wasn't because Leo was weak. Leo was stronger than most generals. His battle records told the story. He had the ability to go on the offensive if he wanted to. Yet, Leo shined the most when his opponents were of a higher rank. The underdog situation was the battlefield that Leo was most comfortable with. Enemy unit from the rear. Thanks to the Royal Knights, we repelled them without major damage. Hearing the report, Theodore nodded once. And then, it seems we're dealing with an opponent on par with Prince Arnold. Yes, that's right. Well, I knew that. Indeed, Ansem is strong. But from my perspective, it's rather easier to deal with him. I'm used to it. Dealing with people who love to trick others. With that, Leo laughed. Afterwards, the first day of the battle ended without any major movements, and both armies decided to withdraw their troops. Chapter 589. The second day of battle. 2 days had passed since the start of the war. On this day as well, it was the kingdom's army that took the initiative. However, the imperial army responded to the kingdom's offensive. Originally, there was a difference of 10,000 soldiers. The imperial army was able to fight more comfortably than the kingdom's army. Even so, the left-wing infantry, they've engaged the enemy. We're pushing them back, but we can't break through. The right-wing infantry, they've approached the enemy's main camp, but they're being stopped by heavy defenses. Taking advantage of the stalemate in the center, the wings of the kingdom's army were rushing through the forest. However, the imperial army had anticipated this move and responded accordingly. Hearing this report, Ansem quietly gave orders. Send messengers to both wings. Retreat without overdoing it. Yes, sir. Sending messengers to both wings. They will be ordered to retreat without overdoing it. The kingdom's army had the advantage. The imperial army couldn't transition to an offensive. However, the kingdom's army was not able to completely dominate either. Having seen Leo's confidence, Ansem seriously considered the possibility of receiving reinforcements he didn't know about. On top of that, he was thinking of bringing the battle to a quick resolution. He thought he could do that. However, once he put his plan into action, every decisive move he tried was blocked. Did I rush the game too much? Ansem quietly reflected on his actions up until this point. Since the first day of the battle, he had shown intentions to target the enemy's main camp, hoping to swiftly bring the battle to a conclusion, but the imperial army had easily thwarted this. Even though there was no strong resistance when they attacked, the enemy became stubbornly resilient when they tried to make a decisive move. It was difficult. Ansem rarely felt this way. Your Highness, the surprise attack unit that was trying to flank has been discovered and is retreating. This is certain. For some reason, my moves are being read. My hand is being read. Could it be a spy? The fact that your moves are being read to this extent, even the surprise attack from the rear on the first day. There's a possibility, but it's likely that Leonard is just reading my moves. But the surprise attack from the rear yesterday was done by a unit we had hidden when we started to retreat. Even if he's reading our moves, to prevent that surprise attack in advance. In response to his aide Lizette's words, Ansem nodded. The surprise attack from the rear was a move he was confident in. Most opponents would have been hit at their headquarters on the first day and would have paid a heavy price. The kingdom's army, who was confronting him right in front of him, had just started the war. Their attention would naturally be drawn forward. He had intended to take advantage of that gap, but all it resulted in was the annihilation of his surprise attack unit. He hadn't meant to rush, but perhaps he had been too hasty. I understand how you feel that it's impossible. But the fact is that Leonard is responding to my moves. Regardless of the reason, if my moves are being read like this, a quick resolution will be difficult. However, if we take too long, we risk the enemy getting reinforcements. Was that a bluff by Leonard? The Empire can't afford to send more reinforcements, can it? I thought so too. But something about his confidence bothers me. Plus, Leonard is exceptionally strong on the defensive. However, That implies a lack of decisive action. Despite this, he still decided to take part in this decisive battle. There must be some strategy behind it. Defense was Leo's forte, but he lacked the power to completely turn the tide. Despite this, he had entered this decisive battle. Despite the fact that the enemy had chosen the battlefield. Without a plan, he would merely be a fool. But based on their battles so far, Anam didn't think this was possible. Leo was always considering his strategies. His actions definitely had meaning. Is he trying to hold us here and wait for the outcome of the separate units' battle? There won't be a quick resolution on their end. They must be waiting for the outcome here. Even if the Imperial army had such a plan, Balland would not fall for it. They must be in a stalemate as well. Do you think he's aiming for that? Could he be waiting for the Crown Prince's intervention? That's possible. That man's impulsiveness far exceeds my imagination. Given the situation where both sides lack a decisive move, it wouldn't be strange for him to intervene out of impatience. Despite saying this, Anam had his doubts. It would mean entrusting the fate of their army to the enemy's crown prince. Would he adopt such a risky and ambiguous plan? During their large-scale standoff, the assumption had been a war of attrition. Several days of stalemate passed, and the crown prince could no longer endure it. But now, the situation was different. Even though they were in a stalemate, both armies' top commanders were directly clashing. Waiting for an intervention in this situation seemed somewhat reckless. We should still assume that he has reinforcements. We don't know from where or how much strength they have, but Leonard is waiting for another army to intervene in this battlefield. Therefore, we must bring this to a conclusion before that. However, Leo's defenses were solid. How could they break through? This was the ultimate question. But Anam also had a plan. We will go all out to target Leonard's headquarters. When the opportunity arises, we'll launch the second arrow. Understood. The second arrow. That was Ansem's second surprise attack unit that he had been hiding. At the same time as the start of their retreat, Anam had hidden 2 units. One was discovered, but the other was still hidden. A normal surprise attack from the rear could be detected, but if the main force goes all out to aim for the headquarters, the focus will inevitably be on the main force. If they show movement to take the rear, Leo will surely try to defend it. By repeating this, they would create the illusion in the kingdom's army that they hadn't taken the rear yet. That was Ansem's envisioned strategy for a swift resolution. Chapter 590. The 5th Day of Battle. 4 days since the start of the battle, Anam continued to skillfully target the Imperial Army's headquarters. Sometimes he split his focus to the center, aiming from left and right, and sometimes he distracted them on the flanks, aiming for a breakthrough at the center. Leo had been responding to all these, but even if Leo noticed, it would take time for the instructions to be given and for the army to start moving. Anam was always targeting that time difference. However, Leo was desperately fending off these offensives. Faster and more preemptively. Keeping communication between each unit tight, he responded to Ansem's movements. That being said, despite the Imperial army being numerically superior, the Kingdom army was the one constantly on the offensive, a situation that remained unchanged. Even so, Leo continued to go around each unit, maintaining the morale of the soldiers. While it might seem like they were constantly on the receiving end, it could also be seen that they were keeping Anam at bay. With his eloquent words, he encouraged the soldiers, transforming the Imperial army into a more battle-ready organization. Persistent, aren't they? Anam sent such words to the increasingly tenacious Imperial army and Leo, who was leading them, each time he launched an offensive. It was a compliment. To make use of the surprise attack unit positioned at the rear, Anam was targeting the headquarters with full force. The fact that the Imperial army's defense was repeatedly on the verge of collapse was proof of this. Each time, the Imperial army patched up its defenses and laid out even stronger defenses. Against the threat of Anam, they had built a robust wall. However, this was just as Anam had planned. It's about time. He had ordered the surprise attack unit at the rear to assault the enemy headquarters as a signal of a full-scale attack by the entire army. Having instilled such a strong focus on the front, the Imperial army would not be able to respond to a surprise attack. Being within the walls of a sturdy defense, they feel safe and confident. If they launch a full-scale attack, they will surely try to repel it with all their might. That will be the perfect moment to strike. A strategic move planned over more than a day. Because the offensive was in full force, it wouldn't be suspected as a feint. Anam, whose moves had been read time and again, was confident that this move would not be predicted. Now all that remained was the timing of the full-scale attack. On the morning of the 5th day, the entire army will break the defense of the Imperial army. Anam relayed this to the entire army. They couldn't afford to drag this on any further. At the moment, the Kingdom army had the upper hand in this battlefield. However, in the overall situation, the Imperial army had penetrated deep into the kingdom. Even if they win this decisive battle, the Imperial army still remains formidable, and there are unseen reinforcements as well. Anyway, in this decisive battle, they must either kill Leo or take him as a prisoner. There's no tomorrow if they don't. Anam understood this very well. Section. The morning of the 5th day. A unique tension floated within the Kingdom army. This was because the full-scale attack by the entire army had been announced. Up until now, they had attempted breakthroughs by the Central Army and both wings, but this was the first time they were launching an offensive all at once. Even the foot soldiers understood that they were going for the finish here. The time for a conclusion was finally here. This thought transformed into a unique tension that drifted across the entire army. Morale was at its best. Looking at the state of his own army, Anam nodded slightly. Lizette, you're in charge of the Central Army today. But what about your Highness's protection? Don't worry about it. More military strength is needed in the center. I need your power. Lizette was Ansem's sword, serving as his personal guard. Given Ansem's uncertain health condition, Lizette, who took care of him, wasn't an easy candidate to send to the front lines. Yet, he sent her because today was the day of the decisive battle. Anam, who had been determined to defeat the Imperial army today, noticed something different about their movements. Wait. What's going on? The Imperial army had launched an assault with their cavalry on the first day but had been playing defensively ever since. Their cavalry had been in the rear, but now they were in the front. Moreover, a unique tension was drifting across the Imperial army. It was the same kind of tension as the Kingdom army. Realizing this, Anam immediately sent a message. Send word to both wings. Start the attack immediately. We're also moving forward. But he didn't finish his sentence. In the middle of the Imperial army, a black griffin lion spread its wings. Behind it were griffin lion knights who admired Lethargia and had defected to the Imperial army. The Imperial army cheered loudly at their sight. Their morale was higher than that of the Kingdom army. The Kingdom army and the Imperial army were numerically inferior, but the two forces were essentially evenly matched in terms of power. However, there was one clear difference: the nature of the commanders leading them. Anam was a commander to the end. His job was to give instructions, where he shone the most. He was once able to be on the front lines, but now he was not. Yet, he still shone because of his exceptional strategic vision. However, Anam had forgotten about Leo's nature. It might have been a long-term strategy. Throughout the war, Leo had always been on the defensive. Anam had the impression that Leo was a persistent commander, a good general skilled at defense. A solid and unbreakable impression. In fact, this impression wasn't wrong. Leo was solid and unbreakable, and he truly shone when he was on the defensive. But Leo could do anything. He could personally swing his sword on the front lines and lead the entire army as a versatile general. Because there had been no notable offensive so far, Anam had a preconceived notion that Leo would always be on the defensive. He thought Leo was waiting for reinforcements. So, in his mind, the Imperial army was always on the receiving end. But this was a war. Just as we think, so does the enemy. It's dangerous to assume what the enemy will do. Attention to all in the Imperial army. Today is the day for a decisive battle. Now is the time to show your strength. The Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial army, Leonard, orders, follow my lead. Don't fall behind. Leo issued a command from the sky and initiated the Imperial Army's full-scale offensive. The Kingdom Army, which thought they would be the ones launching a full-scale attack, was unsettled by the order and the approaching Imperial Army. But don't panic. The enemy has abandoned their last line of defense. Now is the perfect opportunity. All forces, charge. If they were going to launch a full-scale attack, half-hearted defenses would crumble. Therefore, instead of catching the enemy's sword with his shield, Ansem decided to parry it with his own sword. In response to Ansem's order, the Kingdom Army also launched a full-scale attack. In addition to both wings, the main force, the Central Army, clashed with ferocious momentum. Watching the scene, Ansem murmured, "I thought I understood him as Arnold's brother, but I didn't truly grasp it. I've been completely fooled. The younger brother is a tough opponent as well." Chapter 591. Meeting the Commander. The reason Ansem misread Leo was due to Leo's actions up until now. From the start of the war, Leo had always acted according to strategy. The goal was to pressure the Kingdom Army, and reinforcements from the north and south would deliver the decisive blow. That was the basic strategy of the Imperial Army, and Leo, even while leading an army of 150,000, held a position akin to a supporting role. He maneuvered to prevent the strategy from collapsing. The reason he had been on the defensive the whole time was because if Leo's forces invaded the kingdom would be forced into a disadvantage no matter how they struggled. That's why he didn't think he would launch an offense in a situation where reinforcements could be expected. If they lost, the strategy would collapse. Leo had always acted believing reinforcements would definitely come. Therefore, Ansem also thought reinforcements were coming and acted accordingly. That's why he was convinced that Leo wouldn't attack. Were the reinforcements a bluff? Or despite expecting reinforcements, did he decide to settle things before they arrived? Either way, it was certain that Leo had made a different choice than before. The Kingdom Army was at a disadvantage no matter how you looked at it. Leo had no reason to rush the game. Nonetheless, he took his chances at this timing. It was unexpected. It was easy to say that, but it wasn't as simple as that. Even while leading a large army, it's not easy to drastically change the policy you've been following. Ansem had misunderstood that being on the defensive was advantageous for Leo. He thought there was no reason to abandon that advantage. So, he was caught off guard. But to launch an offense to exploit a gap is a double-edged sword. If he's here to win, I'll accept the challenge. Ansem had devised various strategies to break through a tough defense. If the enemy has abandoned that strong defense, one could say it saved him trouble. But the Kingdom Army was a step behind. They were being outplayed. Their morale and numbers were inferior. A counteroffensive was necessary. Just as Leo went to the front lines and boosted the Imperial Army's momentum. "Lizette, give me the medicine, Your Highness." Lizette, who was starting to prepare for battle, widened her eyes. He had already taken the medicine. For him to demand the medicine again meant he intended to overdose. "Have you forgotten? If you use multiple doses, your body may be able to move. But the side effects. Last time, you almost died." Lying bedridden, Ansem had been brought the medicine by the Crown Prince. To investigate the medicine, Ansem had tried using multiple doses. The effects were immense. His body moved as if he was back in his prime. But after that, Ansem found himself wandering the edge of death. That's how powerful the medicine was. "If I lose here, I'll die anyway. Milne is looking for my sister. I need to bring victory here and link it to the next. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm living for. I can't lose. If you die, everything ends. I won't die, so give me the medicine." Look at the momentum of the Imperial Army. To push them back, I need to be on the front lines. I'll defeat Leonardo. That should solve the problem. Don't say what you can't do. To defeat Leonardo, who is surrounded by guards. Even you can't do that. The only chance of winning is for me to wield my sword on the front lines. That's how we win as an army. If we win, it leads to the next. Understand? As he spoke, Ansem's breathing became rough. He remembered the pain that almost made him faint last time. Experiencing that pain again was something Ansem would rather avoid. However, Ansem overcame his fear and demanded the medicine. If there's something he can do, he should do it. Supporting that sentiment was a sense of powerlessness he had felt in bed. This time was different. Now he could move. He had spent his days hoping someone else would save his country in his stead. Days when he was frustrated, thinking if only he was in perfect health. Days when he was struggling to do something. The powerlessness that tormented him is what fueled his strong resolve now. Leonardo has started the game. Even though he could fight a battle he wouldn't lose, that wasn't enough. He started the game. To win against him, I have to start the game too. You've been following me for a long time. You should understand. As a royal who bears this country, as a commander leading the army, as a man, I can't lose. As he said this, Ansem extended his hand. Lisette stared at him, her face on the verge of tears. She understood his feelings all too well. She had been watching Ansem, unable to move from his bed, all this time. But this choice might take Ansem's life. That's why Lisette hesitated. She cared more about Ansem than the country. Nevertheless, Lisette took out the medicine. She understood. The man named Ansem hated to lose. This was different from when they were in the principality. Here, he could go all out. If he still lost, his pride wouldn't allow it. Therefore, please, be safe. Don't worry. I won't die. With that, Ansem took the medicine from Lisette and swallowed it. Section. Leo's decision to launch an all-out attack was based on something close to instinct. The increasing sharpness of Ansem's moves was something Leo knew he could not fully defend against. More and more, he found himself saved by the abilities of the soldiers on the ground, and his sense of crisis was escalating. That's why he thought of launching an attack at the same time as the enemy. Of course, he had calculated the chances of victory. Ansem, the brilliant commander who had defeated 30,000 with only 10,000. Against him, the Imperial army had shown a remarkable defense. That same Ansem was struggling to break through. That was how it seemed to the soldiers, and their morale was high. They believed they were holding their own. Given these soldiers, they could at least match the kingdom army. That was the calculation he had made. Also, he had assumed that Ansem would not expect the Imperial army to go on the offensive. After all, even Leo thought it was a foolish choice. But still, Leo had decided. He understood. He couldn't win just by defending. He couldn't win just by relying on reinforcements, whose arrival was uncertain. It had always been like that. War involves luck. But in the end, victory falls to those who never give up on winning. Leo had learned this from his past experiences. No matter the situation, Ul was always thinking about how to ultimately win. That's why even if he lost the battle at hand, he ultimately ended up winning. Perhaps it was a matter of personality. Leo fought to avoid losing, Ul fought to win. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't fight in the first place. That was Ul. Such obsession with winning. Leo thought he could never imitate that. There was nothing wrong with fighting to avoid losing. If he were obsessed with winning, Leo would have lost to Ansem long ago. But there were limits to fighting just to avoid losing. At some point, he had to attack. This was also necessary to avoid losing. As he fought against Ansem, Leo was reminded of Ul. Always losing, he would end up becoming that Leo. Somehow managing to put up a good fight. Such consciousness had sprouted within him. So, Leo overcame such a self. What supported him was a strong will to become the emperor. People have their strengths and weaknesses. Still, if he can't seize victory when it matters most, he can't take the throne. If he keeps getting wins handed to him, no one will recognize him. Victory must be grasped with his own hands. It's important to rely on others, but one shouldn't rely on them too much. Because to rely and be relied upon is what makes a person. He must become a person others can rely on too. Continue. Break through to the enemy headquarters. An eagle lion knight of the kingdom army tried to intercept Leo, who had risen into the sky, but he was swiftly cut down. Leo descended rapidly, scattering the kingdom army on the ground. Seeing his actions, the morale of the Imperial army rose even further. However, a voice rose from the Kingdom army, loud enough to drown out the cheers of the Imperial army. That cheer was gradually approaching. At the same time, Leo gripped his sword tightly. His intuition told him a formidable enemy was coming. A cavalry unit was charging towards Leo. At the head of them, a man dressed in conspicuous golden armor, leaving his accompanying knights behind, slashed at Leo. A sharp attack. It was a match for the strongest he had ever fought. "I'll settle it here, Leonard. That's my line." Prince Ansem. Chapter 592. Lionheart. The two commanding generals crossed swords. Seeing this spectacle, the morale of the soldiers on both sides reached a climax. Leo, who was able to freely dance in the sky, created distance from Ansem, rushed in close, and released a single blow. Ansem anticipated it and released a return strike the moment they passed by each other. Leo narrowly avoided the strike, but a small cut appeared on his cheek, from which blood flowed. Having the higher ground gives one an advantage. Is that all you can do while riding the eagle lion, Leonardo? The real fight starts now, Prince Ansem. Leo launched another charge. A straightforward movement. Ansem aimed at Leo and thrust his sword. But the thrust didn't hit Leo, because Leo had jumped off the back of the eagle lion. Ansem's eyes widened at this movement that gave up the advantage, but in that moment, Leo went around to Ansem's back, grabbed Ansem's arm, and pulled him off his horse. Goo. Pulled down to the ground, Ansem immediately corrected his stance and faced Leo on the ground. "I won't let you say you lost because you were taken by surprise from the sky. Now we have no excuses." Interesting. Ansem closed the distance with Leo in one breath. A furious attack. Leo received it, and in return, swung his sword down from above. A heavy blow. Ansem received it head-on. Leo pushed in, and Ansem resisted. In the midst of this, Ansem laughed. "What happened to your famous Imperial Guard? They seem to be sparse around you. I wonder where they went. I'd like to know too. Chimph, don't play dumb. Did you let them go around to the back?" "I thought so. The Second Imperial Guard, known for their superior defense. Normally, it would be most effective to keep them close to Leo. However, Leo had moved the Second Imperial Guard away from his side. From the moment he decided to go on the offensive, Leo had been taking an offensive stance in everything. It was something uncharacteristic of him. To do something unfamiliar in this critical battle required courage. Of course, he had his doubts. If he wanted stability, he should have done as always. If he did what he was used to, he could fight a decent battle. But if he was to fight a decent battle, he wouldn't have gone on the offensive. He didn't come forward just to fight a good fight. He was done with being told he fought a good battle. He was tired of being encouraged for trying hard. What he desired was victory. So, he discarded his fears and took up the challenge. However, Ansem had accurately predicted this. "I don't know what you're thinking. Did you think you could get behind me by using a trick? Don't underestimate me." Ansem pushed back Leo's sword, seized the brief opening, and kicked Leo away. After receiving a powerful kick, Leo winced and prepared for a counterattack. But Ansem didn't pursue, instead giving orders to his subordinates around him. "The Imperial Guards are not in the center. Fire arrows intermittently at the Eagle Lion Knights in the sky and don't let them get close. We're going to break through. A one-on-one fight." Even in this situation, Ansem was keeping track of the overall battle. No matter what, Ansem was a commander. Few could match Leo one-on-one. Despite having such power, for Ansem, restraining the enemy commander was merely a strategy. "What's wrong? Won't you come at me? You should be hoping for a sword fight. Don't disappoint me, Leonardo. I've judged you as an opponent worth giving my all." Saying this, Ansem swung his sword towards Leo. The Imperial Army's right wing. A small cavalry unit easily broke through the front lines in the forest. This was due to the concentration of the main forces in the center, and the outstanding training of this small cavalry unit. This cavalry unit was led by Theodore, the leader of the 2nd Imperial Guard Cavalry. Their number was only 10. The remaining Imperial Guard had pried open a path for Theodore and his men to break through. Hurry! Pierce the enemy's headquarters. A mere 10 men. Yet, they were the elite of the elites. Given that Theodore was there, their combat power was something that could not be overlooked. If they could get close to the headquarters like this, they could deliver a fatal blow to the kingdom's army. However, in order to obstruct Theodore and his men's advance, the Eagle Lion Knights attacked from the sky. There were 20 knights. The reason why there were fewer Eagle Lion Knights in the center was because they had been diverted to this location. We've been anticipating it. Theodore drew his sword and prepared for the counterattack. An Eagle Lion Knight in red armor attacked Theodore. He used a special long spear, much longer than a regular spear, to launch a strike from the air. Theodore received the attack, but he understood immediately. She was strong. I am Theodore, captain of the 2nd Imperial Guard Cavalry of the Imperial Knight Order. And you are? I am Lizette, captain of the Lion's Heart, the direct assault unit under the 3rd Prince. The Lion's Heart. I thought they had disbanded a long time ago. An elite unit of Eagle Lion Knights that once served directly under the 3rd Prince. When the 3rd Prince decided the match, it was always said that they assaulted their enemies from the sky. Due to their extremely brave fighting style, the unit was given the name Lion's Heart directly by the king. The leader fell, and the name was not heard again. However, all the Eagle Lion Knights that blocked their path were elite warriors. So you were still active. A worthy opponent indeed. Same for you. Theodore of the Protective Sword. I didn't think I would be blessed with the opportunity to break your defense. You'd better cherish that opportunity. It's probably a one-time thing. The two poised their weapons at each other. And thus, a battle of a different dimension began. Chapter 593. The Struggles of a Vassal State. Time rewinds slightly. Around the time when the kingdom's army had split into two. Traugott, a vassal king, had finally been released from his recent intense duties. I'm exhausted. You've worked hard, dear. In a room that was rather modest to be called a king's private chamber, Marianne, Traugott's queen, greeted him. One of the reasons for the intense workload was Marianne. As an imperial envoy, Mia had visited Marianne, who then set off for the allied kingdom. Since her return to the vassal state, the days had been like a raging storm. Anyway, it was a first-time endeavor, so there was a mountain of things to be done. However, that was only up until today. I am relieved to have been able to send him off safely. I suppose so. Well, the cause of all the business was the strategy proposed by him, so I feel closer to the sense of relief of getting rid of a troublemaker. While you say that, given the speed of your preparations, weren't you thinking something similar? Your handiwork was too flawless. I can only assume you had been preparing while I was over there. Well, I was just prepared for anything that could happen. Thank you for trusting me. Of course, I did trust you, Marianne. But this action wasn't just about that. Only those who have fought can understand. You trusted him as well. Whether or not I trust him is a difficult matter. Considering what is done, I don't feel like we can get along. It's normal in war for enemies to become allies. If that man becomes an ally, I felt relieved. I admit he's a man worth the trouble. With that, Traugott sank into a chair. Marianne moved behind him and began massaging his shoulders. Looking comfortable, Traugott continued the conversation. Have you heard about the war situation within the kingdom? A little. It seems Prince Leonard is having a hard time. It can't be helped since his opponent is Ansem. Back when my elder brother Wilhelm was still alive, Ansem was seen as a future rival. He has the power to overturn even the slightest difference in military strength. It's no exaggeration to say he is one of the top 3 strategists on the continent right now. It's rare for you to evaluate someone so highly. Can Prince Leonard win? From what I've heard of the situation, he's fighting to not lose. However, Ansem should understand that as well. Normally, it's incredibly difficult to defeat an opponent who is fighting not to lose. Like trying to defeat an opponent who has raised a shield and doesn't move. If they keep moving, it becomes hard to break through. Anyway, there's no opening. But a strategist like Ansem can find even the slightest gap, or create one if it doesn't exist. If you're only focused on not losing, you might have your legs swept out from under you. Traugott closed his eyes as he analyzed the situation. Analyzing the situation from afar like this is easy, but the reality is a series of difficulties. Even Leo, who can be said to be one of the leading commanders on the continent, is having a hard time against Ansem. Even if Traugott were to go to the front line and analyze the situation, the outcome would be the same. He could fight well, but winning would be difficult. To put it another way, he wouldn't let them win easily, but he couldn't change the ultimate outcome. Traugott knew that was his limit. But still, Leonard should also understand that his opponent is strong. Since he aims for the seat of the Crown Prince, he must have some plan. He didn't know what that plan was, because he couldn't even imagine it. That was his limit, and the difference between him and his younger brothers. Traugott was fine with that. Because he thought that way, Traugott did not grow. He rarely thought of being beaten by others, which is why, although he was excellent, he couldn't master anything. However, because he didn't master anything, Traugott held the position of a vassal king. And because he held the position of a vassal king, there were things he could do. I hope it ends safely. Arnold should have been dispatched from the south. From the north, we sent that man. Well, we did what we could. Now all we can do is wait for the results. Saying so, Traugott gently laid his hand on Marianne's. War is miserable. When they collide, people die. If there's no food, the soldiers starve. If their living area is devastated, the citizens are left homeless. Marianne felt pain in her heart about such war. As a princess of a country that was invaded, she somewhat understood the pain of a kingdom being invaded. Still, Marianne acted for the emperor. The conflict between the kingdom and the empire was decisive, and the war was bound to happen. So, she decided to do her best for the empire. Traugott understood that in her decision, there was the thought of doing it for him. Marianne. Yes. I am grateful. Because of your hard work, I was able to send reinforcements to my brother. I was spared the torment of feeling powerless. Gratitude. Your brothers are my brothers. Isn't it natural to work hard? At Marianne's words, a smile spread across Traugott's face as he stood up. Perhaps because of their conversation, his heart felt lighter. Thanks to the shoulder massage, his shoulders also felt lighter. Right now, that man should be in the sky. He's always been feeling constrained, so he's probably enjoying himself, isn't he? Dragons love the sky. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 52. The Gathering of Heroes. Chapter 594. The Lion's Jaw, back to Arnold's point of view. TSK. What's the situation on each ship? Where is the Albatro and Rondine fleet? Inside the rocking ship. I called out loudly for a report. Even so, the surrounding noise was too loud, and my voice could only reach those nearby. We can confirm the escort ships, but the rest of the ships are unconfirmed. The fleets of both duchies are also missing. TSK. Did we underestimate the storm in this region? Connect with the escort ships. At all costs, make sure we don't capsize. If we can't get through this storm, we have no future. Hearing my instructions, the captain nodded heavily. Section. Once upon a time, when the empire was at war with the kingdom. The kingdom's army took a strategy of taking refuge in a fortress, and the empire was unable to break through it. A major factor was that the Albatro Duchy's navy was supplying the fortress. Of course, the empire was aware of this. So they tried to stop it, but they couldn't. The reason was the difference in naval power and the fact that the kingdom's waters were very rough. Not all waters are rough. The waters between the empire and the kingdom are extremely rough. Because the weather changes rapidly in that area, only skilled sailors can break through it. The name given to it was the Lion's Jaw. It is called so because it tears apart ships that approach the kingdom. Normally, one should avoid these waters, but to get close to the kingdom side by avoiding these waters, a significant detour is necessary. This is the route that regular sailors use. However, that route is quite a long journey, and it is unrealistic to undertake such a long journey with a fleet of 100 ships. The prepared food would not last at all, and there wouldn't be enough time. Therefore, the Allied fleet inevitably chose to break through the Lion's Jaw. It was the only option they had. They were prepared for the damage. However, because it was too dangerous, they allowed 20 Imperial ships, which they deemed less skilled, to take the detour route. These were turned into supply ships, loaded with a large amount of supplies. The ones who plunged in were 40 Imperial ships, and 20 each from both duchies, totaling 80 ships. The Duchy's fleet warned that they should be prepared for more than 10 casualties. However, there was a good chance of breaking through. The captains of the Duchy's ships had chosen to plunge in when the situation was relatively calm, and the Lion's Jaw itself was not as dangerous as it once was. This is probably because the strong magic that drifts in this sea area is gradually decreasing. Still, it's dangerous nonetheless, but not as dangerous as it was more than 10 years ago, when it was said that only the elite of the Duchy could break through. However, it seems we underestimated it after all. At first, the Lion's Jaw was calm, but the weather changed drastically within minutes. Before we knew it, we were swallowed by a storm. The possibility of this happening had been pointed out, and if it did happen, it would be almost impossible to move as a fleet, so it had been announced to try to break through at each captain's discretion. But I really didn't think it would be this bad. The escort ships, Casper, Jordan, Christoph, Oscar, the connection is complete. Maintain the connection as it is. Aim to break through the sea area, Your Excellency. Even if we break through in this storm, we don't know if we can maintain the fleet. We'll think about that after we break through. As long as these 5 ships remain, there's a way to do it. Don't lose them, Captain. Don't be ridiculous. It's like a storm created by a sea dragon. We'd sink if we were at the center. Luckily, it seems we're not at the center. We're lucky. We're unlucky just by being swallowed by the storm. Even while making a light-hearted remark, the captain skillfully operated the connected ships and proceeded through the storm. He's fit to be the captain of the flagship. Even such a captain judged the storm to be dangerous. There's no way to tell what happened to the other ships. At worst, all ships other than these 5 may have been completely destroyed. In that case, we'll need to drastically change our strategy. I want to believe the Duchy fleets are safe. Section. After braving the storm for a while, we finally succeeded in escaping the Lion's Jaw. The sea area we emerged into was so calm it was hard to believe we had just been through a storm. Are there any ships around? We can confirm. Excluding the 5 we're connected to, there are 11 ships. All are Imperial ships. 16 in total. Out of the original 40 Imperial Navy vessels. The crew aboard the flagship hung their heads. Our fleet was meant to be unbeatable. Now, the once mighty Imperial fleet was no more. We expected some losses while navigating the Lion's Jaw, but this was far more than anticipated. What about the 2 Duchy fleets? We can't see them. Your Excellency, with just 16 ships, we cannot break through the kingdom's navy defenses. I understand. I'm thinking of a plan now. Do you still intend to assault the fortress in this situation? No matter the situation, I intend to conquer it. Besides, the Duchy fleets should be fine. We should have more ships joining us. I fear. If they haven't appeared by now, they may still be in the storm. If they've been in the storm longer than us, they may already. The captain, with a faintly downcast expression, spoke. As the captain said, if the Duchy fleets were wiped out, that would mean our force of 100 ships had been reduced to just 16. It would be a catastrophic failure. But could the esteemed Albatro fleet really be completely destroyed? Just as I was thinking that, the lookout raised his voice. Multiple ship sightings from the direction of the storm. It's both Duchy fleets. Hearing the report, the captain and I moved our gaze towards the storm. There, seemingly unaffected, were both Duchy fleets heading our way. Furthermore, the Albatro Duchy fleet, approximately 20, the Rondine Duchy fleet, about 15, plus another 15 Imperial ship. From what I can see, the Albatro Duchy fleet seems to have weathered the storm by tethering their ships with ropes. So that's why it took so long. But to manage to break through even while burdened with the weight. It seems like a bad idea to engage in naval warfare with the Albitro Duchy for the next decade. I'd rather not for a lifetime. I don't want to battle such a fleet. While letting out a bitter laugh at the captain's words, I nodded. The Imperial fleet lost 9 ships. The Rondine Duchy fleet lost 5. The Albitro fleet had no losses. Rondine must have confidence in their naval power too, but Albitro is a nation specialized in it. There's likely a difference in the ships, but there's a clear difference in crew training. It's better to avoid fighting if we can. The damage to the Imperial ships being towed seems severe, but at least they're safe. If the ships are ruined, we'll just transfer the crew. Even if we lose a few more ships, as long as the Duchy fleets remain healthy, there are plenty of ways to manage. With that, I turned my gaze westward. With this, we've crossed the greatest obstacle on the way to the fortress. Now, the kingdom's navy awaits us. I wonder how Leo is doing. Chapter 595. Emergency Council of Ministers. In the imperial capital, Built, an emergency council meeting was being held at the Imperial Sword Castle, the core of the empire. The key figures of the empire were gathered because the current state of the Imperial Navy was made known. Indeed, the position of Marshal was too heavy a burden for Prince Arnold. The loss to the Navy is immeasurable. There's also a report that Prince Leonard is having a hard time. Shouldn't we change the commander now? Despite leading an army of 150,000, Leo couldn't corner the enemy in the fortress, and Arnold lost many ships. Both were the targets of criticism. Johannes, who had been listening silently, glanced at Eric standing by his side. Eric, do you have anything to say? As the Minister of Military Affairs, Eric was in a position where he could express his opinion at any time. And those who criticized Leo and Arnold were all supporters of Eric. They proposed to change the commander because if there was a change, it would be Eric. I have nothing to say. It doesn't look like the ministers are convinced. If you judge there's no problem as the Minister of Military Affairs, convince the ministers. Your Majesty, do you think there's no problem? The Navy has suffered a major loss, and we haven't even faced the enemy yet. So, what should we have done? We should have minimized the damage. How would you minimize it? We should have taken the detour. It's a well-known fact that the Lion's Jaw is a difficult route. We wouldn't have made it in time on the detour. If we can't get the large fleet together in time, we'll be laughed at. Then we should have set sail earlier. All the authority was in Prince Arnold's hand. It's Prince Arnold's mistake. The Allied fleet has a large fleet, so it has a problem with supplies. If we set sail early, we could be left alone in the King's Sea. I don't think I made a mistake in the timing of setting sail. Eric, what do you think? Johannes had been responding to the minister's remarks, but since the conversation was getting nowhere, he asked Eric for his opinion. Eric, without changing his expression, stated, "There was no problem with the timing of the sortie." Then what was the problem? The Lion's Jaw is a special place with unstable weather. It's not even clear why it's like that. The problem was that the Imperial fleet plunged into such a place. If it were me, I would only send the fleets of the 2 duchies. Then, you would have to confront the royal fleet with only the 2 duchy fleets. With the elite Albatross fleet, we can win. It reduces damage to our Imperial Navy and wears down the fleets of the 2 duchies. It would have been better to do that to maintain our power in the south. Indeed, Prince Eric, you have thought about the future. With that strategy, the Imperial Navy could achieve victory without harm. Even if the 2 duchy fleets lose, the unharmed Imperial Navy can annihilate the damaged royal fleet. It might take time, but it's the best strategy. Storms of praise. Listening to this, Johannes sighed. Then he said, "Fools. If we did that, it would be perceived as using the 2 duchy fleets and discarding them. What would be the point of destroying the good relationship we've built? Have you forgotten the failures of the past? The war with the kingdom became a quagmire because we ignored the Albatross Duchy, considering it a small country. That's why we are improving our relationship with the Albatross Duchy this time. Eric's strategy may be beneficial, but it ignores people's emotions too much. That's why I can't leave the command of the battlefield to you. People are creatures who move by emotion. Besides, The strategy of pinching the fortress may collapse. I can't leave an important part to another country. If they take the detour, they will arrive late. In that case, the task of dealing with the royal fleet and the role of pincer attacking the fortress would be left to the two duchy fleets. If any of the two duchies, or both, betray us, the imperial army will be in a desperate situation. This applies to both Leo's army and Arnold's army. In the end, there is no choice but to plunge in. Anyone can complain after causing damage. Do you have any complaints, Eric? No, if the policy is to consider both duchies, there is no problem. The damage will be compensated if we win. That's right. If we win, there's no problem. Your Majesty, if we're talking about feelings, what about the soldiers who lost their lives in the storm? Many soldiers have died without even fighting the enemy. Leonard's army also suffered tens of thousands of casualties. By the time they reach the fortress, they'll be fighting the royal army. Whether they die fighting the royal army or die from the threat of nature, it's the same. If it's a sacrifice necessary to win, we have no choice but to accept it. Soldiers are also citizens of the Empire. I don't want them to die, but it's arrogant to be dragged down by their deaths. If you don't want them to die, you shouldn't go to war. Are you going to lament that you didn't want them to die after ordering the soldiers to die? We are the ones who gave the orders. We have no right to mourn. There's only one way to repay them. Just prove that it wasn't in vain. The policy won't change. The situation on the ground will be left to Leonard and Arnold. This is the decision of the Emperor. I won't allow any complaints. Johannes silenced the ministers who were about to say something with a glare. The ministers looked at Eric with troubled faces, but Eric didn't say anything. Eric had already expressed his opinion. He had fulfilled his role as the Minister of Military Affairs. Dismissed. When Johannes commanded so, Eric and the ministers bowed and left the throne room. Watching them leave, Johannes let out a deep sigh. And then, Arnold, you've really done it this time. The lion's jaw couldn't be breached without suffering some damage. However, this doesn't seem like Arnold. I thought he would try to minimize the damage as much as possible. This time, he seems to be disregarding potential damage and focusing solely on victory. Besides, for better or worse, now all eyes are on Arnold. If he manages to win spectacularly from this point on, many people would likely reconsider their assessments of Arnold. The prince rarely gets serious. If he is seriously intent on winning, what would happen? He is showing that. The caution towards Prince Arnold will likely increase. However, if he can win, that is, the royal fleet is not weak. Eric said that if the Albatro fleet is there, they won't lose, but that's if the enemy's scale is within expectations. They wouldn't be lazing around in the lion's jaw doing nothing. They're quite a troublesome opponent. It would be good if things go well. As Johannes muttered these words, new information arrived. A surprise attack from the royal fleet, which had been lying in ambush, clashed with the Allied fleet. The message was that the Allied fleet had sunk 20 royal ships in a short time without any losses and was heading towards the fortress. Chapter 596. Naval Invasion. That's the course of events leading to the ambush fleet's defeat. That's all for the report. Please convey it as is. With these words, I ended the communication. I was in the command room on the flagship Alphonse, where a crystal ball sat enthroned. It was the same kind as the one in the Adventurer Guild's long-distance communication room. It was the long-distance communication technology treasured by the Adventurers Guild. The reason it's treasured is that they feared it would be used for war. Every nation has long desired this technology, but turning the Adventurers Guild into an enemy is too much even for the Empire, and the technology is too advanced and unique to be replicated. Even the guild staff who use it don't fully understand it. The reason such a crystal is on the flagship Alphonse is due to the demons. The Adventurers Guild still suspects that there are demons hiding within the kingdom, and they believed that if chaos ensued, demons would appear. For that reason, the Empire took on the role of causing this chaos, because if the report of a demon appearance is delayed, the entire continent is in danger. This crystal is the most efficient way to disseminate information in such a situation. That's why the crystal, lent by the Adventurers Guild, is enthroned on the flagship Alphonse. Those fighting on land, like Leo, were allowed to use the branches within the kingdom. Originally, it should only be used when a demon appears, but there's no reward for risking your life on the front lines. Therefore, it was allowed to send information from the front line to the imperial capital in this way. The Adventurers Guild also cannot afford to lose to the Empire, and probably judged that there is no problem if it only sends information from the front lines. I'm sure the imperial capital is in chaos. With that, I left the command room. The kingdom's army, anticipating that we would break through the lion's jaw, had dispatched a fleet of 20 ships. They intended to ambush us, but we were prepared for them, so there was no surprise. We couldn't let them escape, so we surrounded and sunk all of them. The report that they lost a considerable number of ships and the report that we annihilated the enemy fleet. If they came in such a short period of time, one would want to doubt whether one of them was a false report. However, thanks to this crystal, that is not the case. If they could have spoken to us, they would have demanded an explanation, and my father would have scolded me. In that sense, I have to thank the Adventurers Guild. Ah, Your Excellency. Have you finished your business? On my way back to the deck, Finn called out to me. Finn and his beloved dragon, Nova, were on board the flagship Alphonse. Because Nova is small, she can be carried on the flagship Alphonse. Yes, I'm done. How is the situation on the deck? It seems like the excitement hasn't settled yet. The captain was surprised that he had never seen such a one-sided naval battle. We had more than twice the number of ships. Besides, they were expecting us to be in tatters. Plus, they were even exposed to their surprise attack. It would naturally be one-sided. Even so, the Albitro-Dutch's fleet was tied up with the Imperial ships and could barely participate. That's a great achievement, isn't it? It's thanks to your command, no matter how you think about it. You won't get anything by flattering me. Saying so, I stepped onto the deck. When the crew recognized me, they all saluted. Good job. Go back to work. Your Excellency, we have a message from the Albitro-Dutch's fleet. Of the 15 Imperial ships they towed, they say that 5 will have difficulty continuing to sail. What's the damage to the 5 ships? 1 is heavily damaged. 4 have minor damage. They say that the 4 can sail, but they don't know if they can go fast. We need to head to the fortress in one go from now on. There's no choice but to leave the slow ships behind. Move as anticipated. Abandon the one that's heavily damaged. The crew will move to the 4 ships and head for a port town in the southern part of the kingdom. If everything goes as planned, the team Leo released should have secured it, but in case of an emergency, assign 1 ship to escort them. Strictly order them to avoid combat as much as possible. In enemy territory, reckless fighting can endanger their lives. Given that we're invading from the southern sea route, we can't sail safely if we don't have a place to dock in case of an emergency. Especially since it had been anticipated that we would plunge into the lion's jaw before the war started. For that reason, I had told Leo to secure a nearby port town. Of course, it was via the imperial capital. The enemy's attention is concentrated on Leo's main force of 150,000. They won't be able to afford to care about a single port town. There should be no problem if everything goes according to plan, and even if the port town resists, we can secure it if we have an escort. Understood. I'll send a dispatch ship with your instructions. So, what are we going to do next? We'll head for the fortress. It's unlikely that the kingdom's navy is just this much, so we'll move ahead cautiously. The kingdom has been reinforcing its navy since the invasion from the United Kingdom. The northern fleet is indeed powerful, and the southern fleet also has considerable strength. Ansem, who is likely to have read our strategy, wouldn't just rely on the lion's jaw. There must still be forces in reserve. Whether they come out to intercept us or defend the fortress will determine our course of action. Nevertheless, we need to approach them. Do you think Prince Leonardo has successfully pushed the enemy into the fortress? I don't know. That remains to be seen. If he hasn't, wouldn't we be left isolated? For the United Fleet, this area is enemy territory. To return to the Empire by the shortest route, we would need to pass through the Lion's Jaw again. In other words, if we can't take the fortress, we're in deep trouble. However, if Leo is at a disadvantage, we'll apply pressure from the sea. Even if Leo has the upper hand, we'll still apply pressure from the sea. That's the role of this fleet. If we defeat the kingdom's navy and approach the fortress, Ansem won't be able to ignore us. Drawing their attention will be sufficient support for Leo, even if he's at a disadvantage. So don't worry. Well, if you say so, Your Excellency, I believe you. Do so. Notify the entire fleet. Prepare to set sail. Upon receiving my instructions, a large flag was raised on the flagship Alphonse. There were 3 flags, colored red, blue, and yellow. The combination of these flags allows us to swiftly execute predetermined operational actions. Given the size of the United Fleet and the fact that we're at sea, command is challenging. Using flag signals takes too much time for transmission. So, we decided on the most basic operational actions in advance. We can only give simple orders, but we can give them quickly. That's how we were able to swiftly surround the kingdom's surprise fleet. I don't feel like we would be losing this simple naval battle. But it's not going to be that simple, is it? Muttering quietly to myself, I let out a sigh. The enemy is the kingdom. However, at the same time, there's the shadow of the demons behind us. The more we corner them, the more new shadows come to light. Chapter 597. Alone. Rain had started to fall on the battlefield. The ground turned muddy, where blood flowed. Yet, the outcome was still not decided. A counteroffensive by the Imperial Army. In response, the Kingdom Army countered with a full army offensive. This confrontation, where swords meet swords, inflicted heavy casualties on both armies. Especially devastating was the Central Army, where both forces had positioned their main units. At the beginning of the clash, the Central Command was in favor of the Kingdom Army. This was because Leo, the Commander-in-Chief, was dueling one-on-one with Ansem, so the orders were not coming from Leo. The generals assisting Leo were not incompetent, but they were at a disadvantage against Ansem. However, a few hours after the clash began, the Imperial Army gradually began to push back. The reason was clear. 3rd Squad, head to the reinforcements on the left. 7th Squad, retreat temporarily. Reorganize your units. Instructions were flying in quick succession. Becoming covered in mud, Leo had a firm grasp of the situation on the battlefield. In a matter of moments, he found weak spots and dispatched troops there. And he pulled back any unit that was about to collapse. Being on the front lines, Leo was able to keenly sense the changes at the front. That's why the Imperial Army was able to regain its footing. After issuing instructions, Leo took a deep breath and started to run. At the same time, Ansem ran towards him, and as they passed each other, they each struck with their swords. Leo got a light wound on his right shoulder, Ansem on his cheek. But they didn't care. Their bodies were already full of wounds. Even so, neither of them backed down. They understood. Whichever side lost this one-on-one fight, their army would collapse. However, you're starting to show signs of fatigue, Leonard. Hair. Aren't you the one panting at the shoulders? They exchanged words as they swung their swords. Their attacks were not just about raw power, but involved skilled offensive and defensive tactics. It was a fight befitting the two who had been learning swordsmanship since they were children. However, Ansem was more than just that. For a moment, he put some distance between himself and Leo. Leo tried to strike again, but Ansem kicked up the muddy ground. Mud splashed on Leo's face, momentarily robbing him of his vision. Leo quickly wiped off the mud, but in the meantime, Ansem caught his breath and charged at Leo in perfect condition. Leo tried to respond, but Ansem forcefully hit Leo's sword with his own. And then, he kicked Leo away as he was unable to use his sword. Both Leo and Ansem were raised in the castle. Swordsmanship cultivated among the upper class was the basis for both of them. However, Ansem had also incorporated a battlefield style honed through experience. Leo was a veteran who had been through many battles, but Ansem had a longer war record and had not always fought in such favorable conditions as Leo. There were many times when he had to fight a large number of opponents with a small number. Not all of his fights had been glamorous. He had fought covered in mud. In such situations, refined and sophisticated swordsmanship alone was not enough to survive. Those experiences supported Ansem's strategies and shaped the current battle. Even so, Ansem was not at ease. "You're persistent." Seeing Leo getting up immediately, Ansem couldn't help but exclaim. The one-on-one fight had been going on for more than a few hours. Although it was almost even, the fatigue was more visible on Leo's side. It wouldn't be strange if he ran out of energy soon. But Leo kept hanging on. Moreover, at the beginning, he couldn't command while dueling. Leo was now mimicking the technique that Ansem had acquired over many years. Slowly, he mimicked him and moved closer. Without a doubt, Ansem had been on a higher step at the beginning of the war. But now, he could hear footsteps coming up the steps behind him. It was ridiculous. His hard work was being copied so easily. His years of effort were being shortened so easily. It was an unfamiliar sensation for Ansem. There had been people who surpassed Ansem. Those superior in swordsmanship, strategy, politics. He had overtaken them all. And left them behind. There was no one who could surpass him, let alone approach him from behind. That's why Ansem was only looking ahead. His goal was Wilhelm, the crown prince of the empire. He had decided to overtake him one day. But at the same time, he was aware that he hadn't yet caught up. The brother of Wilhelm was slowly creeping up from behind him, as if he was merely a checkpoint to be passed. Leo's sword swing was avoided by Ansem with a step back. Against such Ansem, Leo further extended his sword. When that was intercepted with a sword, Leo swung his right fist. A similar technique. That's why Ansem dodged his body, neutralized Leo's sword, and aimed for Leo's right fist with his own sword. Swinging a blow to someone holding a sword is dangerous. Most people who are hit with a sword get injured. Only those extraordinary monsters who can break anything with their fists. Ansem was thinking about such things, but seeing Leo's fist suddenly open, he clicked his tongue. Leo had grasped mud in his right hand. Was it a tit-for-tat from earlier? Ansem tilted his head at once to avoid the mud. All surprise attacks. If you understand them, you can deal with them in any way. It's only effective because it's used suddenly, just imitating it won't be as effective. However, Ansem's movement was at the limit of his range, having dodged and moved his head. In such a situation, Leo grabbed Ansem's collar, drew him close, and headbutted him. Goo! At the unexpected attack, Ansem staggered, taking a few steps back. His posture was certainly broken, but it was also due to Leo's unexpectedly rough attack that he was slow to react. How is it? I have confidence in the hardness of my head. Underestimating act. Ansem muttered, wiping his nosebleed. The damage itself is minimal. Yet the attacks have started to land. Despite visibly exhausted, Leonardo continues to grow. I have to defeat him before he grows any further. I think so, but I can't finish him off. Impatience rose in Ansem's heart. There was a lot to do. Dealing with the crown prince, dealing with the reinforcements that Leo is waiting for, dealing with Ul, and dealing with Leo right in front of him. The enemy is the Empire. A treasure trove of personnel and huge military power. I understood. I can't handle it all by myself. Yet, I had to do it myself. I've been telling myself that. In fact, it was most efficient for Ansem to bear everything alone. If I do everything alone, I don't have to clean up after other people's failures. I can always come up with the optimal solution. However, that can't last long. I can't handle everything alone. If only I had someone who could replace me. Ansem couldn't help but think that. I won't say it's extravagant. I'm not saying it's equivalent to me. Just stand shoulder to shoulder with me, that's enough. If such a person existed, how much easier it would be. If I had a brother I could believe in. I can't help but think that when I look at Leo. How ironic. The princes of the empire, who are made to compete for the throne amongst brothers, have better relationships than the princes of the kingdom that values eldest inheritance. Ansem mumbled as he wielded his sword. Even so, it's not a reason to break the will to fight. It's not a reason to give up. It's true that I have no one to stand next to me, but I have subordinates who adore me. Ansem had a responsibility to them. Ansem launched an attack against Leo. My body is still moving. My willpower is not declining. However, I don't feel tired. I know what that means. There's no way that could be. I can tell by looking at Leo. There's no way I can't be tired after fighting for so long. This must be the effect of the drug. If it wears off, it's over. Understanding this, Ansem launched an all-out attack. In response to that, Leo stood and received it. The momentum of the rain is increasing. However, no conclusion has been reached yet. Chapter 598. Bluffing. The intensifying rain severely dampened the morale of both armies. The soldiers were exhausted from the prolonged battle. Yet they could still continue to fight because their supreme commanders were still battling each other. However, twisting their faces in pain, Leo and Ansem swung their swords. Leo was nearing his physical limit, and Ansem was slowly losing sensation in his body. They should have retreated and regrouped at this point. The soldiers were tired, and the rain was getting more intense. It could even be called foolish to continue fighting in these conditions. Yet Ansem would not retreat. Therefore, Leo would not retreat either. But Leo didn't retreat because if he showed any weakness, he would be overwhelmed. Ansem did not retreat because he had no way out. If he retreated now, he would no longer be able to fight. Knowing this, he couldn't choose to retreat. In Leo's mind, there was the idea of retreating. Of course, there was a thought that he should retreat. However, as long as Ansem did not retreat, he could not retreat either. Still, such half-hearted determination wasn't enough to stop Ansem now. Ansem was risking his life. The vigorously swung down sword knocked Leo away. His feet got caught in the mud and he couldn't brace himself. As he crawled, Leo quickly readjusted his posture, expecting Ansem's pursuit. But Ansem's pursuit didn't come. Ansem just stood there. Is it time already? Ansem muttered, clutching his chest. Pain was running through his body, which was slowly losing sensation. The most severe pain was in his heart. It was a severe pain that made it difficult even to stand. Still, Ansem smiled. He showed a smile. I pushed myself a bit too much. Let's continue this another time. If his condition was perceived, his entire army would be destroyed. So, Ansem showed as much composure as possible and turned his back on Leo. And then, all forces retreat. Both armies were completely exhausted. The Imperial army would not pursue them at this point. Neither would Leo attack from behind. The order to retreat was made with full understanding of everything. The order was given while Leo was off balance, so the kingdom's army, which felt like they ended with an advantage, retreated with cheers. Watching that, Leo quietly stated, "Our army will also retreat. If Ansem retreats, so should they." Although the other side seemed to have an advantage while retreating, such a difference in morale was minuscule. Above all, Leo understood that it was crucial to let the tired soldiers rest. Section. Please forgive me, Your Highness. At the kingdom's main camp, Lisette comes to Ansem, who has somehow managed to return to his tent despite being tormented by severe pain. Her body is covered in wounds, particularly a severe one on her left shoulder, rendering it nearly immobile. Yet, even so, you're a mess. But still, to have faced Theodore and to still have kept your head, I suppose that's commendable. Almost all of my troops have been decimated, and we failed to kill Theodore. You stopped the enemy's surprise attack. You and your men fulfilled your duty. Don't fret. Gasping for air, Ansem reassures Lisette. But that was his limit. Reaching the bed, he collapses onto it, incapable of standing any longer. Your Highness, don't cry. I'm not going to die. Rest assured. Yes, I believe in you. I'll take on the trouble. So order a full retreat to the nearest city. Just buy me time until I wake up. I swear on my life, I'll make it so. Stop talking nonsense. I forbid you to die until I wake up. Understand? I have not given up on victory yet. Got it. Understood. Satisfied with Lizette's response, Ansem closes his eyes. The intense pain makes it impossible for him to stay conscious. He sinks into darkness. Later that night, the kingdom's army began its retreat. Section. Please forgive me, Your Highness. It can't be helped. It's my fault for not anticipating the enemy's move. At the Empire's main camp, Leo is accepting Theodore's apology. Theodore is unscathed but doesn't feel any pride in that. But if I had broken through. The enemy has the heart of a lion. Considering you were outnumbered and didn't get killed, that's quite an accomplishment. Thank you. Due to Theodore's exceptional defense, he didn't fall. That much is true. However, his mission was to break through the enemy's main camp, and his failure to do so was his fault. The second guard's surprise attack and the lion-hearted opponents inflicted damage on both sides, leading to a retreat. The guards could fight evenly only because Theodore was there, but facing the enemy's desperate onslaught, Theodore was fully occupied with defense, leaving him feeling nothing but humiliation. Please, give me another chance. Next time I will surely succeed. Of course, I'll leave it to you again, Theodore. But first, the entire army needs to rest. Even from the reports coming in, the damages are substantial. Morale is down, and we won't be ready to fight for a while. Please rest, Your Highness. Leave the guard duty to me. Thank you, I'm counting on you. The kingdom's army is probably in a similar state, so I doubt they'll attack. But with an unpredictable enemy, don't let your guard down, okay? Yes, sir. With that, Leo lays down. He had been holding on with sheer willpower, but his physical strength was now at its limit. Commanding the battle while dueling with Ansem was more mentally draining than he had imagined. Though initially outmatched, in the end, it was a fair fight. He resolves to win the next one as he drifts off to sleep. Therefore, when he awakes to the news of the kingdom's army's retreat, he is nothing but surprised. Chapter 599. Standstill. After Ansem's collapse, the kingdom's army took shelter in Chontol, the closest mid-sized city to the battlefield. Leo was then faced with two options. 1. He could ignore the besieged royal army and proceed north to confront a separate detachment of enemy forces. Or, he could monitor the situation of the besieged royal army. The former would involve assuming the retreating royal army could no longer pose a threat, and focus on whittling down the remaining enemy forces. The latter involved keeping an eye on the besieged royal army. Both the royal and imperial armies had taken significant damage. Your Highness, should we not head north for now? I also think so, but... In front of the mid-sized city of Chontol, Leo was hesitant to make a decision. Thorough information gathering had revealed that the supreme commander of the royal army, Ansem, had not shown himself during the retreat. If Ansem, of all people, was not showing himself before his demoralized troops, it meant there was a reason he couldn't show himself. Had something happened to Ansem? That was the Imperial Army's conclusion. If that were the case, the sudden retreat would make sense. Knowing this, there was no need to focus on the Royal Army in front of them. If they focused on Ansem's downfall and attacked recklessly, the Imperial Army would also suffer significant damage. Therefore, it would be better to prioritize joining the remaining 70,000 troops. Leo understood this. However, he couldn't make that decision. Our army has also suffered significant damage in the fight with the Royal Army. The soldiers are exhausted, and morale is low. If we head north in this state, a significant number of soldiers will drop out. If we are ambushed in such a state, it would be difficult to recover. If Ansem can't move, an ambush is unlikely. We only know he hasn't been seen. We have no confirmation that he's down. Everything could be a trap. What came to Leo's mind was the image of Ansem leaving briskly. Could his condition have suddenly changed from that state, causing him to collapse? Or had he been sick from the state of their duel? Doubts only grew in Leo's mind. There's no way an opponent who's ill could perform a duel to that extent. The only plausible scenario was that Ansem's condition worsened after the duel. It was known that Ansem already had health issues. Intense battle could upset his condition. However, still, Isn't the timing of Ansem's collapse too convenient for the Imperial army? In Leo's mind, the image of Ansem up until now was etched. The figure of Ansem, controlling the situation, creating his advantages. Therefore, Leo could not fully believe the conclusion that Ansem had fallen. He could more readily believe that everything was a trap set by Ansem. So, we'll hold our ground here. Even if we need to move, the soldiers need rest first. Aren't we playing into the hands of the royal army? Even if we are, that's fine. If they want to buy time to rest, we will do the same. Be it a trap or Ansem's downfall, they can't hold out in that city for long either. Because time was on the side of the Imperial army. Maintaining the status quo may seem passive, and ideally, they'd want to avoid it. However, acting recklessly when information is not definitive could worsen the situation. It was after careful consideration that Leo made this decision. We will encamp here. Even if we decide to move, we can't unless we let the soldiers rest. Aren't we falling into the kingdom's army's trap? If it's a trap, then so be it. If they want to buy time to rest, we will also just rest. Be it a plot, or if Ansem has fallen, they can't stay in that city for a long time either. That's because time was on the Imperial army's side. Maintaining the status quo may seem passive, and it was something he'd rather not choose. However, if they moved recklessly in the absence of definitive information, the situation could worsen. After considering all this, Leo decided. Understood. So, we don't need to siege the city. Even if we lay a siege, we don't have the luxury to engage in a siege battle. A sham siege wouldn't mean anything. We would just exhaust ourselves. It's enough to just camp here. Doing nothing also requires courage. This wasn't a situation where they were doing nothing out of inertia. They were choosing to do nothing. There were many things they could do. Facing the enemy and deliberately doing nothing required courage. It would also heighten anxiety. The soldiers would get restless. There was also a need to control that. But still. Are you saying we will have another battle after we rest? I don't know. I feel an alarm ringing in my heart. We mustn't leave here. That's why we're staying here, and we will let the soldiers rest as much as possible in preparation for any emergencies. I don't know whether this is the right decision. But still, I don't feel like moving from here. Feeling a strong determination in Leo's words, Theodore, who was standing by his side, bowed on the spot. It was because there was no need to say anything when the decision was this firm. Section. When Ansem returned from the darkness. By his side was Count Magellan, a close associate of the Crown Prince. Why are you here? Oh, Your Highness. You're awake. Everyone will be pleased. Everyone has been eagerly waiting for you, our hero. Answer my question. Ansem, forcing his paralyzed body to move somehow, managed to sit up. Before he went to sleep, Ansem had ordered Lisette to retreat to a nearby city. Looking around, it seemed that it was successful. However, next to him was Count Magellan, a close associate of the Crown Prince. Ansem could not understand why. Scary. I've come with reinforcements. To be precise, I've brought the reinforcements. Saying that, Magellan pointed at the window. Ansem, glaring at Magellan, somehow moved towards the window, following the wall. What Ansem saw there was beyond his imagination. What is that? The Imperial army, camping at a distance from the city. They were being attacked by something flying in the sky. Their numbers were easily over 10,000. It's an evolved version of a drug that turns humans into vampires. It's from a certain organization. They grow wings like the flying demi-humans. Their appearance strays quite a bit from humans, but as you can see, their performance is excellent. And they can listen to our commands. Well, only 1 out of 10 succeed. But many people die in wars, so such minor demerits should be overlooked. What are you talking about? Don't worry. We have plenty of drugs. They should be continuously carried in while those things distract the enemy. This city has around 50,000 people. We can secure another 5,000. It was hard for Ansem to understand. Nevertheless, Ansem reached for a sword that was nearby. His heart told him that he could not let this man run loose. However, oh, your sister is also with us. It would be best not to make any rash decisions. Does the Crown Prince? My brother know about this? Of course. In fact, it was the Crown Prince's idea. Chapter 600. Faux human soldiers. Fools. Are you planning to destroy the kingdom? Even though he could hardly understand the situation, Ansem was able to perceive the recklessness of the actions taken by the Crown Prince and Magellan. We're protecting the kingdom because you couldn't. Destroying it. What are you saying? If you use such monstrosities, you'll be recognized as the enemy of the continent at the Sage Council. Then, the world will be against us. The kingdom will turn into a scorched earth. Those are our kingdom's volunteer soldiers, not monsters. They were only enhanced using a drug. It's not that different from using magic. What are you saying? They're just weak individuals who relied on a drug to become demi-humans. Moreover, that drug was developed within the Empire. In addition, we have complete control. When it was produced in the Empire, it had an infectious ability, but now that's been removed. They're just powerful. Where's the monstrosity in that? They may appear grotesque, but that alone won't classify us as the enemy of the continent. Fool. The Adventurer Guild and the Empire are already suspicious of our kingdom harboring demons. It's only a matter of time before they jump to conclusions. If they don't have evidence, SS-rank adventurers won't come. In that case, we can use those soldiers to drive away everything. Magellan genuinely believes this. Deciding this from his tone, Ansem gave up on the argument. Magellan doesn't see the situation as problematic the way Ansem does. There's no point in arguing if they can't share the same sense of crisis. I'm pleased you understand. Then, over here, we've gathered the people. With a smile, Magellan showed the way to Ansem. Section. A large number of people had gathered in the center of Chantal. The soldiers who were under siege gathered them. They were told it was Ansem's order via Magellan. The Crown Prince's direct troops, wearing black armor, were continuously bringing boxes to the crowd. What do you think? We can expect about 5,000 with this number. Isn't this the much-awaited reinforcement, Your Highness? Magellan and Ansem arrived there. Magellan walked normally, but Ansem, who had just recovered, could barely walk. Seeing Ansem, Lisette immediately rushed to him. She was pulled away as soon as Magellan arrived. Your Highness. A member of the direct troops tried to block her, but Magellan allowed it. Having Lisette by his side wouldn't change anything. Lisette. Forgive me, Your Highness. I couldn't do anything. It's all right. Saying that, Ansem pulled Lisette closer and embraced her. Then, what happened to Milne? No. We are on our way to rescue the princess. The second half was whispered. An exchange in hushed voices. Receiving the necessary information, Ansem drew a deep breath, infusing energy into his still powerless body. Every pinch is a harbinger of a chance. The situation is terrifying, no doubt. However, to get him to obey, the enemy has played their trump card. His sister, the trump card. If he could just recover that, there's a chance for a reversal. Magellan, tell me, how much power does the Crown Prince possess? Those soldiers. We call them faux human soldiers. We have about 10,000 more of them. At those words, Ansem gritted his teeth. That meant that 100,000 civilians had been sacrificed. And Magellan announced it as if it was nothing major. He was no longer the same human being. Ansem recognized that. Wars do cause tens of thousands of soldiers to be sacrificed. However, sacrificing 100,000 mere civilians. He had never heard of such a thing. It was a much more terrifying deed than that of an enemy country. And you think you can defend against the Empire and the Adventurer Guild with that? If we can't, we just need to increase the number. The invasion of the Imperial Alliance also had the purpose of securing experimental bodies. Thanks to that, we were able to produce a lot of the drug. I was also complicit in this. That thought was enough to drain Ansem's energy. He could be confident because he believed in himself. However, he couldn't believe in himself anymore. No matter how far he went, he fought for the sake of his homeland. However, that homeland was now so rotten that it was impossible to go back. Being shown that so vividly made him unable to believe in himself. It was a cruel and inhumane act. Thinking that the man who ordered such a thing shared the same blood as him was enough to make him want to vomit. Still, Ansem held himself together. For the sake of his sister. Give me some time to think. Wasn't your motto to make quick decisions? The enemy army is in front of us. Why do you need to hesitate? Where's the guarantee that after creating the faux human soldiers and annihilating the Imperial army, those soldiers won't turn against us? Do you doubt us? Of course, I do. Not just for my sake, but I have a duty to protect the soldiers. Then what do you suggest? I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life at this point. I know the Crown Prince is afraid of me. Do as you like with me. However, send half of the soldiers towards the fortress. That would be more reassuring for you too. What do you intend to do if the people rebel? I'll take responsibility and suppress it. Besides, I assume there's some kind of trick with the direct troops too? There's no need to worry. I see. Could you hurry, please? Following Magellan's words, Ansem ordered Lisette to select the soldiers. The selection proceeded rapidly, prioritizing the younger ones. This was the best they could do to buy time. If Milne understood the situation, she should take advantage of this opportunity. That was the belief that drove his actions. And then, the time came. A large explosion occurred at a large mansion on the outskirts of the city. At that moment, Lisette took Ansem away, distancing him from Magellan. The soldiers and civilians were in turmoil, but Magellan just sighed, and the direct troops weren't even disturbed. What a troublesome situation, Magellan said, shifting his gaze to the right. There, a blonde woman was running towards them, protected by Ansem's private secret operatives. Sister. Ansem. Ansem's eyes sparkled at the sight of his long-awaited sister. However, it's a touching reunion indeed. However, it's a problem when things don't go as planned. Saying so, Magellan took out a sphere from his pocket. The next moment, faux human soldiers descended from the sky. Chapter 601. The Dragon King. There was a group soaring high above the clouds. Leading them was a dashing man astride a red dragon. Your Majesty, we should be able to join up with Prince Leonardo soon. I hope we're not too late. I hope the matter hasn't been settled yet. The other party is Ansem. I don't think it will be so easy. At the words of his aide, Roger, William gave a wry smile. And he gently stroked the neck of his beloved dragon. Despite the impending battle, his dragon was relaxed. The same could be said for William. He was far more relaxed than he had imagined. No doubt it was because he had made up his mind. He had no hesitation in his decision to march out. Section. In the United Kingdom. It was quite some time ago that Marianne came to William, who had seized the throne with the power of the Dragon Knights. King of Dragons, I implore you to aid the Empire. Marianne's plea was perfectly reasonable. William had promised the Emperor that he would help in the event of a crisis in the Empire, although it was said in an unofficial meeting. Of course, William had not forgotten his words. However, I will cooperate. But it is difficult for me to march out as long as my country is unstable. That won't help us. What the Emperor seeks is the assistance of the powerful Dragon Knights. We need the Dragon Knights led by you in the Empire. We understand that we owe a debt of gratitude to the Empire, which was generous to us despite the fact that we invaded them. But we are not a vassal state. I'm sorry, but we can't do everything you say. The Empire and the United Kingdom. The relationship between the two countries was maintained by a delicate balance. The United Kingdom, which sided with Gordon, was unquestionably defeated by the Empire. But the homeland's forces were intact. Furthermore, because the sea separated them, it was not easy to counter-invade as a feudal state. The natural fortress of the sea was insurmountable even for the Empire. But a defeat is a defeat. Whether to pursue or not is up to the Empire's mood. Then William's coup d'état happened. The Empire stopped antagonizing the United Kingdom because William took a pro-Empire stance. The imminent enemies were the feudal states and the kingdom. William promised the emperor full cooperation. He knew that the unstable United Kingdom had no chance of winning if it was invaded. In such a United Kingdom, a request for aid came. William intended to send the Dragon Knights, but Marianne's request was much stronger than he had imagined. Do you think such a half-hearted attitude will benefit the United Kingdom? Queen Marianne, you behave like a formal envoy from the Empire, but as far as I understand, you were just asked to do so. Why are you so assertive? Because I thought I should be. What I was asked by the Emperor was just to request aid. These are my own words. As a queen of a feudal state, I ask for the United Kingdom's wise judgment. Even though we are separated by the sea, our country and the United Kingdom are neighbors. We want to build a better relationship in the future. Therefore, please read the Times, Dragon King. The conversation between William and Marianne ended there. William understood well what Marianne wanted to say. Hesitating to send aid now is a mistake, and half-hearted aid will not help the Empire. The Empire is not asking for nominal aid. However, within the United Kingdom, William was seen as a usurper. Many of the nobles were reluctantly obeying William. If he left the country, he wouldn't know what would happen. Once you become a king, the first priority is to stabilize the country. The Empire should understand that. William had such thoughts in his heart, but Marianne's strong words shattered them. Surely, if he made a wrong decision here, the United Kingdom would eventually pay the price. Roger, I want you to gather the main nobles. Section. The gathered nobles exchanged glances, wondering what was happening. On the surface, they respected William. Had it not been for the coup d'état, they would have happily accepted William as the king. However, a coup is a coup. There was an understanding that no matter how good a king he may be, he was a usurper who relied on power. They understood the situation well. The previous king had intended to shift all the responsibility of the war with the Empire onto William. William had been arguing from the beginning that they should not lend power to Gordon. Precisely because they understood this well, the feelings of the nobles were complicated. William announced to these nobles, "The Empire has requested reinforcements. It seems they intend to fight the kingdom. Your Majesty, we are in a cooperative relationship with the Empire. Should we send reinforcements? We think so, too." No one opposed sending reinforcements. Originally, they had an alliance with the kingdom, but that was a thing of the past. When the United Kingdom and the vassal countries crossed the border and fought the Imperial Army, the kingdom's army couldn't breach the border. As a result, the United Kingdom and the vassal countries suffered a lot of damage. There's no point in owing anything to such a country now. So the problem was how much reinforcements should be sent. The nobles who gathered and guessed this started to consider the next opinion. "I thought you would say that. Then, I leave the home front to you. I will lead the Dragon Knights to the reinforcements. You, Your Majesty, yourself. That is a bit too much." William's words were unexpected for the nobles. So far, William had been focusing on stabilizing the country. Now, William was suddenly going to the kingdom to reinforce the Empire. The nobles were puzzled by the lack of consistency. "Queen Marianne told me to read the flow of time. The tide is indeed with the Empire. We should side with the Empire. But I had the issue of stabilizing the country in my mind. I realized that was a mistake. Unknowingly, I was thinking about protecting the throne. It's important, but to you, I probably only looked like a usurper who is obsessed with the throne. I'm sorry." With that, William rose from his throne. "And then, I'm going to show the Empire and the kingdom the bravery of the United Kingdom. I'm leaving this throne. You can take it or defend it as you like. What I care about is the safety of the United Kingdom. It's probably better for the United Kingdom to show that it is a more valuable partner to the Empire than my kingship. So, I'm going. I leave the home front to you." Saying that, William walked out, passing by the nobles. In response, the nobles bowed and saw him off. "We leave the home front to you." There was no one who was secretly pleased. Being able to throw away the throne so easily, the nobles didn't have the guts to jump at it, and their perception of him as a usurper faded against William, who showed trust in them. Then William, in cooperation with Traugott, crossed the continent with the Dragon Knights. Section. Report. The Imperial Army and the Kingdom Army are engaged in battle in the city ahead. Chantal. Strange, isn't it? A siege? No. The Imperial Army seemed to be fighting a monster controlled by the Kingdom Army. They used a monster. Even if they're cornered, they're foolish. Our country can't laugh about this. Saying that, William ordered the entire army to advance. Of course, William was the one leading the charge. Breaking through the clouds, he saw the city of Chantal in his sight. Just as reported, the Imperial Army was indeed battling against a monster. Roger, head to assist the Imperial Army. The squadron, follow me. I'm heading for Chantal. There must be someone controlling the monster. Deciding this in an instant, William led the Dragon Knights in a rapid descent towards Chantal. However, he noticed a woman about to be captured by the monster. A blonde young man shouted at the woman, "Sister, run away." Immediately, William guessed the identities of the two. He recognized the woman. He had met her only once. But because she was beautiful, he remembered her clearly. Leaving his subordinates behind, William continued to descend. What crossed his mind was his best friend's words. "Take care of my family." At that time, he didn't quite understand why it wasn't just his wife and daughter. But now, he understood. He must have wanted him to help his family who would be facing even more difficulties in the future. That's why William came. There were national interests. That was certainly a factor. But that was not the only reason. "I'll do your part instead." With these words, William shot down the two artificial soldiers in the form of monsters that were closing in on the woman. The prototype was improved so that even the United Kingdom's Dragon Knights could use it, based on the Imperial Magic Wand. The Dragon Magic Spear. Feeling satisfied with its power, William landed in front of the woman. "Princess Francine. Are you safe?" "Prince William. I'm slightly different now. I am William, the Dragon King of the United Kingdom, an ally of the Empire." With that, William let out a smile. He had dreamed of introducing himself in this way. He wanted to rush to his friend's aid and say it someday. Though the situation was a bit different. Now, that dream has come true. "William, don't interfere, you traitor." Magellan was furious at William, who had suddenly appeared. "But the one who allied with you was my father. I never thought of you as my companions. The only ones I've sided with are my true friends. Let's stop this misunderstanding and stop calling me a traitor." Chapter 602. The Triple Alliance. The Imperial Army, ambushed by the artificial soldiers, was fighting back sporadically. However, the artificial soldiers were swift and did not go down with just a single hit of an arrow. For that reason, Leo, riding on Noir, was trying to reduce the number of artificial soldiers in the sky as much as possible. But no matter how hard Leo fought, the number of artificial soldiers filling the sky did not decrease. Because of the hit-and-run tactics where they dived down and attacked the ground troops, the Imperial soldiers were being annihilated one after another. Damn it. Even if he wanted to use magic, he did not know what kind of monsters the enemies were. He could guess that they were moving with the intent of the kingdom, but he could not understand why they could control monsters. What came to mind was the evil spirit, a vampire transformed from a human being, born under the Duke of Kruger. But these creatures were even more monstrous than that. The evil spirit was at best an aberrant human being. However, the monsters in front of him had almost no human elements. They had heads, 2 arms and 2 legs, and wings growing out, making them grotesque. Even if they were the same creatures as the evil spirits, could he restore them to normal with holy magic? He had doubts because they were so far from being human. "Your Highness." Brought back to reality from his thoughts by Theodore's voice, who was on the ground, Leo noticed that artificial soldiers were approaching him. He tried to intercept them on the spot. However, one of the artificial soldiers was pierced by a fireball in front of Leo. The artificial soldier then fell while burning. Leo looked up at the sky in disbelief. There were countless dragon knights flying in the sky. "They've come. Descend. 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 Draw the enemies towards us." While issuing instructions, Roger, riding on a black flying dragon, used his dragon magic spear to take care of the artificial soldiers around Leo. I'm glad you're here, Roger. I'm sorry for the delay, Prince Leonard. Our king is heading towards the city, so he should be here to greet you soon. The Dragon King himself has come. Our Dragon Knight Corps exerts its full power under the leadership of the king. Currently, we have 6,000 Dragon Knights that can be mobilized. We have come with the king. Leave the defense of the sky to us. I'm counting on you. The Dragon Knights who were descending rapidly and the artificial soldiers were engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Thanks to this, the Imperial army was released from the attacks from the sky. Retreat for now. Regroup. Section. Inside Chantal, Francine, Ansem's sister, was saved by William, who had descended from the sky. However, even William did not fully understand the situation. All he knew was that Francine, the princess of the kingdom, was under attack. So he asked someone who understood the situation better what to do next. What are you planning to do next, Prince Ansem? Everyone knows. We fight for the people. The crown prince wants to win, even if it means turning the people into monsters. This is the end. Follow me, those who are proud to be soldiers of the kingdom. We will not obey the crown prince. TCH. Upon Ansem's command, Lisette first targeted Magellan. However, this was prevented by Magellan's direct soldiers. Out of my way. Lisette tries to break through the direct soldiers, but they are all fierce warriors. Even Lisette could not break through them alone. Don't let them escape. Ansem, watching Magellan turn his back and walk away, gave the order. However, Prince Ansem, interception comes first. If we don't defeat him, those monsters won't stop. I know he's controlling them, but will they stop if we defeat him? Do we have confirmation? TCH. All troops. Protect the people. Prepare for interception. If Magellan is defeated, there will be no one left to control the artificial soldiers. That's why Ansem aimed at Magellan, but he didn't know what would happen if the artificial soldiers lost control. For that reason, as William said, Ansem chose to intercept. But that wasn't all. Destroy all the drugs that were brought in. Lisette, I leave the command of this place to you. While intercepting, take the people and get out of the city. Are you abandoning the city? If we stay here, Magellan will come back eventually. We can't protect the people here. Retreat to the fortress. But the Imperial army. Leave it to me. With that, Ansem got on a horse. It was a tough task for his recovering body, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Prince William of the Dragons, I am grateful for you saving my sister. While you're at it, take on another job. You are quite the high-handed younger brother. I apologize. Ansem, can't you say it a bit more gently? I've already said it gently enough. So, will you take the job or not? Interesting. Accepted. Then, I'll ask you to escort me to where Leonard is. I have something to talk to him about. The chief commander himself is rather bold, but I don't dislike it. With that, William took the formation to escort Ansem with the Dragon Knights he brought along. After confirming that, Ansem spurred his horse into a full gallop. He left the city and headed straight for the Imperial army. The only ones around him were William's forces. There were no kingdom soldiers. Just like that, Ansem yelled out to the Imperial army in a voice that carried well. Kingdom Army Commander, Ansem has come to meet Leonard. Clear a path. The general of the enemy army was coming towards them alone. The sight made the Imperial soldiers express their shock, but they attempted to intercept him. However, don't harm Prince Ansem. I, Dragon King William, guarantee his safety. I'd appreciate it if you could save face, Imperial army. For some reason, the Dragon King of the Allied Kingdom, who should have been their reinforcements, was protecting Ansem. All the Imperial soldiers could do was be utterly confused. In the meantime, Ansem was galloping through the Imperial army. And then, it's been a while, Leonard. It has indeed. Prince Ansem. In the middle of the Imperial army, Ansem and Leonard met again. The situation was urgent. Both of them understood this well, so the conversation started immediately. The Crown Prince has turned the people into monsters. The people of Chontol are also targeted. We are heading to the fortress to protect the people. I want your cooperation. What's the compensation? If I'm not there, the soldiers won't follow. So, I can't offer my head immediately, but you can do as you please after we defeat the Crown Prince. I can entrust everything to you. He would offer his life. That statement was undeniable. He's the type of man who would dare to come to the enemy camp alone. He wouldn't go back on his word. It wouldn't be a bad deal for the Imperial Army either, as they could take Ansem's life after everything was over. After the Crown Prince is dethroned, the only one in their way would be Ansem. However, Leo simply laughed and brushed it aside. While I may be the commander of 150,000 troops, at the end of the day, I am merely a field general. I cannot make such a decision. I'm sorry to have asked you this, but I'd like to discuss the compensation later. Our Supreme Commander should be arriving soon. Chimpate. I wanted to settle this with my life. But it won't be that simple, will it? That's right. I accepted your proposal. Our forces will also move to the fortress. Is there a chance that the fortress will resist? There is none. The fortress is entrusted to loyal generals. The enemy still has a substantial amount of troops. We'll likely have to fight them off at the fortress. If we are at the fortress, we can evacuate the civilians via the sea. If we can buy some time, the Adventurers Guild should start to move. Indeed, it is the best strategy. I'm glad to have your understanding. I'd like you to allocate half of the Imperial Army to guard the civilians. We'll also allocate half to guard the civilians. The rest will deal with them. William, be our witness. As the Dragon King, I accept the role of witness. This is sudden, but shall we say this is a tri-nation alliance? William announced. In response to that, both Ansem and Leonard nodded. The soldiers around them might not be able to keep up with the conversation, but Ansem's army, who had fought fiercely, and Leonard's army, agreed to join forces here. Chapter 603. Louville Fortress. Louville Fortress is the kingdom's largest and most formidable fortress. Located on the sea, it has 3 layers of walls that cover the harbor. The Imperial Army led by Leo, the Kingdom Army led by Ansem, and the Dragon Knights led by William had all arrived. Their mission was to protect the people of Chontol, all 50,000 of them. The journey to the fortress was, for the most part, peaceful. Leo and Ansem had split their forces to hold back the pseudo-human soldiers, but these soldiers ceased their attacks once a certain distance was established. However, they would attack again if approached. Given that the protection of the people was the priority, Leo and Ansem decided to recombine their split forces. During this time, Leo and Ansem decided to completely segregate the Imperial Army and Kingdom Army. After all, they had been fighting each other just moments before. A friendly relationship was impossible. The Kingdom Army was placed at the front of the civilians, and the Imperial Army at the rear. This was to prevent a pincer attack in case the Kingdom Army were to betray them. The Dragon Knights were in the sky, a force so formidable that the Kingdom Army would be obliterated if attacked. Tension was high within the Kingdom Army, but they didn't break, thanks to their trust in their commander, Ansem. Despite these challenges, they managed to reach Louville Fortress. So, Your Highness, what's going on here? A general demanded. The Crown Prince is trying to turn the people into monsters. Soon, the kingdom will be seen as an enemy by the entire continent. I can no longer follow the Crown Prince. For the kingdom's sake, I have allied with the Empire. The Empire is not our enemy. The enemy is the Crown Prince. Open the gates. First, we need to evacuate the civilians. At Ansem's words, the general immediately opened the gates. Ansem was welcomed into the fortress with great enthusiasm, which was no surprise. Many in the Kingdom Army believed that Ansem, rather than the Crown Prince, should ascend to the throne. We, the Kingdom Army, will take responsibility for the first layer of defense. The Imperial Army will cover the second layer, while the third layer will be reserved for reserve forces. The Dragon Knights will handle the defense in the sky. Is this acceptable? It's fine from the Empire's perspective, but the Kingdom Army will be shedding the most blood. Can they fight properly knowing that the Imperial army is right behind them? We'll show that we can fight. This is primarily a problem of the kingdom, so it's only natural for us to stand in the front. We can't expect coordination from a hastily formed alliance. It's clear that there would be infighting. Prince Ansem is correct. There is no better arrangement. With William agreeing with Ansem, Leo reluctantly nodded. The kingdom army would likely suffer severe casualties. But unless they showed their commitment, the Imperial army wouldn't cooperate. The blood that would be shed was a necessary sacrifice. What about the evacuation ships? They're ready. I've left the evacuation of the civilians to my older sister. The priority is to get them out of here. Do we have enough ships? We've mobilized even the obsolete ones. If we load them to their maximum capacity, we'll barely manage. The destination is just before the Lion's Jaw, where the Crown Prince's influence can't reach. After that, we'll have to rely on the Empire. I've already sent a messenger. If the messenger reaches safely, General Harnish's army should be able to help. However, we may encounter my brother's allied fleet before that. If it's Arnold, he can distinguish between military ships and evacuation ships. If he can provide protection, that would be the best-case scenario. Indeed, Prince Arnold shouldn't pose any problems. However, this could delay reinforcements coming to us. Prince Leonard, where is the Allied fleet? I'm not sure. We haven't discussed it. The plan is for my brother to adjust according to our situation. I can't say anything else. Ansem and William frowned simultaneously. Fools would not call this a strategy, but they were not fools. If it's possible to execute, then it can be a valid strategy. Being twins is an unfair advantage. Don't generalize all twins. It's just these two. I couldn't stand it if there were more. Without any communication, coordination between such distant armies should be impossible. No military textbook would support such a strategy. But if someone can pull it off, it must be acknowledged. But how long can we hold up in a siege against those flying monsters, those pseudo-human soldiers? Even for the Dragon Knights, they're a tough opponent. The experimental dragon magic spears are still in limited supply. Those equipped with them can fight, but others will have to engage in close combat. The enemy has superior maneuverability in the air, though. Even in the short skirmish we had, we suffered significant damage. In air combat, maneuverability is key. The enemy is like a human flying in the sky, while the Dragon Knights are riding flying dragons. Ordinary Dragon Knights can't win in terms of maneuverability. When they attack the fortress, their forces will likely increase even further. If there are tens of thousands of those things, it's not a war anymore, it's an extermination. A matter that should be left to specialists. But on this continent, the nations have tied the hands and feet of those specialists. They likely won't arrive for a while. We just need to buy time until they come, William commented on Anthem's words. However, the kingdom is different from the United Kingdom. They should be well aware of the power of SS rank adventurers. Yet they created a reason for them to participate in this war. To me, it seems like a statement that they have no problem if the SS rank adventurers show up. What do you mean? Behind those faux human soldiers, there are demons. I believe they plan to have the SS rank adventurers face them. You mean the Crown Prince has allied with the demons? I have fought demons before. It's difficult to say they've allied. Demons and humans are not equals. Either they are being used effectively, or they have been absorbed. Regardless, the situation is likely more dangerous than we anticipated. We can't afford to waste the SS rank adventurers here. We'll have to handle this situation ourselves. Oh boy. We departed prepared to fight the kingdom's army, and now our opponent is a monster. If the kingdom's upper echelons have been absorbed, this is synonymous with a demon's invasion of the continent. William says this, yet he laughs, as if finding it amusing. What's so funny? I just think it's a good opportunity. This could be a chance to see the holy sword with my own eyes. You mean the prodigy of the brave family? It would be great if the messenger could make it in time. I have sent the messenger, but the distance to the north is quite far. Moreover, I don't have the authority to allow the use of the holy sword even if he comes. The one who holds that power is the commander-in-chief of all forces. So, everything depends on Arnold. It is the same as usual. Don't worry. My brother has a good nose for things. Chapter 604. Pseudo-Beast Soldiers. Including the kingdom's army that was originally at the Louisville Fortress, the combined forces of the three-nation alliance had exceeded 100,000. If they were to fortify themselves within the renowned sturdy Louisville Fortress with such a force, it would have been impossible to break through under normal circumstances. However, of the three-layered walls, the first layer was soaked with the blood of many kingdom soldiers. Don't break unit formations. If you act alone, you'll be killed. Anam, who was leading the first layer, pushed his recovering body to swing his sword. At his side, Lisette was also brandishing her sword. Your Highness, at this rate, I know. How's the transport of the injured soldiers? It's gradually being done. Hurry it up. It's only a matter of time before we abandon this place. Saying this, Anam slaughtered a four-legged monster that had literally climbed up the wall. The Crown Prince's forces were not just made up of pseudo-human soldiers. Monsters that resembled humans walking on four legs. Their skin was ash-colored, with excessively developed teeth and claws. Those beings, known on the Crown Prince's side as pseudo-beast soldiers, were attacking the Louisville Fortress in large numbers. Anam showed no mercy while thinking that their principle was likely the same as the pseudo-human soldiers. There was no room for sympathy towards former citizens. 20,000 pseudo-human soldiers and 50,000 of these four-legged monsters. I can't believe they have the same success rate. How many citizens were sacrificed? The actions of the Crown Prince's side were quick. On the day the three-nation alliance fortified the fortress, this much force had attacked. The evacuation of the refugees had not yet finished. They desperately needed to buy time, but the first layer was on the verge of falling. The fortress was designed with human forces in mind. It was not designed to withstand monsters that could climb walls on their own. While not as tough as the pseudo-human soldiers, they were no match for ordinary soldiers. Their skin was hard, and the only weak points were their soft necks and joints. Your Highness, the transport of the injured soldiers is complete. Start retreating gradually from the left and right unit. The center will be last. While giving instructions, Anam briefly looked back. A large number of ships were still floating on the sea. If they allowed a breakthrough here, the refugees at sea would come under attack. That was the one situation they had to avoid at all costs. Yuwu. Anam, straining his strength, cut down 3 pseudo-beast soldiers. Then, raising his sword, he inspired the soldiers. That was all he could do at this moment. Section. The first layer has fallen. What about the kingdom's army? The unit led by Prince Anam, who served as the rearguard, has just entered the second layer. Good. Leo let out a deep breath. The first layer had fallen. It wasn't because the kingdom's army that defended it was weak. The kingdom's army fought desperately, causing significant blood loss to the enemy. They inflicted the kind of damage that would have caused human enemies to retreat long ago. What was abnormal was the enemy that kept advancing without fear, like a march of insects. Even classified as monsters, it was still abnormal. Monsters are also living beings. They should naturally have fear, and it's rare for them to attack human armies. However, those pseudo-human soldiers and pseudo-beast soldiers were different. There was no sign of fear. They showed purpose and even cooperated, but did not feel fear. They just kept coming, killing people relentlessly. Their numbers were in the tens of thousands. The walls only served to buy time. They were quite different from the evil spirits Leo had once seen. Still, Leo thought, the light of salvation pours down from the heavens, for the sake of bringing relief to the people. Its brilliance is God's mercy, its golden hue a miracle from above. Sinners, repent. The heavens do not forsake the good. This golden light is the radiance of vanquishing evil, holy glitter. Leo launched the maximized holy magic after thorough preparation. The pseudo-beast soldiers who had broken through the first layer and the pseudo-human soldiers approaching from the sky were captured within a magical barrier. A pillar of golden light descended upon them. The enemy's vanguard. It was entirely swallowed up as Leo's holy glitter was activated. The soldiers instinctively hid their faces from the dazzling light, but when they saw the enemy vanishing after the magic, a unified cheer erupted. Wow! As expected of Prince Leonard. We can win this. This wasn't something that could be done many times. Even now, he was exhausted all at once. Yet, Leo didn't show it. His gaze was fixed on the place where the pseudo-beast soldiers had been just a moment ago. He was looking for survivors. Were there any who had turned back into humans? Leo was searching for them. But there was no one. Everyone had vanished. That meant that neither the pseudo-human soldiers nor the pseudo-beast soldiers were human anymore. They were more like demonic minions. All troops, prepare for the second wave. Until the refugees safely evacuate, we will defend this wall to the death. Leo encouraged the soldiers and looked towards William, who was already in the air. The first wave was primarily those four-legged walkers, but the second wave seems to include a significant number of pseudo-human soldiers. I entrust the defense of the sky to you, King William. Leave it to me. The sky is our playground. We won't let them have it their way. But if push comes to shove, I will retreat even if I have to drag you with me. Understand? It can't be helped given your position. William was here as a reinforcement of the Imperial Army. If Leo were to be defeated here, it would be very bad for the United Kingdom. He was concerned about the refugees of the kingdom, but as the King of the United Kingdom and for his deceased friend, William could not let Leo die here. Leo understood this well. But still, I apologize for putting you in a difficult position, King William. I understand my position well. I won't cause you any trouble, so please rest assured. I can't be at ease. I know that people of the Adler clan don't listen to my advice. Unfortunately, I don't dislike such people. Do your best, I'll take care of the aftermath. With that, William rose into the sky. The aftermath in this place. That meant that if it came to it, he would let Leo escape while he himself played the role of the rearguard. He truly believed that he must not let Leo die. He was the one who had defeated his late friend. He was also an opponent he had fought many times. William believed that Leo should be the next crown prince. While thinking this, he also had feelings of empathy for the unfortunate citizens of the kingdom who had been turned into monsters, and for the refugees fleeing from them. Form up for the charge. Don't let the pseudo-human soldiers get close to the second layer. We will protect the heads of our allies. With that, William took the lead and charged into battle. Chapter 605. The Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army. Holy Glitter. The second shot of Holy Glitter. A forceful second shot. It wasn't as powerful as the first shot, but it still eliminated a considerable number of monsters. However, the enemy's advance did not stop. It's endless. Leonard, we should deploy the reserves from the third layer and let the soldiers rest. Understood. I'll handle the switch in forces on the right. I'll handle the left. On the wall, Anam and Leo, who were both fighting with swords, momentarily had their backs to each other and briefly discussed the situation. The enemy had neither discussions nor decisions. They just kept advancing. They didn't care how many arrows stuck in them, or if their arms or legs were blown off. They just relentlessly charged forward. There was no strategy there. It was a simple case of brute force, taking advantage of the clear difference in strength between humans and monsters. It was so simple that there was no room to exploit. If the enemy was in small numbers, our side could take advantage of superior numbers. However, the enemy was a horde. The advantage of numbers was irrelevant. It took about 5 regular soldiers to just barely deal with one creature, and they kept scaling the walls in waves. While our side was becoming exhausted, the enemy was not. Deploy the reserve forces from the third layer and let the soldiers rest. Those heavily fatigued should retreat to the rear and switch with the reserves. Giving instructions, Leo decapitated a false beast soldier. Looking up at the sky, he saw the dragon knights fighting hard. Despite being outnumbered, they were somehow holding their own. But for how long, he wondered. Just then. Report. A fleet is coming from the sea. With hope, Leo turned to look at the sea. But what he saw was a fleet of dozens of kingdom warships. Their gun ports were firmly aimed at the fortress's harbor. This is bad. The moment Leo muttered, the kingdom's fleet began its bombardment. There was no consideration to avoid the evacuation ships. A pincer attack at the worst possible timing. What the Imperial army had planned to do was now being done to them. Leo ran across the top of the wall, heading towards Ansem, who should be on the other side. Prince Ansem. Prince Ansem. I'm here. While he was fighting off false beast soldiers with the help of the surrounding soldiers, Ansem heard Leo's voice and raised his hand. But it's bad that you came, but there's nothing we can do about that. Can't we do something? Don't be unreasonable. Most of the navy was formed after I fell. The captains in that fleet are all under the thumb of the Crown Prince. As he spoke, Ansem made a grand tongue click. There was no point in explaining the honor of a soldier. If they had any, they wouldn't be firing at the evacuation ships. They must be aware of our situation, being attacked by monsters. They knew everything and yet they were bombarding us. It was impossible to turn them around. There was no time to negotiate. Deploy the Dragon Knights to escort the evacuation ships. If we do that, we will also be attacked from above. But we can buy time. You should also be able to fly. Go with the Dragon Knights to guard the evacuation, and withdraw. You're telling me to run after coming this far? We're at our limit here. We don't have the forces to do anything about the fleet. If we're just being shot at one-sidedly, there's going to be a limit. I'm sorry to the many soldiers of the Imperial Army, but your escape is the top priority. I refuse. Is this the time to be stubborn? Look, the enemy still has a reserve of pseudo-human soldiers. There's at least 10,000. If they start moving, we won't even be able to escape. Run. And denounce the wickedness of the kingdom. If we can even move the Adventurers Guild, we've won. As he spoke, Ansem turned his eyes to Theodore, who was standing beside Leo. The Imperial Guard should understand the gravity of the situation. Take Leonard and retreat. I will not retreat. Leonard, it's not a matter of stubbornness. As long as there is a chance of victory, I will not back down. There's no chance of victory. There is. When my brother says he will come, he always does. If the Allied fleet arrives, we will have numerous opportunities to turn the tide. You intend to die believing in an unseen Allied fleet. I don't care how much you trust it. You are the most promising heir to the throne. Your life should be worth more than anything else. I understand the weight of my life. However, the trust one place in my brother surpasses that. My brother, Arnold, is worth risking my life for. If my brother comes, I won't retreat. Besides, as someone aiming for the crown prince, I can't run away from here. The state of the kingdom is clearly abnormal. Demons are involved. As the successor to the Empire, to Adler, I cannot run from the front line of this anomaly. With those words, Leo clenched his sword tightly. No matter how much they complained, it didn't matter. Retreating was a strategy too. But there were times when he couldn't retreat. For Leo, this was such a time. Even if no one else could see a path to victory, Leo could see it. Seeing Leo's determination, Ansem gave up his attempts at persuasion. Do as you please. If you're prepared to die, I don't mind. I'll die with you. That's not like you, Prince Ansem, to give up. I haven't given up. I'm just acknowledging the reality of our situation. I'm a realist. Realists wouldn't be fighting here, Leo said with a laugh. In their brief association, he had come to understand Ansem. He professed to despise ideals, but he was an idealist himself. He professed to pursue utility, but utility wasn't everything to him. Leo chuckled, thinking of him as an inexpressive person. At the same time, he believed Ansem shouldn't be left to die. He was an essential resource for the kingdom's future restoration. He shouldn't be allowed to die here. That's why they needed reinforcements as soon as possible. They had to desperately protect the wall. They had to desperately protect the evacuation ships. They were short-handed. So, I think I've been patient enough. Just as Leo muttered this, a ray of light stretched from the sea. When it hit the 10,000 false human soldiers waiting in the rear, it caused a massive explosion, burying many of them. Then, this is the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army, Grand Marshal Arnold Lakes Adler. Chapter 606. Thunderclap. Time rewinds slightly. Portside magic cannon, fire at will. Don't let the enemy ships get close. The force that had come to halt us, the Allied fleet, near the fortress was the southern fleet of the kingdom. They were 30 ships strong, even accompanied by flying monsters whose identity was unclear. Luckily, we had our own air force, which allowed us to repel the monsters in an aerial battle. If we didn't, we would have been at a significant disadvantage. Your Excellency, the flagship of the Albatro Duchy is approaching. They must have something they want to discuss. The 30 ships of the Southern Fleet were considerably more formidable than the fleet that had launched a surprise attack on us. They had a well-formed battle line, and I could feel their intention to hold us back. That's why the battle had been dragging on. That being said, if things continued as they were, we would likely win without a problem. Prince Julio has arrived. Hearing the voice, I turned around. Julio, who had transferred over in a small boat, was approaching. Your Excellency, please leave this to the Dutch's fleets and allow the Imperial fleet to proceed. We've managed to clear a considerable number of the flying monsters, but if we were to withdraw, that would mean our air force would withdraw as well, right? Reconnaissance ships report that the fortress is under attack by monsters. Numerous Imperial flags have also been confirmed at the fortress. Presumably, Prince Leonard's forces are being attacked by the monsters. You're saying that Leo is in the kingdom's fortress? It's just a hunch. I took a moment to ponder. It was a claim without concrete evidence, but it wasn't impossible. It's doubtful whether we could cooperate with the enemy we were just at war with. But if the opponent were monsters, it wouldn't be impossible to unite under the umbrella of humanity. Moreover, no matter how you look at it, those monsters are clearly collaborating with the kingdom's army. I don't know how that came to be. However, it's a fact that the kingdom's army is working in conjunction with the monsters. The fortress being attacked was originally the kingdom's. A split within the kingdom seems likely, and there were signs of this. It seems that Leo and Ansem have joined forces. The Crown Prince has crossed a line that should never be crossed. Things are finally falling into chaos. Murmuring this, I laughed. The situation was heading towards the worst-case scenario. Sadly, it was mostly as expected. The goal of this war was to drag out the demons believed to be lurking in the kingdom. You could say that this has been successful. The soldiers on the front lines probably wouldn't appreciate it though. I understand. We'll leave this place to the Dutch's fleets. The Imperial fleet will withdraw from the front line. We'll head straight for the fortress. Recall the Sky Falken unit and depart immediately. Hurry. Under normal circumstances, I'd want to gather more information, but when dealing with monsters, time spent deliberating is wasted. We also need to make our decisions quicker. For that reason, I decided to leave this situation to the fleets of the Dutches. Section. The fortress is in sight. Confirm the positioning of enemy monsters. Multiple quadrupedal monsters are confirmed inside the fortress. The Dragon Knight Corps and winged monsters are engaged in battle in the skies above the fortress. In addition, approximately 10,000 winged monsters are on standby in the rear. Hearing the information, I shift my gaze to the captain. I have a bad feeling about this. You're right. We'll target that standby 10,000 with the Thunderbolt. Get us on a firing line. Our Imperial fleet was to the east of the fortress. There were no obstructing buildings, so we could get a firing line if we wanted. But the opportunity is only once. Moreover, if we get too close to the fortress, we can't aim because of the fortress. It's a challenge that can only be done here. You're asking for too much. The order to set up a firing line is simple, but the Thunderbolt can't be fired by one ship. The accompanying ships also need to move simultaneously, and once connected, they can't move significantly. It requires positioning while giving instructions around. Get the ship as close to the land side as possible. Move to a position that captures the waiting monsters. It's not a simple task. Even so, I believe it can be done and gave the order. Prepare to fire the thunderbolt. Make it ready to fire immediately after connection. Your Excellency. There are also kingdom fleets attacking the fortress. Are you aiming for the monsters? The target remains the monsters. The fleet can be handled, but the winged monsters need to be hit when they can be. The most dangerous ones are eliminated using the most powerful attack weapon. It's a simple story. There are 25 ships in the Imperial fleet here. 4 of them are escort ships. Against this, they have 30 ships. If we shoot the thunderbolt, our position will be revealed. The argument that it should be used against the fleet is understandable. That's what it was originally made for. But in this situation, the priority is to eliminate the monsters. Your Excellency, we should prepare soon. We can't stay in the same place forever. I know. With the captain's excellent positioning, the group of monsters appeared on the thunderbolt's firing line. I immediately gave the order. Casper, Jordan, Christoph, Oscar, begin the connection. Casper, Jordan, Christoph, Oscar. Start the connection. The 4 accompanying ships. They all connect to the flagship Alfonso at once. This readies us to fire the thunderbolt. However, Captain, turn the helm slightly to port. Roger that. There must be doubt. Even so, the captain follows the instructions. He must trust my judgment. However, it's not a judgment. I'm calculating the position of the enemy, the wind, and the waves with scouting magic. This fine adjustment significantly increases the hit rate of the thunderbolt. Enough magical power supply to the thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is ready to fire. All hands, brace for firing. The anchor is lowered, and the 5 ships brace for recoil. In the meantime, I'm just looking straight ahead. A small deviation will become a large deviation at the time of arrival. Moreover, it's on the sea. The waves can change a lot. So after the wave passes, I timed the moment when the ship was stationary for just a moment. Fire. Fire the thunderbolt. A tremendous flash was fired from the bow gun with a loud explosion. It accelerated more and more, reaching the target monster group in an instant. A huge explosion occurred. The thunderbolt has hit. The thunderbolt has hit. Disconnect. Casper, Jordan, Christoph, Oscar, fall back and deploy the Skyhawk squad. We're moving forward. Prepare to engage the enemy fleet. While saying that, I put my hand on the commander's magical tool. The combined fleet, which will be quite a number. In order to deliver my voice to everyone, an adjusted magical tool for amplification. I hold it and deliver my voice to all the soldiers on the battlefield. This is the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army, Field Marshal Arnold Lakes Adler. Our fleet will now assist all forces opposing the monsters. Those who get in our way will be eliminated with all our might as enemies of the continent. If you have any doubts about your actions, don't interfere. We are always ready to annihilate the enemy. That's all. Chapter 607. The Air Force Squad. On the accompanying ship, Oscar. After disconnecting from the flagship Alfonso, this ship immediately began its operation. Open both the fore and aft hatches. Deploy the Skyhawk squadron. The captain in charge of the accompanying ship is among the elite of the Imperial Navy. The accompanying ship itself had issues, but it was still the latest ship. Furthermore, flexibility was demanded because of its unique operation. Among all of these, what Arnold wanted most from the captain of the accompanying ship was a good personality. The accompanying ships don't stand out. When launching the Thunderbolt, they play a supporting role. Even when deploying the Skyhawk squadron, they play a supporting role. They never become the main character and should never become one. Therefore, those who don't mind this position were chosen. Captain, thank you for taking care of us during the long journey. I apologize for the inconvenience we've caused. The commander of the 6th Imperial Guard Knights, Lambert, said this to the captain. The voyage with the Skyhawks on board was a first-time experience for everyone. Some Skyhawks didn't adapt well to the ship, and each time, the accompanying ships were forced to respond. Nevertheless, the crew of the accompanying ship never showed an unpleasant face and dealt with each issue. It was their duty to bring them safely to the battlefield. No, it's our job. We look forward to your return, Captain Lambert. "I've secretly brought some good liquor. Let's have a drink together when I get back. I look forward to it." At the captain's reply, Lambert smiled and arranged his equipment before straddling his own Skyhawk. Lambert's Skyhawk was relatively accustomed to the ship, and it never complained about being confined inside the ship. However, there were Skyhawks that did complain. To appease their dissatisfaction, the accompanying ship had to accompany the Skyhawks on several aerial walks. The accommodation for the Skyhawks meant that human living conditions were not very good. Despite being a large ship, the personnel were minimized. All Lambert, a Skyhawk rider, could do was watch them. Lambert had no knowledge of ships. All he could do was make sure he didn't get in the way. So, he made a decision. Let's go up. From the opened hatch, Lambert took to the sky. Skyhawks were flying out from each accompanying ship one after another. Waiting in the air for all of them to ascend, Lambert gave instructions. "The first squadron will attack the enemy fleet. The second squadron will cover above our fleet. Let's go. Our success is the success of each mother ship. Let's make sure to bring it back." The members of the 6th Imperial Guard Knights responded to Lambert's instructions. And split into 2 squads, they began their operations. One squad was in the sky above the Imperial fleet that was leading the charge, ready to escort in case the counterfeit soldiers attacked. The other squad was Lambert's assault squad. They overtook the leading fleet and saw the kingdom's fleet from the sky. Originally, the military ships on this continent were designed with the intention of dealing with other ships. They were not designed to deal with flying monsters. Therefore, the kingdom side believed that if they deployed the counterfeit soldiers, the allied fleet would easily be defeated. But the Empire thought the same. "Be careful not to enter the firing line of the magical cannon. Show them our new Model 63. Saying this, Lambert brandished his new magic staff. The legitimate evolution of the Model 61 they had been using up to this point. It was smaller and easier to handle. The main feature was that it could now fire 3 flame bullets consecutively with a single shot. It was invented in preparation for full-scale air combat, and it attacked the kingdom's military ships. A threat from the sky. Their only countermeasure was to intercept with bows and arrows. The kingdom's fleet had no effective means against the Skyhawk Knights swooping in at high speed, and so they easily allowed Arnold's Imperial fleet to approach. Section. Around the time the Skyhawk squadron was being deployed, on the flagship Alfonso, another knight was about to take flight. "Your Excellency, what should I do?" The only air power on board the flagship Alfonso. The captain of the 8th Imperial Guard Knights, Finn. Arnold was indifferent about his handling. "Do as you please." "Pardon?" "Take to the sky, and go where you think you should. You can do whatever you like. I leave everything to you. But if you say that, don't wait for instructions every time. You work best when you move freely. So, do as you please." Having heard this, Finn realized it was pointless to ask for further instructions. Because Arnold had already given his orders. What should he do? While holding such doubts, Finn took to the sky with his beloved dragon, Nova. Facing him was the enemy fleet. They were about to engage in a naval battle. He should probably provide support. But Finn's gaze was on the fortress. From the sky, it was clear. The fortress was struggling. Arnold led a fleet. As a naval power, they could only attack naval forces. But Finn was different. "If you say I can do as I please, then I will do as I please." Finn stroked Nova's neck, lowering his altitude just above the sea surface, heading straight for the fortress. As he approached the fortress, he suddenly increased his altitude. His target was not the counterfeit soldiers in the sky. That could be dealt with later. His top priority was to support the struggling Imperial and Kingdom troops. With that judgment, Finn aimed at the counterfeit beast soldiers clinging to the wall. "Let's go, Nova." With a sudden acceleration, he approached the second-layer wall from the east, flying close to the wall and shooting down the clinging counterfeit beast soldiers in one go. Once he slipped to the south side, he reversed. He readied his own magic staff. The power of the Model 64 is not just this. The Model 64 magical battle staff. It was a magic staff developed essentially exclusively for Finn, designed to take advantage of Finn's power, which is equivalent to a whole unit of Imperial Guard Knights, assuming one against many. It could launch a priority speed lightning strike for high-speed combat, but its main feature required charging for a wide-range attack. It was a more refined version of the dispersion mode of the Model 62. The attack went beyond the bounds of a magic staff. Go. 16 lightning strikes were released. They headed toward the counterfeit beast soldiers trying to climb the wall again, easily piercing them and defeating the counterfeit beast soldiers one after another. Multiple high-penetration lightning strikes for ground suppression. That was the concept of the Model 64. Finn immediately moved to the center of the wall and began to descend slowly. "I'm glad to see you safe, Prince Leonard. It's good you came at the right time, Captain Finn. I was told I could move freely, so I came here." "That sounds like my brother. Things have become much easier now. Can you also provide air support? The Dragon Knight Order is a valuable ally of the Empire. Leave it to me." Following Leo's instructions, Finn headed towards the heated battle between the counterfeit soldiers and the Dragon Knight Order in the sky. The situation was in favor of the counterfeit soldiers. In any case, the agile counterfeit soldiers couldn't be caught. But Finn effortlessly took the rear of the counterfeit soldiers and began to shoot them down one after the other. The threat of mobility for ordinary Dragon Knights was just a little faster for Finn and Nova. "You made a cool entrance," Finn boasted. The captain of the Black Dragon Knight Order, who had been fighting valiantly as a Dragon Knight capable of counteracting the counterfeit soldiers, Roger, came close to Finn and laughed. Finn laughed at Roger's remark. "After all, I am the captain of the Imperial Guard Knights. I prioritized making a grand appearance. Boasting about your promotion? As expected, you are too relaxed. There are a lot of enemies, so help me reduce them." "With pleasure." The two Dragon Knights laughed and plunged into the group of counterfeit soldiers. Chapter 608. The Flagship Alphonse. Half encirclement complete. Numerous enemy ships are burning. Maintain bombardment while being mindful of ramming. What about the ships that escaped the encirclement? 3 ships have escaped and are headed towards the fortress. Receiving the report, I confirmed the escaped ships with my own eyes. Despite the chaos caused by the Sky Falken unit's air raid, the enemy's numbers were superior. Moreover, we were at sea. Perfect encirclement was difficult. It couldn't be helped that some had escaped. However, it was unexpected for them to abandon their besieged allies and head towards the fortress. Their target must be the evacuation ships. Ships were constantly leaving the fortress. They were almost overloaded with people. They were clearly non-combatants. Probably, they were civilians who had been sheltered from the monsters. To get these people safely to the sea, Leo and his team were fighting. Many ships had already left the fortress. Only 2 remained. At this point, attacking the last 2 ships wouldn't make much sense. There were still plenty of monsters left, but their momentum was not like before. It would have been better if they had just retreated. Why are they targeting civilians? I can't understand it. Even if they're going to get annihilated, I can understand the thinking of wanting to take the enemy with them. However, if they could escape the encirclement, they could also flee. Instead, they're heading towards the evacuation ships like suicide attackers. Are they prohibited from returning? Or are they strictly ordered not to let the evacuation ships escape? Are they desperate because they can't return? Or are they trying to strictly follow orders? The former is almost certainly the case. There's no point in sinking the last ship now. Many ships have already gone out to sea. If there's a person that must absolutely be dealt with on the last ship, there's a possibility, but the Royal Navy should have no way of knowing that. Besides, there aren't many who would take precedence over Leo. So, this is really bad. Nothing is more troublesome than someone who has given up. Notify the fleet. From here on, the flagship Alphonse will provide cover for the evacuation ships. Keep the semi-encirclement intact and minimize damage. Giving up on signal flags, I let my voice reach the entire fleet. This is a double-edged sword, as it also informs the enemy, but in this situation, speed is of the essence. Turn around and head towards the fortress. Get in between the escaped ships and the evacuation ships. The flagship itself. It's the only one that can catch up now. The ones taking the lead are the escaped ships. We'll be chasing them from behind. It's unlikely that other ships will make it in time. The only ship that has a chance is this Alphonse, the latest model. The captain, perhaps convinced by my words, turned the ship towards the fortress. Full speed ahead. This ship is fast. We should be able to catch up. Hearing the captain's words, I let out a deep breath. We should be able to catch up. But, Captain, can we use the barrier generation device? It won't hold for long. Most of the magic power was used for the Thunderbolt. The flagship Alphonse is equipped with a barrier generation device for defense. As the name suggests, it can generate a barrier to protect the ship. However, magic requires magic power. Most of it was exhausted, and now the Alphonse was just a ship with high performance. Even if we catch up, the question is whether we can protect the evacuation ships from the 3 ships. Captain, can you quickly sink the 3 ships with the magic cannon? Don't talk nonsense. We could sink one at most. And they're singularly focused on targeting the evacuation ship. To stop them, we need significant firepower. I agree. I'm well aware that I'm suggesting something unreasonable. But if we don't stop them, they'll sink the evacuation ships. Leo and his team risked their lives just to allow these evacuation ships to escape. Just one ship. However, there are soldiers who lost their lives to let this single ship escape. Enemy ship. Begin bombardment. Deploy the barrier. Let the Alphonse cut into the line of fire. It won't last long. I'll think of something. Responding so to the captain, he reluctantly steered the Alphonse between the 3 ships and the evacuation ship. The 3 ships showered the Alphonse with gunfire. Meanwhile, the evacuation ship tried to break away, but its movements were slow, probably due to being loaded to the brim with evacuees. Starboard magic cannons. Fire all at once. At my command, the starboard magic cannons fired in unison. One of the salvos hit one of the 3 enemy ships. However, the enemy ship, it's not stopping. It's planning to ram us. Maximum output for the barrier. Deploy it concentrated on the starboard side and brace for impact. Hold your ground at all cost. This ship won't make it. This is the flagship named after the first emperor, remember? If it's named after the first emperor, then we can't afford to run. For the sake of the helpless civilians, the first emperor would surely forgive us. Full defense. Prepare for the shock. The enemy ship that had been hit was charging towards the Alphonse. In response, the Alphonse cast a barrier on the starboard side and took the impact. A great shockwave. The enemy ship sank while burning. Somehow, we managed to maintain the barrier, and the Alphonse was unscathed. However, barriers down, 2 enemy ships still intact. They're coming our way. Your Excellency, if we don't have another way, I suggest we clear the path. My duty is to protect you over the evacuation ship. Receiving the captain's warning, I gathered magical energy in my right hand. I tried to supply the magical core installed in the ship with magic. If the magic can be restored, we can generate a barrier. If a barrier can be generated, they can't penetrate the Alphonse. That was the plan, but stop it. You will need magic from now on. It would be wise to conserve it. The voice echoed from behind. Turning around, a man dressed in a white robe was standing. His face was hidden under a deep hood, but I could tell he was grinning. Well, I liked your action, even though you knew it was pointless. I'll lend you a hand. I can tinker with this ship a bit. With that, the man disappeared. It didn't seem like anyone else heard his voice. As I wondered what was happening, the magical core has been restored. It's almost fully recovered. What happened? I don't know, but we have plenty of magic. We'll figure out why later. Pour it all into the barrier. Don't let the remaining 2 ships get close. The magical core suddenly started working again. We poured its magic into the barrier, and the Alphonse managed to block the onslaught of the 2 ships. We couldn't completely eliminate the impact, but the 2 charging ships were being damaged by the barrier. Ready the starboard magic cannons. Magic cannons are ready. Fire. Having their charge halted, the two ships were left defenseless. Without missing this opportunity, we unleashed the starboard magic cannons. Unable to resist, the two ships were hit at close range and slowly sank. Cheers erupted within the Alphonse. But my mind was more concerned about the voice I heard earlier. Who on earth was that? Suddenly reviving the magical core is not something an ordinary mage could do. Moreover, it should have been impossible for him to board the ship without me noticing. Your Excellency, are you all right? I'm fine. What will you do next? Will you land and fight? The monsters are still alive. We need to do something about them to claim victory. We've nearly annihilated the royal fleet, but the main threat is still the horde of monsters. As I considered landing to aid Leo, I looked at the sky and realized there was no need. You're late. Chapter 609. Victory. On the deck of the flagship Alphonse, a woman fell swiftly from the sky and landed. She had hair of cherry blossom hue and eyes of emerald. Seeing the woman draped in a white cloak, the crew of the Alphonse lit up with excitement. What's the situation here? Oh, I don't know, Elna. Don't ask me. Somehow, Leo and the kingdom's army are fighting the monsters together. I don't know the details, so ask Leo. Really? So, was it okay for me to attack the fleet? They were bombarding the ships fleeing from the fortress. It seems like there's a split within the kingdom. I don't care about the details. If they're working with the monsters, there's no room for excuses, and it's their fault for eagerly coming our way. The kingdom's army inside the fortress was desperately trying to evacuate the civilians, and the fleet was bombarding those ships. That alone was enough to deduce they were in conflict. To be honest, I'm not interested in the internal affairs of the kingdom. Those who use the monsters are the enemy, and those who oppose them are allies. Moreover, those using the monsters were targeting the civilians. It's not a complicated story. From a human perspective, it's just a matter of who is wrong. That's why. Did you come alone? Elna? Yes, I heard the news and flew here as quickly as I could. It seems like everything's been taken care of though. Don't say that. There are still monsters left. So, I just need to clean them up. That's the idea. Understanding my intention, Elna smiled cheerfully. While grinning in response, I reached out for the magical device. To all soldiers on the battlefield, this is Alnold, the supreme commander of the Imperial Army. The monsters had penetrated halfway into the fortress. To tell Elna to crush them one by one would be a misuse of her capabilities. Elna's forte is in large-scale attacks. It requires some cleverness to utilize her to the fullest. From now on, the Imperial Army will exterminate the monsters with the Holy Sword. The Dragon Knight squadron in the sky needs to evacuate immediately. Soldiers in the fortress, abandon the second layer. Retreat to the third layer. Brace for impact. Upon hearing my voice, the soldiers began to retreat from the second layer to the third within the fortress. The pressure from the monsters has also decreased, and soldiers are steadily retreating to the third layer. Is it time yet? Not yet. I monitor the situation inside the fortress with a detection barrier and keep an eye on the Dragon Knight squadron in the sky. Their retreat means vacating the airspace above the ground forces. So, William, who is in command, won't retreat until it's perfectly completed. Don't miss the movement of the Dragon Knight squadron. We only have one chance to take them all down at once. If you miss any, clean them up without complaining. You're so noisy. I won't make such a blunder. While retorting, Elna entered a concentrated state, ready to use the Holy Sword at any time. To exterminate the monsters that have infiltrated the fortress, it's necessary to sacrifice the walls up to the second layer. These are the walls that uphold the legendary impregnability of the Louville fortress. Surely there will be objections, but there's no other way to quickly deal with this. Also, it's not just the kingdom that's at a disadvantage. This fortress will become a stronghold of the Imperial Army from now on. For the Empire itself to destroy it is a severe blow. However, it will eventually be returned to the kingdom. From the moment the monsters appeared, this became a battle for mankind. The Empire will have to return the occupied territory. With these thoughts in mind, I firmly take the marshal's baton, which was securely stored inside the ship. The use of the holy sword outside the Empire is restricted. Even if you're a summoner, you can't summon the holy sword without permission. This is a measure to prevent the Empire from using the holy sword in a war of unjust aggression and a consideration for other nations. However, if there's someone who can give permission, the use of the holy sword is possible. Ideally, we should contact the homeland, but this is a special case. If the opponent is a monster, the use of the holy sword is no problem. The holy sword exists to protect humanity. Your Excellency, the Dragon Knight Squadron has begun to retreat. Not yet. Quietly, I continue to gaze at the sky. Among the retreating Dragon Knight Squadron, a white Dragon Knight is the last to fend off the enemy. After delivering a final blow to a winged monster, the Dragon Knight sharply turns around. An attack by a swarm of monsters. Coupled with the actions of the Kingdom Army, this situation is equivalent to a continental crisis. Therefore I, Arnold Lakes Adler, Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army, command in the name of Emperor Johannes Lakes Adler, brave, take up the holy sword in your hand. After a moment's pause, Elna looks at me and smiles. As you command, Your Highness. Elna ascends to the sky in an instant, raising her right hand high. Hear my voice and descend. Sword of the brilliant stars, this heroine needs you now. A white light descends from the heavens. It is caught by Elna's hand and eventually fades into a glowing silver rapier. The legendary holy sword used by the hero to defeat the Demon King 500 years ago. Its name is Aurora. Said to be forged from a meteor, it can cut through everything and does not permit any demonic existence. I permit it, as a member of the Adler family. Do it, Elna. Ha! With a shout, Elna swings the holy sword straight down. A torrent of pure white light swallows the winged monster floating in the sky and the beast-like monsters that had invaded up to the second layer. Not allowing even a single creature to escape, the torrent of light eradicates everything without a trace. Elna must have held back due to the presence of humans nearby. Even so, this power is immense. Somehow, it feels as though its power has increased compared to before. Still, with that single stroke, the swarm of monsters is annihilated. Thank you all for your hard work. My friends, this is our victory. Following my words. From the flagship Alphonse. From the Empire's ships on the sea. From the Dragon Knight Squadron in the sky. And from the fortress. A loud cheer arises. Chapter 610. The Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces. Upon disembarking from the flagship Alphonse, 2 individuals were waiting for me. Yo, kept you waiting, Leo. I'd like to say you didn't keep me waiting, but this time you did. Weren't you a bit slow? Various things got in the way. Saying so, I turn my gaze towards Ansem, who is standing behind Leo. With a slightly frowned face, Ansem speaks. Thank you for the reinforcements. We were able to safely evacuate the people thanks to the Imperial Army. Ansem lowers his head as he speaks, a man who appears to be made of pure pride. What's going on, Prince Ansem? I was able to rescue my sister who was taken hostage. I have no reason to follow the Crown Prince anymore, especially if he's the kind to turn people into monsters. People into monsters? I see. The situation is worse than I thought. I laugh as I speak. It's a foolish move, akin to picking a fight with adventurers. It's not a move made without thinking. That's why the Crown Prince must be fully aware of his actions. He's looking to pick a fight with the whole continent. He must be very confident in his trump card. By now, the kingdom is an enemy to the continent. However, not everyone in the kingdom agrees with the Crown Prince's thinking. I will lead the opposition and fight the Crown Prince. Please permit me. Even if you lead the opposition and fight, what will happen afterward? What do you plan to do after everything is over? Please take my head as a sign of resolution for this war. I understand that it may not be worth much anymore, but the Crown Prince has become an enemy of the continent. The fight against the Crown Prince is likely about to begin. And if we win that fight, the Empire will likely withdraw its troops. After all, this is no longer a situation of the Empire versus the kingdom. Still, there will be resentment. After all, it was the kingdom that instigated this. The empire has suffered many casualties as a result. Unless we gain something, we won't be satisfied. That's why Ansem is offering his head. However, I refuse. I have no interest in your head. Then do you plan to fight? Why do we need to fight? If the crown prince is defeated, that's the end. We can just blame everything on the crown prince. The empire isn't seeking a war. We're tired from consecutive battles. The truth is, if we could rest, we would like to. There should be those who will not be satisfied. There might be, but dissatisfaction is just dissatisfaction. It can be dealt with. Rather, it would be a problem if the kingdom were to collapse. If the kingdom collapses, surely there will be those advocating for an invasion. If the kingdom collapses, the public order will worsen and refugees will start flowing in. To prevent this, a strong leader is needed. As long as there is a leader, there won't be a split. If there's no split, recovery can be started right away. The stability of the neighboring country is in the best interest of the empire. I don't know what the imperial homeland thinks, but there probably isn't much difference with me. So, live. I can feel a determination from Ansem that is prepared to die. That everything is his responsibility. However, if your life is short, stubbornly make it longer. From now on, the kingdom will be entering its weakest period in its history since its founding. It will lose the power it once had as one of the continent's 3 powers. Therefore, it needs the power to reject intervention from other countries. No one other than you can do that. If you can't stand on your own, then let others support you. Your existence in the kingdom is for the benefit of the kingdom, and it's what the empire wants. The stability of the continent was maintained because there were major countries like the kingdom, the empire, and the imperial state. If one of them significantly collapses, the empire would be dragged into a much bigger war. The empire, already sandwiched between the kingdom and the imperial state, has to allocate a large amount of military power in both directions. If the kingdom falls into a quagmire of civil war due to fragmentation, an even greater vigilance would be necessary. As far as I can see, it's the worst outcome. To prevent that, it would be unreasonable for the empire to annex the territories it has cut off. The Adventurers Guild wouldn't allow it. It would mean they had participated in the empire's war of aggression. This would cast doubt on the neutrality of the Adventurers Guild. The same goes for other countries. They would never agree to the empire being the only one to benefit. That's why I need Ansem to firmly support the kingdom. If the empire wishes for it, I'll do whatever I can. Don't worry. The empire will also cooperate with your physical condition. However, we need to win this war first, right? That's right. I command all forces to gather. We will protect all the cities of the kingdom using this place as a base. If we leave it alone, all the people will become victims. Section. A week later, the imperial and royal forces scattered throughout the kingdom had gathered at the fortress. Since the fortress was in a state of semi-destruction, most of them had to set up camp outside, but together, the forces amounted to about 200,000. It was a massive army that was difficult to completely accommodate. A stage was prepared in front of this army of 200,000, and I stood there. The crown prince of the kingdom, Lucian, used the people to create monsters. This is a clear mistake. Henceforth, Lucian will be recognized as an enemy of the continent. Therefore, we will incorporate all those who oppose Lucian from this point forward and establish an allied force here. The imperial state, among others, has already declared its participation in the war. The goals are twofold: to overthrow Lucian and to protect the people of the kingdom. There is likely a demon involved in Lucian's aggressive actions. However, the demon has yet to show itself. Therefore, the Adventurers Guild's highest power, the SS-class adventurers, cannot come yet. They are always playing catch-up. We created a system to make it that way. That's why. We are the ones who will lead the charge. We will do everything we can to protect the people. From this point on, we are representatives of humanity. We are headed to the front lines. A hell where we don't know when the demon will appear. But still, we step forward. To save more people before humanity's strongest adventurers arrive. This is the essence of this allied force that many countries' soldiers have taken hands to establish. Therefore, let me teach you all the words we should engrave in our hearts. The 200,000 soldiers waited silently for my words. I took a breath, slowly looked at their faces. And then, the words we engrave in our hearts are, for the sake of the people. We share the same absolute philosophy that the Adventurers Guild has inherited. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. It doesn't matter if you're nobility or commoners. This is our banner. Those who agree with these words are our comrades. There might be hatred. There might be grudges. However, now is the time to cast those aside and stand together. I, the Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces, Arnold, with the permission of all participating kings, will take command. For the sake of the people. After a beat, 200,000 soldiers raised their fists along with cheers. After taking a good look at them, I turned on my heel. Not bad, right? Well, thank you. The reserved Elna said that. When I came down from the stage, 3 commanders were looking at me. The commander of the kingdom's royal army, Ansem. The commander of the United Kingdom Army, William. The commander of the Imperial Army, Leonard. Even though it's an allied force, they can't suddenly mix together. Each army will likely be commanded by its respective commander. As I said, I will be in charge of the overall command. Any objections? I have none from the beginning. I will follow the marshal's instructions. I have no objection either. I am not in a position to raise any. After hearing William and Ansem's words, I turned my eyes towards Leo. Then, Leo laughed. I will follow the marshal's orders. Although I am inept, I will do my best. That's a good spirit. Don't complain, okay? That depends on the orders. Hey. So soon. While having such a conversation, I led the 3 of them towards the fortress. End of Volume 14.